participate in all the preseason games. Our guys will play.
Training camp headlines don't take a break. Hear all the latest from Todd Monken before every practice.
Our plan is everybody will dress, and they're going to play.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
All righty, kids. Oh, opportunity lost last night for the Guardians. What a game last night against the Mets. It was fun. It had a little bit of a playoff atmosphere to me as I was watching on TV, but excuse me. It's a way to start a show. I'm watching the game last night.
The emotions have overcome Andy Baskin.
Yeah, I'm watching the game last night. We talked about Hanau, and we were talking about him the last couple of days, and for the last 2 weeks we've been talking about him in Columbus and how I thought he was ready. And man, offensively there was no question he was ready last night. And was I hoping that he was going to hit the game winner last night. It looked like he did it once on the fourth hit, and then all of a sudden you come back the last time. He almost ripped one to the wall, but that didn't happen. And the next thing you know, you're sitting here and you lose 6-5 to the Mets. I'm Andy Baskin. He's Jeff Phelps. Meredith Kane is here as well. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk to Daryl Ryder today. We're going to talk. We're going to hear from Todd Monken coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Mike Sando from The Athletic is going to join us at 1:20. I had a big quarterback thing he had out the other day. We'll talk about quarterbacks because it sounds like, to me, Jeff, Deshaun Watson yesterday made a pitch to be in the Hall of Fame. He was that good at practice.
Hey, I have a big question for you.
Okay, I'm listening.
How do you think Travis Bazan is going to look in left field next year?
I think you may be right, Jeff.
You think he'll look good?
I don't know. So let's start this conversation with where we left it yesterday. First of all, are we surprised by the move that they made to bring him up, and that Ramirez is back? So all of a sudden, this guy we thought was going to be on the roster or had an error the night before, didn't play real well, and the next thing you know,
he's not there anymore.
He's looking for work. So
Gabe Arias, DFA'd. I was a little surprised at the move, only for this reason, and we talked about this yesterday. If you're going to bring up Angel Hanau, you need to play him.
Yes.
Well, 4 hits in your first 4 major league at bats probably means you're going to be in the lineup again today.
It probably means you're not hitting ninth today either.
So he took care of that. The question is now, how creative can Stephen Vogt be to get him at bats, and who sits? Because that kid's going to get a look. I loved his approach at the plate last night, Andy. It was real basic. See ball, hit ball where it's pitched. Outside, boom, I'm taking it to the opposite field. And in his first 4 at-bats, when he had the 4 hits, only Guardian who's ever done that, only Guardian who's ever actually had 4 hits in his first major league game.
Think about all the players that have played in the historic franchise.
Yeah.
That's never happened before.
No. He saw 9 pitches in his first 4 at-bats. That was it. See ball, hit ball. Love it. Love it.
It was a great way to start. You thought he was going to have a hero's welcome for yesterday. I don't know how you. I don't know how you couldn't think that wasn't fun last night. That was fun.
Oh, of course.
What sucks is they didn't win the game, Jeff. That's 2 days in a row now.
There is that. Yes.
That they're playing a team that they're 49-66. They were not playing real well when they got here,
and they bailed on everybody.
And the White Sox are losing, so now you're standing pat at 3. But as we talked about yesterday, when you look at that wild card race, Jeff, I mean, there's 6 teams right there that could pull that third or second wild card. So it's just the opportunity lost. And it felt like, they made a big statement the day before when Arias got DFA'd. I was like, wow, man, that is – I mean, I'm sure it's not just what happened the night before. Obviously, we all know that, right? But for some reason –
and he'd actually been hitting better, too. Arias had been hitting better.
If you watched the beginning of the broadcast yesterday – I think it was Matt that just said, today is his time. Today is Hanau's time. That now is the time to bring him up. They thought, this is it. Let's go. because they decided to turn the page.
They play him, and they will. He got 4 hits. Enough said.
So does Bazana end up in the outfield next year? You're right. I don't really want to worry about that today.
Or does Rocchio lose a gig? Why I don't know. I like Brian. I want him to play.
But they've got.
Although he made an error that led to extra innings.
So let me ask you this: is it a good problem? Is it a good problem?
You mean talent on a baseball team?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a good situation. I'm not calling it a problem. It's not a problem. Can't have too many good guys. Can't have too many.
It's the whole notion of that they just gave this away the last 2 days. Like they should have won. They should have won last night. You know, you have opportunity, and then it's little errors over the last 2 games. This team has to play perfect baseball, Jeff. They do.
Oh,
they do, and it proved it the last 2 nights.
I won't say
should have
perfect,
won.
Andy. What they have to do is just play better. They've lost 10 of their last 13 games. You know, you scored 5 runs. That's usually enough to win a baseball game. Since the All-Star break, they're 6-12. So, though they went out and made some moves, and though the moves look like they're paying off, I mean, Joe Adell left a lot of guys on base last night. It's been one of his strengths, actually. But we liked what Joe did his first game. Last night, Nathaniel Lowe, big hit. But that's a big guy in the batter's box, too, isn't he? He fills up that batter's box. Like him a lot. We'll see Foster Griffin today.
I thought he was pitching last night before. I spent the whole day yesterday thinking he was going to pitch, and then at the end of the show, I was like, oh, wait a minute, he's not pitching. He's pitching tomorrow. So he's pitching today during the day game. You can see it was kind of a cool little buzz downtown here before the game. There was yesterday that I saw a lot of Mets fans kind of milling around our building.
I saw a Mets fan here. I saw folks wearing clothes that said Australia, taking pictures in front of the ballpark today. And I looked at them and I said, hello, mate. And they said, hi, we're with Travis Bazana, next year's left fielder.
Oh, is that what they said?
They did.
They said we got to get him a left fielder's glove? Is that what they're going to get him?
Going to get a little bigger one.
So let's just kind of look at what they've had the opportunity here to try to take advantage of and didn't. And I'll just look at the wild card race. So they did stand pat, right? So you stay pat at 3 games back in the Central, and you're hanging. And the Twins, lucky enough that the Twins don't really want to take advantage of it, but look who's coming up right behind them. It's the Tigers. And they're 4.5 back now on the White Sox. They're a 1.5 games back on the Guards. So something's got to break here. They've got to, especially knowing that they're strength the second half after the All-Star game. Everyone was like, well, look, they've got a great schedule for this second half. They've got to be able to take advantage of it. But look how tight it is for the last wild card race if for some reason they can't get by the White Sox. Or maybe whoever's behind them, everybody but Kansas City in the Central, even this late in the season, right? And we're starting to get to that point where you can say that. So the Rangers and Guards are now tied for the final wild card spot. And I don't even, do you know what the tiebreaker is off the top of your head? I don't. I'm just trying to think of it off.
Of the wild card?
Yeah. I don't. It's so new. I don't know what. You would assume it's head to head.
They don't play. It's a really good thing to do is ask questions on the air that nobody knows the answer to off the top of their heads. Well, no, someone knows. Sometimes you know the answer. That's why I'm always impressed with your Mensa-like knowledge when it comes to sports, especially about a league that just added a third wild card in the last couple of years. So now you've got the Orioles sitting right behind the Guardians and the Rangers. They're a half game back. And the Mariners and Twins are a game behind the Rangers and Guards. So look how tight that is. You want to make it even tighter? Head to head.
So you want to make it even tighter? The Tigers are a 1.5 games back. And then the Blue Jays are only 3 games back. Really, the only teams that are kind of out of it as far as getting – and we saw what the Guards were able to do last year. They had a miracle run. But, Kansas City's out, A's are out, Angels are out. That's it. Otherwise, the whole American League is really fighting for that third playoff wild card spot. Now, I would say the Guards are more fighting for the AL Central to try to win that, to try to overcome the White Sox and kick them back into this world. But the Orioles are there, the Mariners are there, the Twins are there, the Tigers are there, the Blue Jays are there. This is far from over, and you can't let opportunities like the last 2 games go. You just can't. There's only, I talk about 3 teams being out of it in the American League. There's really only 3 teams out of it in the National League. And one we've lost 2 games in a row to that we probably should have won. The Mets, Giants, and Rockies are really the only 3 teams that don't have a shot in the National League here as we head towards the last 2 months of the season. or through last 6 weeks of the season, whatever, 7 weeks of the season. That's what's frustrating about yesterday. Like, they should have had it. And I don't. And,
well, they did have it. I'm surprised Rokia dropped that ball, but
I am too.
It happens.
At first, when I saw it, all I could think about was Les Levine is, why is the last hop always the bad hop? That was all I could think about as it went in, but it really wasn't that bad of a hop. When you went back and watching a replay, I was like, ooh, it kind of came to his glove.
When balls bounce off of players' gloves, it's usually not good.
I kind of feel like they still they're in a position where they've got some new toys and they don't know how to use the toys yet.
The lineup looks better though, doesn't it?
It feels longer.
When Joe Adell gets into the batter's box, it's like, well, that guy looks like he can do some damage. Nathaniel Lowe gets into the batter's box. Well, that guy looks like he can do some damage. And Hanau was just fun.
In watching the game and watching these new guys, they bring a sense of confidence that I don't know that I felt with the rest of the lineup until now. I feel like all three of those guys can come up and give you a hit when you need one.
Well, let's
early. I know it's early.
Hanau, it's early. I mean, that guy had one game, but he's a really highly thought of prospect. His teammate Chase DeLauder said he's going to be a superstar. Chase has been with him all over the place. You want me to throw some cold water on things?
Not really. But
Major league record for consecutive hits to start a career. A former Indian.
Who?
Ted Cox.
From the 70s?
Yep. Ted came up with the Red Sox.
Third baseman?
He was.
Yeah, okay.
And I believe he was in the Eckersley deal.
Okay.
But he came up with the Red Sox and had 6 hits in his first 6 major league at-bats. And then got traded, and he had a very short career. So he had a high, he was highly thought of as a prospect at the time. And certainly Hanau is. And fingers crossed that he just keeps on going. Just leave him in the lineup.
The other part, Vogt getting ejected last night, that was ridiculous. It was a bad call.
How do you know?
What do you mean? Why was it ridiculous?
Did you hear what he might have said?
I saw what he said with his. Yeah, he said a dirty word there.
Well, that'll usually get you tossed.
Yeah, but come on. It was a bad call by the umpire to start.
In your estimation, in Steven's estimation, not in the umpire's estimation.
You're playing devil's advocate on me.
Yes, I certainly
There's no
am.
way he should have been tossed yesterday. That was ridiculous.
We don't know what he said.
And then I kind of wish once he got tossed, he would have got his money's worth yesterday. He's just too nice. You're an umpire, and there's no. I forgot who the home plate umpire was last night, but and when he goes back and watches that, he's going to be like, "Yeah, he probably didn't go, and the ball was in the dirt." And I don't know if that was a strike.
It looked like a bad call.
It was a bad call.
However,
right?
You say certain words, you're going to get tossed.
Oh, at some point though, you got to realize, hey, I'm human. I made a bad call. Not a big deal. And you know what? I probably
he probably didn't think it was a bad call in the moment.
Oh, if he goes back and watches that, that's that was a bad call yesterday. And then when he got tossed, I was like, are you serious? You're getting tossed for that? Come on now.
Well, you don't know what he said.
I saw what he said. Jeff, didn't you see it in slow-mo?
Did you take lip reading?
I'm telling you, I can go back and tell you that, and there are words that
maybe there was more than what we saw on camera.
Jeff.
Andy.
Jeff. Go back and watch it.
Oh, I know he dropped a word that started with F.
He made a bad call.
It wasn't fabulous.
It wasn't fantastic either. He made a bad call. Vogt never should have been tossed yesterday. That was ridiculous. Just be a man about it. Okay, I made a bad call. Okay, all right, I'm going to have to eat it for a second. All right, let's move on. And it would have been over.
Well, he obviously didn't think it was a bad call because he made it.
Yeah, well, it was, and he can go back and watch it and realize that it was.
Doesn't do Stephen Vogt's pocketbook any good.
216-474-0092. I'm sure the Dolans will pick it up. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Guards fall to the Mets again. They'll play again this afternoon. Is there anything you would do different now that we see what this new lineup is going to kind of look like? You got a rookie that stepped out yesterday that was outstanding. How much fun was that? Plus, Darryl Ryder's going to join us at 11. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Guardians let one slip away last night. 6-5, the final. They will play again this afternoon over at the ballpark as they wrap up that series. They are wrapping up the series. I think so. Against the Mets today. Fun yesterday, don't you think? Except for a little defensive play. But otherwise, offensively, I mean, he definitely made it fun.
Sure. He looked good. And to me, this continues something that has been evident this year. Chase DeLauder, Travis Bazzana, and Helenau. I mean, there are three good-looking young players who have come up, made their major league debut on the offensive side of the ball. Parker Messick, Alaman. I mean, we've seen guys come up and look pretty darn good, and that's so promising for the future. Really is. And there are more offensive guys on the way.
We didn't really dove into this, like your outlook for the rest of the season here, because I think we need Ramirez to be healthy. That's part of it.
Well, it's a huge issue.
And so I think everything.
He did pinch run last night.
Yeah. Because he was itching to get in. They were showing him all game. He was squeezing that tennis ball to try to strengthen the issues he's having.
Yeah, that looked like one of those weighted balls with sand in it.
Yeah. So, or a stress ball. Is that what that looked like?
It looked like a weighted ball.
We should all have a stress ball like that. I do the show with that. I might start. Maybe he'll let me borrow it when he's done.
I think it's a fine idea.
Can someone call over the ballpark and see if he'll send it over? But big picture, when you look at this team now, as we had in the again, this is if I'm Major League Baseball, I'm super pumped because you've got all of these teams within striking distance of trying to grab a playoff spot.
Well, that's why the trade deadline was so active. And you're going to have a lot of competition down the stretch, so it should be really competitive baseball.
So for somebody who says all the time we get too many teams in the playoffs,
we certainly do. It's ridiculous.
Okay, but you say that, but yet it does make the game a hell of a lot more interesting.
It does. It also
all it was one spot. It was just adding one more wild card spot.
Well, there are too many wild card spots anyway. 6 teams get in. I mean, it's 12 of the 30 teams get into the postseason after you've played 162 games.
Okay.
Pretty clear who the better teams are. So I think it's ridiculous. I personally think the division winners and one wild card's the way to go. So I'd go with 4 instead of 6 myself, but whatever.
Who's walking away from the money, though, Jeff? They're not.
I'm not arguing that point.
Yeah.
The point is you played 162 games. It's real clear who the best teams are.
Who are the best teams in the American League? It's not as clear-cut as I think.
I'd say Tampa Bay.
Okay. Red Sox are playing good ball.
Well, after 162, Tampa might be a heck of a lot better than everybody else. So to me, that shows they were the best team, so they should be in, and the other teams that came close.
I think about when we were young, how bad I hated it when you only got 4 teams in. And by the way, that was a next generation thing too, right? Like generation before that, we just went to the World Series and that was it, American League National League. And so then you end up with East against West, and that was like, and every year you'd sit here and you'd watch the Yankees win. And that's also another reason why, I just don't feel like that rivalry with the Yankees still even is on the board anywhere. I think about, and my dad just absolutely could not stand. He hated the Yankees. I just don't think, in the last 25 years here, plus, that you play them enough times to build that kind of rivalry and to feel that same kind of feeling. I don't have a problem with these extra wild cards. I think it makes it great. I think it makes the last season fun. I think it pulls my attention away from the NFL, especially in the time of year that Major League Baseball. Yeah, you're allowed to do that in a city that has both.
Huh.
I don't know if you know that or not. I don't know. Mike's in Stowe. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hello, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm hanging in there. I think it's a beautiful summer. I'm loving it.
Yeah, things have been good the last couple of days. What do you got for us?
I think this is going to be interesting for Stephen Vogt, actually, the stretch run, because of the fact that he is, the last couple of years he hasn't had a whole lot of parts to play around with. Now that with the trades at the end, which I really got to applaud Antonetti. I think he did a wonderful job of squeezing an awful lot out of giving up very little to give us more Vogt some more opportunities, a little more right-handed power, another arm. It was really great. But I wanted to bring up, and last night was exciting watching Angel's debut. But here's my question. I want to hear you guys both. Please don't poo-poo on it, Jeff. I really want to hear you get into this, because why, if we knew Angel, and it's not like he was a surprise, prospect. We knew he was there. He was on his way. Why did we draft Travis Bazzana, another shortstop at that time when there was a second baseman and a outfielder at that, and those as options there? I just feel like, and I love Travis, but now that we might have to move this guy, another spot, it just seems like we weren't looking very well into the future. And I wonder what your comments were on that, because I know we're talking about it now. That's going to have to do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I am looking forward to seeing Steven manage. It's so exciting to have these more. But I wish he would have they should have done this a week ahead of time. We were getting flat, with Jose out. I wish they'd have gone a little sooner, but there's still enough time to put this together. But we got to start getting some wins, that's for sure. Thanks, guys.
So thanks. I guess the counterpoint is, did he want them to draft Caglione?
Nick Kurtz, Jack Caglione?
Yeah. Is that
Charlie Condon? I don't know. Here's the thing. You can't bank on prospects coming through. Andy?
Mm-hmm.
Until a guy gets to the major leagues, there's so many things that can happen. And then even once he's here, there's so many things that can happen. And there's no guarantee that he's going to become, a stud. Nor is there any guarantee that Hanau is going to become a stud. Everybody would think so. He looks really good to me. We've all followed his career through the minors. He looks like he's going to be the real deal. That doesn't mean he is. He's played one major league game. They thought Bazzana was the best guy to take with the number 1 pick, Mike. I didn't, but I think Bazzana's a really good player, and I think he's going to do nothing but get better. But he is also a guy who is very limited defensively. When they drafted him, they knew that. They knew he wasn't a shortstop. The knock is that he doesn't have the arm to play short or third. Does he have the arm to play left? Maybe. Doesn't have the arm to play right. Could he play center? Maybe. You going to make him a first baseman? I doubt it.
Did you think, though, that when you draft a guy, you're drafting him for another position? Like, baseball, I think, is weird because it's one of the few games where, you could draft a guy at one position, but they may end up somewhere else. That happens.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I think that happens more often.
Bryce Harper was a catcher.
That happens more often than we think among the better players.
Yeah.
I mean, it was because what's the goal? The goal is to get their bat in the lineup, and then you worry about the defense second.
Craig Biggio was a catcher, right? And wasn't a catcher in the majors and moved to second base because he was getting the snot beat out of him behind the plate. Yeah, there are bugs flying around the studio.
I don't know what's going on. So maybe somebody didn't change
Carmen
the
and
garbage.
Lima must have had something for breakfast.
Garbage? He's always eating bananas in here. I would see
Fruit flies.
Maybe that's what it is.
Must be.
I just looked up Caglione's numbers. He's got, 18 home runs this year?
Yeah, he's not hitting.
He's hitting 254.
Yeah, he's doing okay, but he's not been setting the world on fire. Nick Kurtz was phenomenal last year. Condon is still in AAA, but he's been tearing it up.
It goes back to the...
I mean, they got a guy at number 1, Andy, who looks like he's going to have a 10 to 15-year major league career. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, Travis, I like Travis. He looks good. I would have preferred somebody with, maybe bigger run-producing potential. But that said, hard to argue with him. He looks good. I like him. But you now have Rocchio. How much do they like Rocchio?
Oh, you could find that out,
Well,
too.
that's a question here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying for weeks, if Hanau's coming up and you think he's going to be really good long-term, then what I've said is somebody's going to have to move, whether it be position or team. And it certainly looks that way now. Rocchio plays second, short, third. Third is spoken for, and it is for the next 6 years. Jose is not going anywhere. And Hanau plays second, short, and third. And Bazzana plays second for now.
I know.
So 3 guys, 2 positions.
Okay, so there's 2 schools of thought here. Like, if you could walk away, because I was thinking about this yesterday with Lindor, and remember, they brought in Jimenez in that trade, and then they were able to walk away from that to to try to get better. So I think like the front office, at least the way it consists now, and by the way, who knows what the front office might look like in 2 years. And we've had a consistent run. The tree that's here has been here since early 80s. Is that right? Hank Peters was here when?
Hank Peters came in the mid-'80s.
Yeah, so the tree has been here since the 80s.
87, I think, for Hank.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but you're looking at that tree, but we had two ownership groups that have been consistent.
Well, remember.
The Dolans came in and went with the flow.
Yeah, until the flow left town. John Hart decided he was done.
Yeah, but they still stayed within the system.
Yes, they did.
So, you just don't know. We haven't had a major
From
overhaul.
Hank Peters to John Hart to Mark Shapiro to Chris Antonetti.
Right. Yeah. That flow has gone the same, and it's always bringing up the next guy.
Yep.
Who knows what happens when you go to a different ownership group? You never know. You might be hiring Mike Gansey. Next thing you know, you got LeBron James here. Right.
I've seen LeBron swing a baseball bat. You don't want him.
So have I. But they've been consistent in the thought process of the whole organization over the years since 87, like you said. With when they decided to make the Lindor trade, which is what's left of that. Is there anything left?
I don't think there's anything left of that.
But Jimenez was one of the reasons I think they felt like they could do that. Did it, and he was rock solid. But they were able to walk away from it defensively, especially. They were able to walk away from it. So what's to make me think that they wouldn't be able to walk away from something they currently have right now? I think it'd be very difficult for them to walk away from a guy they drafted number 1 overall. I know everyone wants to argue.
Why would you walk away from him?
Well, because you have a glut.
No, you don't.
You don't think so? So let me go back to the philosophy that seems to have changed for the Guardians over the last couple of years, where they seem to go after one group in the draft every year. Lately, like remember they after the first couple runs they went pitcher heavy. They've gone middle infielder heavy. You see what I'm saying? It's not,
last year's draft they went college power hitter heavy.
Yeah. Okay, so that was their latest. It's almost like they're rather than saying let's try to pick up the best guys to get to the next position and try to fill this out. We are going to take, and it was funny because we said this on the conference call earlier today. We're going to take 1,000 darts and something's going to hit as a bullseye.
Yeah, but I don't think they're drafting, let's just do this. I think they're drafting who they think are the most highly rated guys.
Let's talk about that when we come back.
If they happen to be position players or if they happen to be, pitchers, whatever they happen to be.
I just think this is really interesting because it also felt like there was a tiny bit of philosophical change to it at the trade deadline. Maybe, maybe not. Your thoughts. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
The preseason storylines from Berea go beyond the quarterback competition. Rely on 92.3 The Fan's training camp.
tonight. Carolina Panthers take on the Arizona Cardinals. Hall of Fame game in Canton. Rookie Carson Beck will get the start at QB for the Cardinals. However, Arizona says that rookie running back Jeremiah Love will not play. Catch the Hall of Fame game tonight here on 92.3 The Fan. The fun begins at 8 o'clock. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Daryl Ryder, Browns beat reporter. He'll give us the lowdown on what's going on at Browns camp. In fact, we will hear from Todd Monken in that 12 o'clock hour or sometime around 12:45-ish as he lets us know what's going on at camp. Sounds to me like Deshaun Watson is getting ready to lead this team to the Super Bowl after yesterday's outstanding performance at practice. Jeff, we're sitting here breaking down practice.
He has a big bus, right? He's going to drive. Is that the deal?
No, I mean, he had, 17 touchdown passes yesterday, all inside the 5-yard line.
And it's what training camp is. Everybody's looking, everybody's trying, everybody's optimistic, everybody's enthusiastic. Haven't lost a game yet.
I was listening to the afternoon show yesterday.
Won a game.
They were talking about how the Ravens they chart all the passes in these practices, and then you can go online and they build a graphic to let you know exactly what the practices look like for the quarterbacks in Baltimore.
Does it matter what any of them look like in Baltimore?
Well, I mean, when you're breaking down film and you're trying to figure out who's going to make the team, I mean, it's very important for fans to be able to do that so that they can come up with their own.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you got to be able to break it down with, I was watching that practice back there on August 5th, and, he was, 17 of 18 on 3-yard passes or less. It was amazing. It was so much fun to watch.
That's great.
And so, and then I've got the stats
and
to
you
back
have Lamar Jackson, you can do that.
Uncle. Sometimes it's just like, I don't even think we're using common sense when we talk about this quarterback competition. Anyway, we'll talk to Daryl about that coming up at 11 o'clock. Right now, talking about the Guardians and the situation they're in. Obviously, I feel like there's some, renewed energy in what we're seeing for this season based on, making the moves and trying to bring in some power. And then yesterday you add to it where they make a move where, I mean, Arias got DFA'd, man. It's not even like they cut him, right? I mean, they said, all right, we've seen enough, and they lost the game the day before. And
I would assume I'll bet he gets picked up.
I would think he gets picked up too.
Yeah.
But you just don't know. He's a free agent right now. And
you can't make a trade, by the way.
No.
I wonder, it's another one of those bugs.
Yeah, sorry.
I wonder if, it's interesting that the trade deadline came and went and that he was still on the team. And then you come out and then he's gone.
They make moves like that every once in a while, though. They do.
He wasn't the only guy who got DFA'd yesterday. It happened around the league a little bit. Austin Hayes in Baltimore. It's weird, though. I would have thought if you didn't want him on the team.
Why didn't you do it the day before?
Why didn't you get rid of him at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't get it.
You couldn't option him to AAA because he didn't have any options left, but you could have just dumped him.
Yeah, did they make a statement to the rest of the clubhouse by saying, "Hey"?
Did they have to make a statement?
Well, if they felt like he wasn't living up to the standards that they wanted,
I would say David Fry and Kyle Manzardo going down to Columbus was statement enough. Then they made another one.
But they had options to continue to be able to play professional baseball.
Well, so does Arias.
If he gets picked up and when he gets picked up by somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
which might happen today.
Maybe, but it's still like they made a statement. They're in it to win it, and
he could end up in Columbus.
He could, but it's now you're off the 40 man. It's not as easy as it was before to get back up to the big leagues.
Correct.
Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Hey, Kev, what's up, man?
Hi, Kevin.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
We are hanging in. Yeah, just kind of bummed out about what's happened. Not bummed out about the roster, but bummed out about the results over the last 2 days for the Guardians.
Yeah, right. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Andy. Hey, listen, about these trades and some of the thoughts. I've said forever, I'll take a quality, proven major leaguer any day of the week over a minor league guy. I mean, it could occasionally, sure, there's that one guy that just zooms through the majors. We've seen that happen, who's literally on the fast track, and he's going to definitely be a major leaguer. But think about how brilliant these moves were. At least I think they are. We had log jams at certain positions. We got rid of guys that probably at this point certainly were never going to see the majors, but for some apocalyptic, event happening where, 5 of our catchers would have to go down with ACL tears. So, and Joe and Jeff, I'm with you. Adele was a perfect fit for this team. I mean, was there a guy out there that was a better fit for what this team needed other than him? I didn't see him out there. So I'm going to tip my cap and say, I think the Guardians did really well at the trade deadline. I think they made some very smart moves. I think they added proven major leaguers that can hit the ball and should help this team make a push to go to the playoffs. So, frankly, I'm excited. I think they did the right thing, and they got rid of some logjam of minor league guys that may or may not be successful later. Okay, good for you later, but let's win now. Let's make the playoffs now. This American League is meant to be taken. If we just make a bit of a push, I know we'll be in the playoffs and we can make some noise. So I'm excited by what they did.
I am too. I just these last 2 days have just been a tiny. I hope we don't look at this and we're in the final days of the season and like, oh, they missed by a game, and you're gonna be like, oh, they had that, they had it.
What they say? What did Bull Durham say? Pitch the ball, hit the ball, and catch the ball. So I think our guys could use a little catching practice and making sure we throw it to the first baseman and the second baseman, and we get those easy outs. Because you know how it is with Major League Baseball. You can't give another team extra 2 and 3 outs. They're going to kill you for it. And that's what's happened to us. We've given extra outs to the team, and we're paying for it for that.
Good point. Good point. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kev.
All right. This is going to drive me nuts. I hope I don't put. They say sometimes you get earworms where you hear a song and you start thinking about a song and you can't get rid of the song in your head.
Sounds like a hygiene thing to you.
Q-tips sometimes will take care of that. I've seen some internet things where you put vinegar and all of a sudden things start crawling out of your head or out of your pores. I don't know if you should say off Instagram.
Again, personal hygiene, Andy.
Yeah.
A little much.
So, we're sitting around talking and everyone was kind of debating how you say Angel Henau's name, right? Am I getting it right? I just want to make sure. Henao.
Yeah, I don't think it was a debate. I think everybody just butchered it. No, I know I did early on.
Well, I mean, everyone was kind of. So then I was like, how do I remember this? So
there you go.
Do you remember the song? Now I can't get the song out of my head. That's the problem. Crowded House had a song, "Don't Dream It's Over." Do you know the song? And they sing, "Hey now, hey now," and that's why I keep thinking that. Like I can't get that song out of my head. Yeah. Oh, wow, well, that was really good, Jeff.
Yeah.
You didn't have me in the beginning, and then when you went to that,
I was in the chorus.
The hey now. So like, I can't get that song out of my head, and now I hope I didn't do that to you guys. Will is in Brunswick. Hi, Will. How are you?
What's up? Thanks, Andy. I have it now stuck in my head.
I'm sorry, man. Now you're gonna be like,
it's gonna be all day.
You're like that damn song from 1986 is in my head.
It's okay. I was like 5.
That's okay.
So my opinion may not be popular, but I think vote is part of our problem right now. We or whoever's making these decisions to have multiple guys. Sure, the trades were great, but we still have a logjam in the outfield. DeLauder is a stud. Where are you going to put him? Center? I mean, if that's what they're going to do, that's a great move. But the outfielder we got, great player. But I like DeLauder better. He's young. That's our team. Same at first base. Manzardo's our guy. That's our team. Like, up and down.
Is he, though? I mean,
apparently not.
Maybe not. I mean, I'm not a fan of a lot of players, but that's what they're trying to – it's what it looks like they told us.
But between DH and right field, you're going to see a lot of Adele and you're going to see a lot of DeLauder. So I wouldn't worry about Chase.
But
remember, Will, they want to kind of protect him, too, because of his history
of injury. But, like, baseball is a game of playing multiple days and times to be consistent. There's streaks. It's not football where you can bench a guy and then he can come in and he's going to suck. He gets traded. That's not what happens. They're going to come in. They're going to bat 40 times and suck, and then we're going to feel it. It's the shortstop we brought up. I've been saying all year we should trade Rocchio at the end of last year. He is better than Rocchio. He is a ball player. If you're going to keep Rocchio, what are you going to do with the Pizzana? I think great trades, but I don't think it solved really anything for this team to be a playoff team right now. Yes, we're going to win games, but Quan is a Golden Glove winner 4 times in a row. He could have done it 5 this year and been one of the only. And what do? We move him around and he gets hurt. His mentally's not there. Baseball's mental.
He's on fire now, though, Will. And
But
he's probably still going to win a Gold Glove.
Where's he playing, though?
It doesn't matter.
Left field.
Center or left, whichever one.
It does matter. Baseball is a game of consistency and
Don't tell them that because they've been platooning all year.
You can say that, but if you look at the body of work, just because we were above 500, we were not playing good baseball.
Will, you're preaching to the choir. I can't stand all the platooning, but that's what they think is working for this team.
I think though that
I think we'll see less of it after the trades.
Well, hopefully they do, and hopefully it just stays consistent, and we get back to what Cleveland is known for, pitching, because we're a little struggling. We're doing great, but there's a little hiccup here and there. I mean, I think that you go to a team now and everybody plays every day, and we stop this platooning. We use them at DH maybe, but that's it. Like, this is, I don't know, as a fan, I love Cleveland. I'm diehard. I think it's a baseball town, not a football town, but I think that we need consistency, and I know that I'm not alone in that, but at the same time, like,
so this goes back to something we said.
They got to play the position we brought them up for.
Will, this is something we said yesterday, and thank you for the phone call. It's just the whole notion that, you know, are the Guardians making the lineup, or are they looking to see what the other team's doing and then making the lineup? Like, are you leading or are you following? And a lot of nights it looks like they're just following.
You lead when you have a team that's worth leading. I mean, seriously, I can't stand all the platooning. I've said that. But tell me that Stephen Vogt has had better options.
Now it feels like he may.
Now it feels like he does. Joe Adell should be in the lineup every day. Bet he will be. Chase DeLauder should be in the lineup every day. Right field or DH, maybe center. Bet he will be. Bazzana will be in the lineup most every day. Might get an occasional day off.
Are you going to tell me that Lowe
might play second?
You going to tell me that Lowe doesn't look like an everyday player at first?
Except
forget about the right-handed, left-handed. I'm just tired of it.
Well, his splits this year are terrible against left-handed pitching. Whatever that's worth. Rhys Hoskins' splits aren't good either way, but they're going to play him. And I can't help but think he's going to be better because he has the track record of being better. That, to me, is where they're going to be doing some platooning, is at first base.
Darrell Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, he has been embedded with the Browns out in Berea, and so I cannot wait to hear the war stories he has
right there
for
in
us
the back of the media room.
He's right there.
Yep.
No, he's like second or third row now.
Well, I said the bed. You said he's embedded.
Oh, he's embedded.
He sleeps there.
Yeah, it's like third row of the media. Yeah, so I feel better.
Right next to Petrak.
216-474-0092. He is not next to Petrak out there. Just Petrak is a front row guy. Just so you know that.
No, I meant in
the trenches.
Forget it.
Goodbye.
In the dorm.
Back after this, Baskin and Phelps. Hey, everybody, let's talk about Choice Cabinet for a second. 4856 Richmond Road. 4856 Richmond Road. That is where you will find
channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That's from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And you can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Daryl Ryder's going to join us here in a second. He'll give us a lowdown on what's going on with Brown's training camp.
And when he joins us, he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Even better, even better. While we got a second here before we get Daryl, I got to ask you a quick question because I'm still kind of coming off this vacation high. Quick question about flying on an airplane.
Yeah.
Ready? Should you recline your seat?
Absolutely.
I think so, too. I don't think it's rude to recline your seat. There's people that will question that, though, sometimes. And I also felt like the recline on my way back wasn't very far. I didn't feel like I feel like you used to be able to recline a lot more in planes.
Well,
than you
that
can
way
now.
you do end up in somebody's lap. That's not good.
Yeah, no, but not a big fan of that one. The other
and
one,
you don't want to do it too fast and bust somebody's knees.
So I'm a big. Are you an aisle or a window guy?
Aisle.
I don't know anybody that likes sitting in the middle. Do you know anybody that likes sitting in the middle?
No.
Okay.
But I get stuck there all the time.
Well, so I read an article, I don't know, maybe like 3 weeks ago, just about I don't know why suddenly I had this epiphany to read etiquette on an airplane, that if you're on the aisle or you're on the window, never ever put your elbow on the elbow rest. Just you have to kind of give that up to the person in the middle.
Really?
It's a gimme.
Otherwise, the person in the middle is just
they're
completely stuck.
So it's rude to take the elbow rest if you're a middle seat.
I like the aisle.
I'm an aisle guy too. I used to be a big window guy, and then I realized it's really not. You don't get that much room.
That's true.
I don't know why. I used to. I don't. Maybe
then again, you don't get your elbows smashed by beverage carts either.
You know whose elbows I would never want to smash me? Daryl Ryder's. I think he's gay. I don't think I'd want to play basketball.
Daryl's a nasty man. You make him mad, you're done.
That's true. Daryl, I can't imagine you're not a middle seat guy in the plane,
Daryl.
are you?
Oh, hell no. I am a window seat all the way guy.
But why? It's almost like you want to have control over whether you can see out the window or not. I think it's a control thing if you want to be a window person.
Well, let's see. The middle seat, you're stuck between two people that you don't know. If you're in the aisle, like Jeff said, you're going to get hit by everyone and everything. So the only seat that's left is the window seat, and at least there you get a nice view.
Yeah, I go aisle over window now. I used to be a window guy, 100% now. But the thing that we were talking about, and we'll get to the Browns here in 1 second, is that you, if you're in the window or you're on the aisle, you should surrender the armrest to the person who's in the middle, both of them.
Yeah, I guess so, but I think if I'm in the aisle, I need at least one armrest.
You have your own. You have your armrest, and you have one armrest too. If you're a window guy or gal,
it's riveting.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I mean, these are things I think people need to think about.
Well,
also,
it's plane etiquette, just like when the plane lands. Everyone doesn't need to get up at once because you're not going anywhere.
All right. Well, that's true. It drives me. Unless there's a connecting flight, and then you should realize that people are sometimes late on a connecting flight. Let them up first and let them go, because otherwise we're in no hurry. All right. Speaking of not being in a hurry, the Browns are not in a hurry to let us know who the starting quarterback is. But yes,
nice.
Yesterday, Daryl, after hearing all the reports and hearing everyone talk, it sounds to me like Deshaun Watson's not only the starting quarterback of the Browns, but he's going to lead this team to multiple playoff wins, including a Super Bowl, and the folks from Hager are going to be out there later today to fit him for his gold jacket after that outstanding performance he had yesterday at camp. True or false?
Oh, stop.
Daryl, that's what I deal with all day.
I know, Jeff, and you have my sympathies. I'll say this. It was the best I've ever seen Deshaun Watson practice since probably his first practice with the Browns. He was very good yesterday, no denying it. I don't know that it's enough to make me forget about the previous 6 practices where he was not good. But now it's about, as they like to say, stacking the days. What does he look like today? And so I think that Watson's experience does matter to Todd Monken, but Todd needs to be sold that Deshaun can be productive on the field. Just like Todd needs to be sold that Shedeur Sanders can do all the little things that he's looking for from his starting quarterback for this offense, as well as perform on the field. So I don't think we're any closer to knowing who the starting quarterback is. Nothing was decided, and nothing's going to be decided today or tomorrow or the next day. I don't think it'll be decided until probably after the second preseason game.
With a new coach and a new coaching staff, Daryl, and even though Deshaun maybe didn't look good earlier in camp, doesn't it matter more what you look like now as opposed to what you look like in the past?
Well, yeah, and that's why I said, Jeff, he's got to start stacking some days now.
Yep.
He can't go out there and look like he did in the first 6 practices today, following yesterday. He needs now to look like he did yesterday, today, and tomorrow and the next day. Like he needs to be consistent with this. So, I think that's the next step in this process. So, nothing's been decided, but Deshaun's got to show that he can do it for more than just the occasional practice.
Give me your thoughts on Gabriel here, because I read your tweet from like 2 nights ago. I'm just curious. You're like, where does he stand?
Well, I mean, he's been fairly consistent throughout practice on a daily basis. I still don't think he's in the starting conversation. I think he's doing everything he's being asked to do. And, I don't know, maybe there's a chance he ends up being the number 2 quarterback. It remains to be seen. If anything, maybe he does enough to where the Browns are able to trade him somewhere as well. Andrew Berry has said that he's open to having 4 quarterbacks on the roster, on the active roster. So, and to be fair, they've needed 4 quarterbacks on the active roster just to get through the schedule. And considering this quarterback room is what it is, I think it's reasonable to think that, that might not be the worst roster management decision you can make there, to have 4 guys going into the season. But you can see the improvement from him from last year, and he certainly deserves credit for that. But I still don't think that he should be in the conversation to be the starter. But you do have to give him credit for how efficient he has looked throughout camp.
Daryl, I ask this not with starting quarterback position in mind. How has Taylon Green looked in camp?
Yeah, I mean, limited reps, but you see the raw skill set, but there's obviously a lot of refinement and growth that needs to happen with him. But you can see why the Browns drafted him in the 6th round and took a flyer on him. And I don't think that you're going to. I don't think you're going to see him on the waiver wire. Let's just put it that way. They're definitely, I think, going to keep him on the roster.
Daryl, should we be looking at other quarterbacks from other teams?
I would, but that's just me.
Do you think they are?
No. I think they're going to see what they have in that room this year, and that's going to inform their decision-making process for 2027. When it's all said and done, I think the overarching theme of this season is going to be if only the Browns had a quarterback. And
because I think that the supporting cast right now is good enough to win. Do I think that it's good enough to be a playoff team? I don't know, but I think that this supporting cast is pretty good. And the other thing I think that they might be counting on is that the supporting cast is going to help elevate whatever quarterback they put out there, because Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion have been very consistent throughout camp. And I'm really excited about those two young receivers. Quinshawn Judkins, you'd never know that he broke his leg and dislocated his ankle watching him. Dylan Sampson has looked really, really good. Harold Fannin Jr., when he's out there, looks good. Yes, there are some questions about the offensive line and how that's going to shake out, and whether or not they're going to be as good as we think they look on paper. But I think that when we look back at this season, it's going to be, man, if the Browns only had a consistently productive quarterback, what could they have been?
You mentioned some of the skill position guys, Daryl. Is there any one player in particular who's impressed you more than others?
Yeah, Denzel Boston, every day. He stands out every day. I probably have to go back to Josh Gordon in the 2013 supplemental draft when we saw him for the first time in camp and what he was doing. Now, I'm not saying he is Josh Gordon. Don't misunderstand me, but like as far as like excitement, consistency, big playmaking ability, potential, all those things. I mean, that's kind of what this reminds me of a little bit. The only difference is I'm not really concerned about whether or not Denzel Boston's actually going to be allowed to play football.
That was well said. You also mentioned a name I haven't heard much of in camp, Dylan Sampson. How do you think Todd Monken's going to use him?
Well, I think he's going to be the number 2 back. I think he'll get touches running the ball out of the backfield. He's certainly going to get touches in the passing game. I think similar to how Kevin Stefanski tried to use him. Now the plays will look different because it's a different offense, a different scheme. But I think that Monken's going to try and get him into space and get the ball in his hands and let him do his thing. So I think that there's a pretty good role for him within this offense.
Daryl, is DeJuan Jones working his way onto the starting rotation?
Yeah. I mean, he's getting significant starting reps. Spencer Fano is, competing for that job as well. We all assumed going into training camp that Spencer Fano was going to be the starting left tackle. That is no longer an assumption for me. DeJuan Jones looks really, really good. He's in great shape, probably I'd say the best shape he's ever been in as a Brown. It's actually been somewhat unfortunate that, injuries have slowed his development, and returning from those injuries, maybe not enough time to get in the shape that he wanted to be in or the team wanted him to be in. But it kind of feels like he's been able to get through those injuries that he had early in his career. He's been able to take the off season to get himself in shape, and he looks really good in camp.
Sounds what we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if, could there end up being a trade involving an offensive lineman at the end of the camp, but that's way down the road.
Yeah. I mean, there's, I'm sure Andrew Berry, Todd Monken has mentioned this, they do work on the depth chart pretty much on a daily basis, even though we might not know necessarily what that depth chart actually looks like. But yeah, I mean, we know how Andrew Berry works. If he's got a guy that's on the bubble or whatever, he tends to try and turn them into a draft pick or something like that. And I don't know if you're going to trade an offensive lineman, because I do feel like there's some residual trauma left over from what they've gone through in the last couple of seasons as far as injuries and the depth that they've needed to have up front, that at times they've not had it. And they've had to kind of mix, match, piece and part the offensive line together. So I don't know that Andrew Berry is going to be anxious to trade any of the core offensive linemen.
Daryl, just quickly, I want to talk about defense for a second. I was out last week. I'm just curious your thoughts on Delpit and Ward getting, contract extensions, and, what does that mean for the team? What does that mean for the locker room?
Well, I mean, obviously it means that those whatever vocabulary you'd like to use, they're deserving of good players. I think Denzel's one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. People act like that this guy misses half the season every year, and that's not the case. I don't understand that narrative, because he missed 1 to 3 games in a season. They act like he's never available to play. That's just beyond not true. Grant Delpit, he is, in my view, I think he's an integral member of that secondary. So as far as what it sends to the locker room, I think it sends the message similar to the Myles Garrett trade, right?
Right.
They went and brought in Jared Verse, outstanding young player entering his 3rd season. We already see his impact on a daily basis. He works with Spencer Bonneau after practice. We see that. He's very vocal. He's very helpful out there. I think it just sends a message to the locker room that, hey, yes, we're young, but we're trying to win. We're not playing for draft picks. We're not playing for asset accumulation. And, and obviously Todd Monken himself is coaching to win. So I think it's a very positive message that gets sent when you extended both of those 2 players.
There you go, Daryl Ryder. We'll make sure we're watching you every day on our YouTube channel, you and Coach Riz, every day after practice, right?
Every day after practice, usually around 4:30ish, it hits the YouTube. So, it's been a lot of fun working with Coach Riz as we break down everything that's going on, and not just everything that's going on, but also the why they're doing it. So you get that insight from Coach Riz as well.
Well done. Daryl Ryder, thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, D.
You bet, guys.
That's our Browns beat reporter, Daryl Ryder. He's also out and about when it comes to major issues, too, like the Cavaliers or the Guardians. But he is taking care of business out in Berea. Make sure you're checking out that podcast they're doing each and every day. That is on our YouTube channel. Let's come back and talk a little bit about what Daryl had to say and where we really are in this quarterback situation moving forward. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
North Olmsted Auto Mile, or I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so good at BigNissan.com.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
We just heard from our guy, Daryl. And, of course, you can catch Daryl and Lance Reisland's daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Reisland break down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. Can't get enough of those. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
Let's come back to what Daryl had to say here in a second. The lineup is out. It's a day game for the Guardians today as they wrap up this series, try to avoid the sweep by the New York Mets in a series where they could be trying to sweep the Mets today, but that's not the way things have shaken out over the last two games. So the Mets going for the sweep over the Guardians today. The lineup is out, and it's interesting.
Stephen Vogt. Good luck, Stephen. He's going to have some juggling to do, Andy. Here's today's lineup.
Is he doing the juggling before the game, though? I'm still very
Somebody's
hesitant.
doing juggling. Who cares who it is? The lineup's out there.
Because ultimately the manager takes the blame for the lineup because historically
he wouldn't take the blame in the eyes of the front office, and the front office are the guys who can fire him, so what difference does it make?
But when we get phone calls like today, and I think
what?
fans
Phone calls aren't going to fire anybody.
Fans generally think that the manager is the end-all, be-all on a lineup, and it's not true anymore. That's the case.
Great.
I'm just saying.
Kevin in Cuyahoga Falls, Kev, love you, isn't going to get Stephen Vogt fired. Neither are you, neither am I. Nor would I want to.
Okay, I don't want to either. But okay, go ahead. What do you got?
You're leading off today. Your DH is Travis Bazzana. Chase DeLauder will be in right field. Chase DeLauder in right. Bazzana at DH. Where's Joe Adele? Jose Ramirez back in the lineup. He's at third base. Nick Lowe, or Nathaniel Lowe, as the case may be. Nick Lowe. Cruel to be kind, right?
Yeah.
His brother's Brandon, by the way, is at first base.
Wait, the baseball player, his brother's Brandon. Yes. Yeah. Not the singer.
Yeah. Okay. Nathaniel Lowe's at first base. Angel Martinez is in left field. Stephen Kwan not in the lineup today, maybe bashing into the fence 2 days in a row with his right shoulder, Andy.
Yeah,
maybe that did him in.
It looked a little painful yesterday.
Here's the thing we'll be discussing. In center field today, Petey Halpin. They are going up against Nolan McLean, who's a right-hander for the Mets. Patrick Bailey is catching and hitting ninth, your second baseman, Angel Hanau.
So he's playing second today, huh?
Yep, and Bazzana's a DH. See, here's the thing.
And Halpin's playing.
This is nothing against Petey. It looks like
okay, so wait, isn't this the kind of game, though, you would play? This is the kind of game.
You give a veteran a day off.
Yes, it's a day game. Yep. It's getaway day. It's like, okay, today's a day that you would let some of those guys who don't normally play. Okay. So that's why I kind of get Petey Halpin inside.
Well, okay. And Joe Adele flew across the country and all that stuff and shows up here and played last night and all that stuff.
You're really going to use that excuse flying across the country? I mean, teams do that all the time.
I didn't use it as an excuse. I'm just throwing it out there.
I
would have Joe Adele playing right field and put DeLauder in center, or vice versa. Personally,
Adele would never come off the field.
I would put Joe Adele in the lineup almost every day. Okay. And my guess is Stephen Vogt will. But today he's playing Petey Halpin in center until the Mets bring in a left-hander, and then they'll bring in Joe Adele. And will Joe go to center field or what? Who knows? But let's just see. But right now, not in the lineup, Stephen Kwan. I'm sure it's because he banged into that wall 2 days in a row. Joe Adele, Rhys Hoskins, Austin Hedges. And on the mound, Foster Griffin.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Griffin. We got to fire the old idiot box up so we can watch a little bit of the game here. But I look at Hanau had 4 hits last night. Like, why hit him ninth again?
Why not?
Because he is a better hitter than your catcher. So why not run Bailey ninth, even if you run Hanau eighth?
Leave the kid alone and let him go get some more hits.
Yeah,
and then move him up in due time.
I'm curious how many times he hit 9th in Columbus this season.
Well, if he's going to get 4 hits every game, it should have been every game.
There are days I just want to smack you.
He's a rookie, man. You got to let him pay his dues.
Pay his dues. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I would hit him 7th and put Petey Halpin 9th.
Oh, so I wasn't so crazy after all. I mean, I was being nice and just
you know how
moving him
much
up to
fun
8.
it is to yank your chain?
You think it is, but it's not.
Oh, it is for me.
It's aggravating.
It is for Meredith.
I'm not going to lie. I enjoy it. Sorry, Andy.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right.
You both got to walk out to your car at some point, don't you?
Is that a threat?
I think
it was.
I'm just saying,
I think it was.
I'm the only one that obeys the laws out there with a crosswalk. So 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. So are you surprised at that lineup then? Or to me, that's a getaway day lineup. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not going to
maybe they adjust. You know what I'm curious about? Okay, if you go to a left-handed pitcher, well, let's say the Mets take somebody, they take out McClain in the 4th, okay, and they bring in a lefty. Are you immediately going?
Are you taking Lowe out?
Joe Adell? Are you immediately going Rhys Hoskins? Is Nathaniel Lowe coming out? Is Halpin coming out?
I don't understand how you can take your number 4 hitter out on a daily basis.
I don't, Andy. For the life of me, man, I do not get it.
Absolutely 0 sense.
Absolutely none.
And maybe we need Dan here to give us the analytics and telling us what the WAR average is by taking out your number 4 hitter on a consistent basis by platooning him.
He does it. He does this stuff all the time.
But is it him or is it?
Well, it doesn't matter. The Guardians are doing
Vogt?
it. The Guardians are doing it. Okay, can we just? The Guardians are doing it, Andy. This is what the Guardians do. Stephen Vogt is the Guardians manager. Chris Antonetti is the Guardians president of baseball operations. Together, they're platooning their buns off.
And where has that gotten them? Under 500 for the first time since Cinco de Mayo.
You're looking at the choir, pal.
Where has that gotten them?
You're looking at the choir.
And now
and my guy Reese isn't going to get the bats to do anything. Although he's not done much with what he's had this year.
Hasn't worked. Let's face it. They're a game under 500.
All the platooning hasn't worked. But maybe they're platooning because they just don't think they have everyday
The only
players.
thing that has truly worked for this team is the rest of the American League sucks. And that there's 6-7 teams. I did. Yeah, I just said 6-7. Sorry. Within, that game, the last of the final wild card spot. That's what's been consistent. That you could sit here and lose and literally hand games over to the Mets, who are going nowhere this season. Hand those games over to them and not be able to gain ground because the team ahead of you, thankfully, has also lost right there along with you. And
by the way,
take advantage of it.
I wanted to mention this yesterday, and I didn't get a chance. Mm-hmm. Do you see what Angel Hanau is listed as?
Size-wise?
5'11".
Yeah.
150 pounds. There's no way that dude weighs 150. That must have been when he signed.
You know what that screams to me, Jeff?
Yeah, they haven't updated things.
Nope.
There's no way he weighs 150 pounds.
You know what that screams to me?
He's not heavy, but he looks like he weighs about 175.
Starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, my friend.
That was pretty funny.
I teed you up for that. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. We come back, we're going to do a little bit of headlines right here. Meredith, she's ready. She is ready for headlines. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Look.
Game Plus with Oxy.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. You do this for, 16 years, and then all of a sudden you got to realize who starts the segment.
Hey, who's talking?
We're getting good. He's Jeff. I'm Andy. We do a lot of things on this show. Some good, some great, some not so great. We have the opportunity to talk about the Guardians this morning. We've done, I think, an admirable job on that. We've talked about the Browns quarterback situation with Darryl Ryder. We've put, songs into your head like Crowded House's Don't Dream It's Over. Hey Now, Hey Now. Maybe that should be his theme song. Maybe that could be his West Virginia song. What do you think? No? Could you see everybody in the crowd?
Great.
Can you see that? Everyone, hey now, hey now. Don't dream. No? All right, never mind. To double down on all this, one of the other things we like to do is headlines. Live from the street corner of the world. All things sports. I don't know why I was trying to think of the worldwide leader, and then I was like, no, we're kind of like minuscule. We're the micro worldwide leader in sports.
How about the Great Lakes leader
All
in
right,
sports?
let's be the Edgewater Park leader in sports. Here's Meredith Kane with headlines.
Thanks, guys. So we got another running back getting a lot of money. That's Jonathan Taylor. He and the Colts have agreed to terms on a 2-year deal worth $44 million. Do you want to do the Dan Mennigan impression on that one, Mr. Phelps?
He got paid.
There you go.
Jameer Gibbs just sitting there saying, thanks, fellas.
Yeah. That's
Thanks.
Jameer Gibbs still holding in. He was dressed for practice today. He did the walkthrough, but he's still holding in. And it looks like the Lions are going to have to pay him now if they want to keep him.
Oh, they're definitely going to keep him, and they're definitely going to pay him.
Jeff,
We'll just figure it out. Running back's gaining value again, Andy. I like it.
I do too. Why can't we hold in? But I don't even know what that means.
Well,
does that mean I have to go to the bathroom later?
I think it's like you show up for work, but you don't do your job, and you still get paid. Seems like a pretty good deal to me, I think.
There's one thing that you need in a hold-in.
Can we say it's very millennial? But I won't
Leverage.
say that. Yeah, that's true too.
Hey, Keith, we're going to come in and not work. Okay. Withers, Mennigan, you're doing the show.
Good job.
Okay, there we go.
Well done. Keep your hold in going. In fact, we put locks in the bathrooms. You can't even use those.
Hold it down at the store.
Yeah.
All right, another contract that may or may not happen with the Buccaneers is Vita Vea. We know that there was there was a potential trade request last week, but his agent has now talked to the Tampa Bay Times yesterday and said, I don't see his, because he's also holding out, whatever it is. Yeah. He said, the agent said, I don't see it ending in anything but a trade at this point. So one of the questions that I had asked last week when we brought this up in headlines was whether or not Vita Vea is using his hold-in as a bargaining chip to try and get more money, or if he was serious about wanting to go to a new team. And based on these comments from his agent, it seems like it's not looking like he wants to stay in Tampa Bay.
Sure, until Tampa Bay says, all right, we'll pay you this. Okay, good. I love being a Buccaneer.
Isn't it amazing? A lot of talk about him wanting to go back to California or play in California or Vegas. I normally would never do this, but I went to go look up the contract. It just said, what people are saying about Vita Vea. The popular comment is, the Rams are going to get him for a 7th rounder and a Del Taco gift card.
And if they can,
that's what happens when your AI crawler scrapes Reddit.
Oh, that's funny.
Aaron Donald.
That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Aaron Donald apparently put on some pads and went to work out with them. Put on a helmet.
That was the next story I had in headlines. Yeah, Aaron Donald.
If he decides he's not going to play, maybe the Rams make that call about Vita Vea.
It all depends on the Del Taco gift.
Tacos in
No,
Cleveland?
we don't. No.
Yeah, see, we had them in D.C. I used to eat there all the time. I love Del Taco.
So what's interesting is
Rams head coach Sean McVay said best quote unquote tryout we've ever had because it was labeled as a tryout.
That's the best tryout we've ever had. This Donald kid might have a future.
Yeah, on the waiver wire, McVay said that he thinks he could make the team. So there seems to be a lot of positive traction. Seems to be a lot of positive traction for Aaron Donald with the Rams. How do you think this will impact Myles Garrett? Do you think that because this will be the first time in his professional career, probably in his entire career, in his entire life, that he may not be the best person on the team.
He will still be the best person.
You think he's better than Aaron Donald?
Yeah, so I just think it's. I mean,
Aaron Donald's been out too long.
Can we be honest with this? I mean, there were little rumblings about our defense not playing up to full potential because when the opportunity for him to get a sack was there, other players may have backed off a little bit because they wanted to make sure that he got full credit for a sack.
We've heard that rumbling.
Okay, so, I mean, how does that play out when Aaron Donald is the other guy? I don't think Aaron Donald's going to back off to make sure that someone gets half, a quarter, or a full sack.
I was about to say, so you're saying that his stats records for this year might be coming half a sack at a time instead of a full sack at a time?
Maybe.
I would love to see Aaron Donald come back and play with Myles Garrett, but he's been out, 2 years he's been out? And that's significant.
His body could be totally healed, too.
Yeah, but it's still significant.
Yeah.
I'll bet if he comes back, I'll bet he's really good.
I mean, it's very unrealistic that the Rams would bring in 2 more defensive players, but it would actually be quite entertaining if they wound up with Aaron Donald and Vita Vea.
Yeah.
Not likely at all, but funny. I think.
Remember how excited we were, though, to see Jadeveon Clowney play with Myles? I always thought that was going to be like...
Yeah.
I thought that was... And that turned out to be kind of
a dud.
Dud, yeah.
All right, more NFL stories. This one made me pretty happy yesterday. Stephon Diggs going to Washington reportedly for a $10 million deal, one year. Going back home, he's a native of Gaithersburg, Maryland, which is right outside the D.C. area, about 30-ish minutes outside of Washington, D.C.
He'll be good there. 1-year contract. I like it for the Commanders. I think that's a nice deal for them, and it gives Jaden Daniels another weapon to go along with Terry McLaurin. Terry was really the main guy that he had there. Zach Ertz is healthy and apparently ready to roll. But with Diggs with McLaurin, I like it.
Yeah, imagine how many people are going to be there from, was it Gaithersburg? Is that what you said?
That's where he's from, yeah.
All the Trojan Warriors will be sporting their blue and gold at those games then, right?
I mean, as of right now, the Commanders are still playing in Landover, Maryland. Which
Landover,
is,
yes.
Yeah, not in D.C., outside of D.C., so... Anyway, they'll be playing inside of D.C. soon. But we actually have some real football games to talk about tonight. One singular football game.
Let's use that word real.
Hang on.
Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to get perturbed by that, so I had to say it.
Football players on the field.
There will be football players on the field tonight playing a preseason game. It'll be the Hall of Fame game. We've got the Panthers and the Cardinals. We already got the starting quarterbacks last week. That was Carson Beck and Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett finally making a start in Northeast Ohio. Very excited for it.
Good for him. Matt LaFleur told the media yesterday that Jeremiah Love will not be playing tonight, so we're not going to see anything from that. From the rookie running back, he's listed as the RB2 on the depth chart, but we will be seeing rookie Carson Beck. So I think it's interesting that they're not playing Jeremiah Love because I feel like these preseason games are the perfect time to play a rookie. So I'm not entirely sure what went into that decision to have him not play.
I think you got your teams confused.
I'm off one more time here. I'm lost.
Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, okay.
Not playing tonight.
All right.
According to Matt LaFleur.
Okay.
Did I mix that up? That's what I meant to say. Did I mix up my words?
I missed it. If we did,
okay. Nope. Go ahead.
May have mixed up my words.
Go ahead.
No worries.
But I was saying it was interesting that he's not playing tonight.
Yep. Okay.
And that I'm not quite sure what went into the decision for him to not play tonight.
Got it.
Good call.
They don't want to get him hurt.
And it's preseason game number, and they have 4 preseason games when you play in the Hall of Fame game too. So it doesn't really set them back.
My goof. Yep.
They actually get to, they get that extra week of practice too. I don't know. I'm just going to give a shout out to all those volunteers in Stark County that make the Hall of Fame game sing, because if it wasn't for the passion and the folks down there in Canton that that really have so much great pride in everything they do, from the parade to the concert to the game itself. Bravo to you. I do give you a lot of credit for that. So tip of the cap.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. I just want to turn this into an emotional event. Is it?
It was really well done.
I don't think it's emotional, but I do think that it is exciting for football fans, even though it is a preseason game. It is, it's a game to watch on a Thursday night. So I think even though it's preseason, people who have been itching for football to come back are going to be excited.
Even though this,
real football.
All right.
With guys on a field running around, throwing, catching,
on their way to the UFL, baby.
Just make sure that if you're at the game tonight and you need to get to the press box, you have to take 2 elevators to get there, because I have no idea what they were thinking or who was high when they rebuilt the stadium. But it is unbelievably difficult to get around that stadium.
It's really rough.
It's not.
Get off one elevator, cross the hall, get on another, go up more.
So I'm assuming the original elevator was maybe in the confines of Fawcett, and so they kept that. And then you got to walk over. You got to catch another elevator. And when it's crowded there, man, it's not easy to get from one spot to another. But I will say that press box is phenomenal. There's so much room up there.
It's really nice. So
they did a fantastic job with the innards of what they actually. It's just a little weird or wacky. It's just one of those things.
Got to do with what you got to do. So it's a great place to go watch a game.
So it's just like the architect on the elevator is just like, dude, let's get off at one hallway and then make him walk, and then you can get to the other. Oh, this is going to be awesome. Awesome! Anyway, enjoy the Hall of Fame game. Thank you, volunteers. Let me just say that to you. When we come back, I asked Darryl Ryder a question about the Browns quarterback situation that I have not heard a lot of. And if I can throw another name at you, that might be interesting to see if he could be under center for the Browns this year. What would you say? We'll tell you that name next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Washington Commanders absolutely had to sign free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and it's a great signing by the team. You can't go into the season a make-or-break year for head coach Dan Quinn with Antonio Williams and Treylon Burks, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, and Jalen Lane as the receivers behind Terry McLaurin. Stephon Diggs gives the Commanders offense a chance to have a good passing game this season. I'm Nick Costos.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get 1 free set of Brake Best Select brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select brake rotors. Or get 1 free set of Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct professional grade brake pads when you buy 2 matching professional grade brake rotors. Restrictions apply. Get details from the parts professionals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Back for Season 3, Junior Browns Backers, presented by University Hospitals, Rainbow Babies and Children's, and in association with Cardinal Credit Union, is the Cleveland Browns official kids club. Geared for ages 4 to 12, members can enjoy exclusive gear, unforgettable experiences, free events, and many more fun-filled surprises throughout the year.
Touchdown!
out. What a ball! What a catch!
Join today at jrbrownsbackers.com.
Hey, it's Adam the Bull for Perino Builders and Remodeling. Did you just finally get the kids out of the house? Want to downsize? Or maybe upgrade to a bigger home? Or a fancier home? My buddy Pat Perino at Perino Builders and Remodeling. He's got you covered. Ready to move in homes of all kinds of different sizes and styles. Right now in Willoughby Hills, Sheffield Village, and Bainbridge Chagrin Falls. Or they'll build a home on your lot. Got a lot of land that's going to waste? Call Pat Perino today. Go to the best guys out there. The Perino family has been doing this for decades. Don't wait another minute. Call Pat Perino today, or better yet, stop by the showroom 7976 Mayfield Road in Chesterland. So if it's building a new home, remodeling your current home, or furnishing your home, there's one stop. It's Perino Builders and Remodeling, the complete solution.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Van Scoy Hair, and with the temperatures heating up, you don't have to wear a hat all the time. Restoring your hair has never been so easy. That's because Van Scoy Hair has all the proven technologies, and you don't have to have a hat to cover all that thinning hair up all summer long. And right now, 0% financing available, treatments as low as $75 a month. You don't have to wear a hat all the time. You don't have to worry about taking a dip in the pool and dipping that face underwater. You know why? Because Van Scoy Hair has got you covered. 216-370-7980. Proven and trusted for thinning hair and the latest in hair transplants from a company you know right here in Northeast Ohio. 60 plus years treating those men right here in the area. And also women, thanks to Exosomes, a plant-based treatment that is pain-free, where some have seen results in as few as 45 days. This week only, receive $350 off any hair restoration solution. Call Van Scoy Hair Clinics today for your free evaluation. 216-370-7980, vanscoyhair.com.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. The Browns are back in Berea. Hear the news right here and read all about it on the Odyssey app. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights in Odyssey Sports Station, the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Ohio Basement Authority, a groundworks company. Guardians looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Mets this afternoon in their matinee finale over at Progressive Field. Jose Ramirez back in the lineup. He was sitting out the last 2 days due to inflammation in his left wrist, although he did play yesterday as a pinch hitter. He's back at third base and batting third in the lineup today. Travis Bazzana leading off and playing the role of DH. Angel Hanau in the lineup. He's ninth and playing second. Joe Adell not in today's starting lineup. Foster Griffin will take the mound for the first time in a Cleveland uniform after being acquired from the Nationals ahead of the trade deadline. First pitch is at 1:10. Browns are back to work in Berea this afternoon as training camp continues. We'll be hearing from Todd Monken ahead of practice today. That'll be around 12:50, and we'll have that press conference live for you right here on The Fan. NFL preseason officially kicks off tonight. The Panthers and Cardinals will face off in the Hall of Fame game out in Canton. Carson Beck getting the start for Arizona. However, he won't have fellow rookie Jeremiah Love on the field. As Matt LaFleur said yesterday, the running back will not be playing tonight. Former Browns quarterback Kenny Pickett under center for Carolina. You can hear full play-by-play coverage of tonight's game right here on The Fan starting at 8 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
Take The Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You may remember a little quarterback out of Penn State for a little bit, and then Kentucky, and then in 2023, the Tennessee Titans stepped up to the podium of the second round with the 33rd pick and said, we're going to take Will Levis. And so now he is in Tennessee playing for the Titans.
No, he's not.
Wait, he is. What am I talking about?
He's in Tennessee sitting for the Titans.
Oh, sorry. You corrected me. Jeff, you're always so right.
No, it's not right.
He's just playing. He's on the team.
For the sake of the story, I just thought I'd throw that in.
Thanks, Jeff. as he sits as the backup quarterback. Does that make you feel better? Is that right?
And they brought in Cam Ward.
Yeah. So he's the
and Mitch Trubisky.
Okay.
He's arguably the third string quarterback.
All right. So for the sake of this argument, he is a player. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. And there was a story out of Yahoo Sports yesterday that says Will Levis 100% believes he can be an NFL starter. He says there are not 32 quarterbacks in this league better than me. If that's the case, Jeff, if that's the case, and he's correct, if he's correct, do you think he's correct?
I think there's a point to be made for that. Actually, yeah. And another Yahoo story.
Okay.
Corey Woodruff wrote for the win, and Yahoo picked it up. 7 NFL trade ideas for training camp.
And there you have it. So when you combine 7 ideas, which you're about to find out, and the fact that he believes that there are not 32 quarterbacks in the league better than him, you ask yourself the question I asked Daryl Ryder at 11 o'clock.
And Daryl said,
do you think the Browns should be looking for another quarterback? And Daryl said, what?
I would.
I would. Now, the question becomes, is Will Levis the answer? And then give me the 7 ideas.
Oh, here's what Yahoo.
Dr. Emmons, keep going.
Here's what it says.
Yes.
Will Levis to the Browns. And it says, let's be real, the Cleveland quarterback situation is a disaster right now. It says Deshaun Watson is cooked, which was before his Super Bowl winning performance yesterday. And Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel might not be full-time NFL starters. Could the Browns situation get any worse? And then they say, Levis could probably win the job outright if thrust into the competition.
Agree or disagree?
If I had to pick one of the 4 quarterbacks on the team right now, or Will Levis, I would take Will Levis. And I think Will Levis probably has a better chance of showing that he could be the franchise quarterback for a team, thus making the team not want to use 2027 draft assets to draft a quarterback. And I say that thinking that he probably couldn't do it either, but I think he probably has the best chance to do it. He's a big guy, Andy. He's mobile. He's got a great arm. It's not always the most accurate. And their trade pitch was this: Levis to Cleveland for a 2027 7th round pick and Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
So you'd be swapping out quarterbacks in a 7th for Will Levis. And in this situation, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you?
Because you don't want to win?
You want to? Could Levis,
does that sound right?
Could Levis beat out Shedeur and Deshaun? Yeah, I think he could. Could he not? Yeah, there's that possibility too. But, I threw out Will Levis's name a couple months ago. Is that a guy that you would think about? Another guy that I've thrown out the name of is Jalen Milroe in Seattle, who was drafted right ahead of Dylan Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there are a couple of backups around the NFL who may be more interesting long-term prospects than what the Browns have here. And Will Levis is one. And if I could pick him up for Dylan Gabriel in a 7th, I would. Because I think Dylan's clearly the 3rd guy here or the 2nd guy. I don't think he's going to be the 1st. Will Levis could be. Take a chance on him for a year. If it doesn't work out, then you go ahead and you draft somebody in 2027.
All right, would you put that kind of a trade? So you're talking about a 7th rounder and Gabriel for Levis.
That's what Yahoo says.
Why wouldn't you do it?
Well,
would Tennessee not do it? That's the first question.
If you're Tennessee, why would you do that?
Because it gives you Gabriel, who might be a career backup that you feel better about, that you might.
Well, you have Trubisky.
What do we think Mitchell is now? I know
career backup.
Okay, so what do they think Levis is?
And Mitch, by the way, congratulations to you. That means you're going to make an awful lot of money and not get hurt. Yes, you'd rather play, but.
My question, though, for you is, what do you think Tennessee thinks he is?
Levis?
Yeah.
A waste of a 2nd-round pick for them because they ended up with a number 1 overall pick and took a quarterback. If they hadn't taken a quarterback, my guess is they'd still be trying to see if Will Levis can be the guy.
Don't you think there are other teams that would want to come after Levis then based on all of that?
Arizona.
Would give more than a 7th-round pick?
Yes.
And a cheeseburger?
Yes.
Or a Del Taco?
A whole 6th-round pick.
Okay, so even that's the case.
Andy, if I were the Browns, I'd make the trade. I would try to, sure, let's bring him in. Let's see how he does.
So then what are you trying to accomplish then?
I'm trying to see if I can find a starting quarterback for 2027 and beyond. And I would think Levis might have a better chance than Shedeur, and certainly Deshaun, and more than likely Dylan.
Is there anybody that likes this Levis idea that's getting kicked around by Yahoo? And then Jeff just kind of doubled down. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Jeff, I would do this. But the problem they run into then is trying to figure out. Now you're back to 3 quarterbacks, so there's no problem there. You're assuming
you'd have 4 quarterbacks. Still have Taylor Green.
Would Green end up on the practice squad? Would he make it through?
Maybe. Will Levis does not have a good record, but Tennessee was lousy. So lousy they got the number 1 pick.
Right.
5-16 as a starting quarterback is his record. 21 touchdowns in 2 years. 16 interceptions. He's got a big arm. He's got some real physical talent. And even the knock on him coming out of college was, boy, he's got all this physical skill. He's got to put it together. He didn't in Tennessee in time to keep them from drafting Cam Ward. Doesn't mean it can't move forward. I like looking at the draft profiles from when the kids were getting ready to come out of school.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like looking at little kids' pictures from elementary school.
His was pretty good. They compared him to Jay Cutler. I'd take Jay Cutler on this team. And they projected him to be a first-round pick. And they called him one of the most physically gifted quarterbacks in the draft. But there are warts in his game that might not be easily corrected. They liked his size.
Did he move a team down the field?
His pro-style passing, athletic, and said he had a howitzer for an arm.
Are you bringing in so here's what I don't put past. I don't put it past the Browns to make a move like that, though.
No, I don't either.
Based on last year, based on the whole Pickett-Flacco situation.
Oh, I don't either.
It makes me think that they'd be willing to do the question is if they go out and try to get Levis, are they doing it to win now?
I think they're doing it to see if they have a better chance of finding a quarterback so that they don't have to take one in 2027.
Do you think that they're committed, though, to thinking they're taking a quarterback in 2027?
Yes.
So then why would you make this move?
Because
if you're
because
committed
you add depth to the most important position in football.
But if you're if you're committed to 2027 and beyond,
but if you're only
with
giving
a dome,
if the compensation is legit, if it's in the neighborhood, Dylan in a 6th or a 7th, sure, why not? I'd rather take a chance on this nearly 6'4" guy, about 220, with a great big arm, as opposed to the 5'10" quarterback, left-hander, who they've already not included in the starting quarterback competition.
Don't you think, though, that you've got if you're Tennessee, you better believe he's your 3rd-string quarterback.
I would think they thought that the minute they signed Mitch.
Or is Mitch their 3rd-string quarterback?
I would think it's Will Levis.
Does this do anything for anybody? If they could bring Will Levis in now
or somebody else, Andy. You know what I mean?
All right, well, give me somebody else in a second. Angela's in Brunswick. Hi, Angela.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hi,
what's going on?
I have a comment about Sanders and Watson.
Okay.
Watching the Browns game when Deshaun Watson would play, he had that look on his face like, oh, here we go again. Do I have to be here? Even though we're paying him unprecedented amounts of money.
Bye, Angela. Can't cuss on the air.
Yeah. Angela, this isn't, we could do better. I just don't understand sometimes that, if you're going to have a debate about whether it should be Sanders or Watson, then come at it with a debate. Would you please? What has this guy done? What has this guy haven't done? I mean, essentially, that's what
it doesn't matter what he's done in the last 4 years as much as it matters where he is right now. And if he happens to be better than Shedeur right now, my guess is they'll start him. And if he doesn't, they won't. I mean, it's pretty simple to me.
Yeah.
But I'm Andy, I've said the idea of any one of the four guys who are here right now being the starting quarterback does nothing for me, except for the fact that I'm so intrigued by Taylor Green that maybe one day he can become, a big time quarterback, only because of his physical attributes. But he's not going to start here this year. If he does, that means everybody else got hurt.
True. All right, so we brought up the thought of Will Levis. If that does anything for anybody, please let me know. 216-474-0092.
Or just the thought of another guy into this mix.
So that's my question for you. Who would be the other guy that you would be thinking of? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Arizona. However, he won't have fellow rookie Jeremiah Love on the field. Matt LaFleur said yesterday the running back will not be playing tonight. You can hear full play-by-play coverage of tonight's game right here on The Fan starting at 8 o'clock. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This football talk right here on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Todd Monken, as Meredith just said, ahead of practice today. Maybe in the next 20 minutes here, we'll hear what he has to say. We will go live to Berea, so you'll be able to hear everything he has to say today. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say about the quarterback situation, especially after yesterday, where it seems like Deshaun Watson, if this was a horse race, maybe took the lead. Maybe not. I don't know. I can sit here and grade every practice.
Was he not in the lead?
I don't know. I don't know. I just, for the first time, I think since camp started, especially since I got back, that we have a quarterback who seems to have kind of taken a hold of what's going on. That yesterday was the first time. But Shedeur, it sounded to me yesterday, for the first time, somebody had jumped out and really grabbed into it completely. We sit here, Jeff. We've been sitting here. We're saying here, hey, we want someone to own it. We want someone to be so good that there isn't any question about the quarterback competition. We know this guy is the better quarterback.
Okay.
Yesterday was the first time I heard anyone even remotely talking about it. Not as if he was the starter, but in just a more definitive, he will look like the better quarterback. Now, who knows? He may have been working with the ones yesterday, and Shedeur was working with the twos. And by the way, I don't think they had pads on yesterday. So I think I'm taking a little bit of liberty in what I'm saying. But it's the first time I heard everyone who's at camp. And by the way, we're not at camp because we're here, right? And so we'd be sitting in front of an empty field doing nothing. But my point there is that it sounds to me like yesterday was the day where someone kind of took a lead, maybe, or someone kind of put their foot down and said, okay, I'm the better looking quarterback. Again, ton of factors were on the outside of it.
And not wearing pads and everything else.
It's a big deal, I think, yeah.
He wasn't, they weren't in pads. Shedeur, apparently, from most reports, maybe looked a little better in camp. Deshaun looked better yesterday. If one practice not wearing pads is enough to control the position, boy, nobody had the position under control, did they?
I mean, we're sitting here, we're talking about how many touchdown passes they threw in practice. In essentially
without wearing pads.
Yeah, which is what? Flag football? Without the flags, even.
Yeah, you don't even have to pull a flag to get a guy
right.
down.
So it's the same
You're
kind
not taking him down.
So one of the things we talked about in the last segment, again, Todd Monken coming up pretty soon, maybe in the next 15 minutes, is the notion of what if the quarterback who's going to be the starting quarterback isn't here right now? And we say that because of a Yahoo Sports article that came out yesterday. And by the way, we're going to hear from Mike Sandow from The Athletic at 1:20. He's the one that puts all the quarterbacks into tiers. And it's not good news for us in case you were going to be surprised by that or not. But Will Levis's name came up. Will said, hey, look, I'm one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the league. I should be starting somewhere rather than trying to fight for the number 2 or number 3 spot in Tennessee. And so that got us thinking, well, if the Browns were willing this time last year, it was kind of a mess where they had 4 quarterbacks. They had Flacco and Pickett and Gabriel and Sanders, and you were like, they're not keeping 4 quarterbacks on the team. I was blue in the face trying to tell everyone there's no way they're going to have 4 quarterbacks on the roster when they start the season. I'll say the same thing right now. Now, I think they're in a little bit of a different spot because I don't think all 4 quarterbacks are vying for the starting position. I only think you have 2 vying for the starting position. I don't think Gabriel's in that mix either. So, you look at...
Well, we've been told he's not.
Yeah, so, I mean, Gabriel's not in the mix, and Taylor Green's not in the mix. So now you're down to 2, but it doesn't – the fact that they traded Pickett before the preseason was even over, and then they got rid of Flacco pretty quick, and then gave Gabriel the job, makes me think they'll do anything they're going to do whatever they can. Now, the question is, are they going to do whatever they can to become a better team this year and perhaps not have to use that draft pick next year to try to move up, to take your 2 first-rounders and move up to try to get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft next season? Is that what they're trying to do? If that's the case, then if you feel like you may not have great success this year, then go ahead with what you have. Or are you trying to win this year? That's like, I feel like we have this argument every year. The question is, are they trying to win this year? But, and if you are trying to win this year, would Levis be an answer to maybe get you there, or would somebody else, Jeff?
Would somebody else? You mean like other guys around the league?
Another quarterback.
I don't. There are several guys, and I've thrown these names out before, that I would rather see in here as the starting quarterback this coming year than the guys who are here.
Okay.
And I can't even tell you that Levis is in that group. I would rather have Levis starting than anybody who's here right now. But I'd also rather have Anthony Richardson and Jalen Milroe from Seattle, who's their third-string quarterback. And until Trey Lance gets a real chance to play football in the NFL, a real chance, I think he's still intriguing. And if I'm gonna roll the dice and see if I have a chance to discover a franchise quarterback before I have to take one next year, I would pick up Lance or Richardson, but Lance is backing up in San Diego, or excuse me, LA with the Chargers. He's not going anywhere. Anthony Richardson might be available. Levis, more than likely. Milroe's third string. So those 4 guys. And even with those guys, Andy, and then there are other names. Dallas has 2 guys who are interesting backups, Joe Milton and Sam Howell. Zach Wilson looks like he's third string in New Orleans, and he was the 2nd overall pick. Your guy, J.J. McCarthy, who you love so much.
Yeah.
Those guys, see, I don't think, even the 4 guys that I like more, I don't think at this point that they would come in here and immediately be the starting quarterback. And, I don't know if Levis would be able to beat out Shedeur or Deshaun, either one. Same thing with Richardson, but we know they liked Anthony Richardson, the Browns. Milroe went beforehand, and remember Tommy Reese was here. Tommy was his coordinator in Alabama. And so those 4 guys intrigue me. But even now, you're into training camp. You're looking at the first preseason game coming up not too far away. What is it, 9 days? I don't know that, yes, somebody could come in and become the starting quarterback. Baker hopped on a plane and started the next day in L.A.
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen. But I don't know that the Browns would be interested in going out and getting any of those guys. I just get the feeling, Andy, this is it. It's this group, and they're going to fight it out.
Let's go to Jimbo. Jim in Strongsville. What's up, man?
Hello, boys.
Hello.
And hey, before I get started, Andy.
Yes.
Listen, the afternoon drive guys already stare at the practice field and do nothing, so you don't have to put yourself down. I thought you'd like that.
It has been an interesting week among the shows talking about each other. More so, Jeff and I tend to stay out of it. Don't we, Jeff? We try to stay out of that, right?
Hey, Jim, every other Friday, pal.
Anyways, boys. So
15th and 30th or every other Friday. Depends where you work. Okay, go ahead.
Just don't muddy the waters up. The Browns have finally put together something that actually makes sense. They've built this team up. They had a great draft last year. They've got a young tight end, some young wide receivers they got this year. They rebuilt the offensive line. They can add the offensive line next year with a late first-round pick. They finally have a team that, like, an offense that if you drop a quarterback into, they're going to have the opportunity for success. I do not want to bring some guy in to muddy the waters. Potentially, they're not a playoff team. What, to win them 2 more games? What are 2 more games going to do for me as a Browns fan for however many freaking years I've been a Browns fan? That's not going to do anything for me. No, I do not. I don't want to have to trade that second first-round pick to get the pick I want. Be bad enough to be in the top 5, top 7 without losing. They're in a position to take a young quarterback. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Blow it for what, guys? 7. What's 7 wins do for you, Jeff? I get it.
No, Jim. I agree completely. It's just terrible to hear that put into words as we sit here in August and haven't played a game yet. I
know, but
I get what you think. I mean, Jim, if they stink this year and end up with Arch Manning or Dante Moore or Lenora Sellers or whoever they want, it ends up being worth it if that guy can play, you know?
Especially if the offensive line develops and
Exactly.
if the wide receivers develop.
I'm with you.
Imagine what you could put a guy into. I mean, they finally did something so right that I can see them just blowing it, and I'm just like, don't blow it, don't do it. So, anyways, good luck, boys. Have fun with the afternoon, guys.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Well, I hate hearing what Jim says, Andy, but that's the underlying thought. I think that any diehard football fan has in their head. It's like, if they stink, they might be able to really get a great quarterback in next year's draft. And I hate that thought, but it's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they really like those quarterbacks next year, well, then it doesn't behoove you to win games this year. It just doesn't.
Let me sneak one more phone call. Again, we've got press conference coming up. Todd Monken, his press conference could happen probably in the next 10 minutes-ish. I don't know. We're kind of playing it by ear on that. Let's go Jeff in Willoughby. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Hi, guys.
Jeff.
I'm so I'm tired of the daily talk about who's winning the quarterback competition between Deshaun and Shador.
Yep.
One guy completed more passes today than the other guy, or this or that. These little minute stats that mean very little. And really, for Deshaun Watson to be declared the starting quarterback on day one, he has to blow away Shador and the competition. It cannot be close. He's got to just destroy all the competition and be that much greater. For Shador to win the starting, all he has to do is stay even and even be a little bit behind Deshaun, because why wouldn't you start him if they're even close in the competition? You got to find out what you got, right?
Mm-hmm. And I would agree.
That's how it has to be for this team. I don't know about bringing somebody in. I think it's too late, like you guys are talking about.
Maybe. Although, here's the reason why, and thank you for the phone call. The only reason why it may not be too late is look and see what they did last year. That's why. It's the only reason why I'm bringing that up.
But they didn't bring anybody in.
That's true. They sent guys out. Yeah, that's a good point. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Also, Todd Monken's press conference coming up in just a few moments right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates its 50th anniversary. That'll be coming up on Wednesday, September 23rd. But congratulations to our friend Hanford Dixon. Top dog is going in this year. Breanne McLaughlin and Kelly Stack, both former Olympic hockey players for the United, also going in to the Hall of Fame class of 2026. Plus,
Still Bulldog.
That's right, yeah. And so all of them going in.
Hey, guys, we're going to go out to Berea right now for Todd Monken. This press conference brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com. Actually, no, Todd Monken dropped. We're having some technical difficulties.
Okay, so we're waiting on Todd Monken. So I was just kind of wrapping up that thought. Congratulations to Hanford Dixon.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We got him back now.
Got it.
And giving it a shot. I don't know if we'll have him out there today.
Speaking of relation, how much are you evaluating, the throws, the completions, all that versus looking smaller things like this?
All right, we're going to try to get us back out to Berea. We can crash a SpaceX rocket on the moon, but
it's not even NASA.
But we'll try to get through to Berea to have today's press conference.
Put a phone in front of his face.
Is that what you want to do?
I'd like to hear from him.
It makes more sense. So hopefully we'll catch up with him in a second. So the line's a little bit disheveled. How's that sound? Is that a better good word there?
Screwed up is a good thing to say.
Both those words are good, so we'll get out there. I'm just trying to think about what the storylines are again today. What happens, with the quarterback situation? That continues to be the thing. I also like to follow all these stories with the offensive line to see what's going on with the offensive line, to see where we're going with that situation there too. So all right, so we're trying to get a hold of what's going on there in Berea. I don't know, other things you were hoping for today to kind of hear from or try to figure out. We haven't really heard a lot about defense. We haven't talked a lot about the defense.
Yeah, everybody's assuming it's going to be very good. When you assume, Andy.
It just gives you a different perspective on things if you just kind of look at this thing and it's like, really, what is there to say? I think the other story, other than what's going to happen with the defense, which I think we all think is going to be good, but yet you could easily make the argument you lost the best player on defense, but yet no one seems to be freaking out about defense. In fact, I keep hearing more great things about Jared Verse every day. What was it yesterday? There was talk about him being out 45 minutes after practice, still signing autographs for kids and trying to taking Mason Graham over and talking to him during practice about some of the things that he can do. Andrew Siciliano tweeted that out yesterday about the fact that Verse was out there 45 minutes after practice, still signing autographs for any kid that was still sticking around. And those are the little things I think that sometimes we get into and you just kind of forget about. I also felt like when we were kids, the players were way more hands-on than they were now. So that's like when you hear a story like Jared Verse's story from yesterday, it makes the players real. It gives kids that have had nothing to cheer about off, especially for a team that can't get to 17 points, right? It gives kids a reason to want to look up to some of these players, to want to be a part of what the Browns are offering as far as offering up, athletic heroes to these kids. I know they're not necessarily signing up to be a hero, but I'm sure there's a kid yesterday that just became a gigantic Jared Verse fan, right?
I would think so. Well, he's been a Sam McDowell fan because he signed an autograph for me at Children's Palace in Cuyahoga Falls.
Really? Were you buying clothes or what were you doing?
No, I just ran up to get his autograph.
Oh, you actually went there just to get his autograph?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I don't. And it's not about the. I don't know. It's not about thinking that some of these guys are going to a store or something to get paid. These are guys who are staying after practice that don't necessarily have to do that.
Well, it's that or go sit in the hotel.
You could go to the weight room. You could go sit in the hot tub. You could go sit in the swimming pool. There's a lot of other things you can do. So I don't know, just making those, connections, I think, with the kids. Carson Schlesinger, hoping that did we get an update yesterday on him, his health? I don't remember hearing anything about him yesterday.
Nor did I.
Yeah, so, we're still looking at some health updates on a couple guys that have been sitting out from camp, trying to to get back out on the field and to give us what we're going to end up seeing. When it comes to the wide receivers, Jeff, I like everything I keep hearing. It's like Concepcion and Boston. I just feel like that they have upgraded at the wide receiver position that you have been longing for, that I've been longing for forever, that it sounds like they've got some guys in there that can not only catch the ball, we hope, knock on wood, but make some plays.
They finally put some assets into the position, Andy. You used 2 of your top 3 picks on wide receivers. Good. That's outstanding. And they've needed that kind of a commitment for some time. I'm glad they did. I know they didn't have a lot of draft picks because of the Deshaun trade. I get that, and that's true. But you can still make commitments to that position, and I don't think the Browns did a very good job of that.
Okay. All right. So we're having some trouble with Todd Monken. We will we'll record it, and then we'll play some of it back for you. We'll get some of it back for you as soon as we can. Again, we're having some technical difficulties with our signal coming out from Browns camp. So we're going to hang tight, and we'll hear from him a little bit later. Maybe we'll hear from some of the players, too, as well, that are also speaking today, too. So sometimes we get that, and it gives us the
Mike
update.
Sando on The Athletic coming up. At 1:20, I can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, I don't. Do you get into the tiers? And
absolutely.
The
tiers were decided by NFL personnel, not players, but coaches and execs and guys whose job it is.
What does it
decide.
mean? I mean, what does it mean? We sit here and we talk about these tiers, and what does that actually
It means, do you have a good quarterback or don't you? It's basically what it means to me. Do you or don't you?
I can tell you from the surface, it doesn't feel like we do.
Well, Mike's tiers would concur.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go like no duh on this, but I think we can kind of figure out that you're going to say, okay, well, Kansas City's got to be a top tier. Baltimore's got to be a top tier. Buffalo. I mean, you just go basically by the starting quarterback. I haven't even looked at tiers.
It's not for teams. It's for the individual guys. But I'm going to just go ahead. Their first tier is Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Josh Allen. Matthew Stafford, tied for number 2 quarterback in the league in Sandoz tiers.
Okay.
And Joe Burrow.
So there, I mean, like even off the top of your head.
That's it in the first tier.
So what does it mean, though, to be in that tier? Does that mean that
you have a quarterback and you don't have to worry about it unless he gets hurt? Don't you think? I mean, that's all it means. Those teams have their guy. Browns have been looking for that guy since 1999.
And then how do you get to that next level? That's the question. How does someone jump from tier 1 to tier 2? How does someone become tier 1 in the first place?
You just play better, don't you think?
Or just win.
Well, but even then, if the quarterback isn't the catalyst for the winning, you're not going to be a top-tier quarterback. I mean, there are only 4 of them, Andy, in their rankings.
I mean, they actually do define it. They say to be tier 1, you've got to carry your team each week. The team has to win because of you. You have to be able to expertly handle pure passing situations, and you can have like virtually no holes in your game. And so that defines Mahomes, that defines Allen, that defines Stafford, right? And Burrow.
And Joe Burrow.
Yeah. So there you have it. All right, so that was your tier 1 guys. To be tier 2, and again, we're going to have Mike Sando on coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. To be tier 2, you've got to be able to carry your team sometimes. You've got to be able to handle pure passing situations in doses, or has other dimensions that elevate them above tier 3, has a hole or 2 in their game. I still think Lamar Jackson should be vying tier 1, but...
Well, you'd have to tell that to the NFL personnel who decided he was top of tier 2.
And so how many... I'm just trying to go back and look. You're looking at, was it 50 voters? Does that sound right? 20,
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, like 50 voters here. So... I'm just Dak Prescott's in that second group. Drake Mays.
There are a lot of guys in the second group.
Jared Goff. These are all guys that Jordan Love. All guys that should be pushing for tier 1, right? Brock Purdy's.
Well, in theory, yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking through all this.
Some will never make it.
Baker Mayfield would be the highest quarterback listed that actually played for the Browns at one point, tied for 14th. I'm scrolling, Jeff, and I'm not scrolling down to any Browns at this point.
Well, there's a reason why, Andy.
I'm at tier 3, and I started with Bo Nix. Aaron Rodgers still there. C.J. Stroud in there. Daniel Jones. Those are all tier 3. Is there a tier 7 on this thing, Jeff?
Keep rolling, pal.
I'm at 20.
You could have brought in Kirk Cousins. He's 28th.
Tua is tied for 26.
Could have brought in Malik Willis. He's 29th.
Help me, man. I don't
have brought in Geno.
There we go.
He's 30th.
Finally. Well, if Deshaun Watson is 31, it's been so long, it's almost a no grade, said a former GM. In 2026, he was tier 4. In 2025, he wasn't even in the survey. How panelists voted. If they could, they would have voted him tier 5, the majority. Only 2 did, though. The majority of them voted, 35 of them voted him as a tier 4 quarterback. I wonder what they think Shedeur is.
35.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And they think he is a tier, 12 of them think he's a tier 5 quarterback. 37 think he's a tier 4.
At least he got ranked.
He's the last one, though, right?
What
35. Yeah, last one.
What you need here, Andy, is somebody to step up. I mean, it's as simple as it gets. We know that.
Yeah, so Mike Sando's going to be with us. We'll talk to him about what his tier rankings are. Again, that's coming up in the next hour.
You know what's interesting, though? Real
help
quick?
me. Yeah, tell me what's interesting.
They have a pyramid of quarterback pictures.
Yeah.
And the top 3 guys they have are Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen.
Yeah.
And then they have Jackson Dart, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams. All right, Jackson Dart, why? Because he's in New York, right? High profile. And then they have only 3 more quarterbacks pictured.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Bo Nix, Kyler Murray, Shedeur Sanders. Crank up that hype machine, baby.
What's weird, though, Jeff, is that, well, no, I guess
if only Caitlin Clark could play quarterback.
No kidding. You look at that picture, though, Jeff, they don't have any, there's no script on, like Patrick Mahomes says, is no longer a unanimous tier one quarterback, right? Then there's nothing for Joe Burrow, and you have to go all the way down to Jackson Dart to say that he leads the 2025 class. Lamar Jackson slips into the loaded tier 2. Caleb Williams jumps 12 spots into tier 2. Bo Nix just missed. Kyler Murray has a career low in 3. And then it's just a picture of Shedeur tier 4. Which, by the way,
that's all you need.
Which, by the way, isn't just Shedeur tier 4. It was the way they voted. I mean, a lot of guys thought he was tier 5. No one had him tier 1. No one had him tier 2. No one.
Who, Shedeur?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
I know, but I'm just saying that there was no votes, and they put him as a tier 4, which is what he was. 37 voters said that. But still 12, which I'm sure is the highest of all the tier 5 guys. I mean, they really don't even have a tier 5. But 12 thought he was a tier 5, which would make you think. I guess that makes you wonder if you can correlate that to round drafted. Like if you were a tier 4 quarterback of the 37 people that voted there, would he be a 4th round pick? I don't know if that necessarily goes with the flow, but 12 of them definitely think he's tier 5. And the way
I'm getting
that they
confused.
Well, I'm just like the majority of panelists on this thing just don't think he's a good quarterback, and his numbers back that up.
You're surprised?
No,
if he goes out and changes his minds this year, great.
I could tell you there's a lot of callers that would call in and tell you that they think he's a tier 1, tier 2 quarterback.
Well, they don't work in the NFL, do they?
No. Mm-mm. So we'll get the opportunity to talk to him at that point. So, okay. All right, so let's do this. We'll come back. We'll try to hear a little bit of Todd Monken, and then Mike Sando is going to join us too. So Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer. But be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend Victor's Home Solutions to my listeners. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or book an appointment online at victors.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
As a fellow Conrad's customer, there's a reason why Conrad sells more tires than anyone in Northeast Ohio. Every tire comes with lifetime rotations and balancing, flat repairs, wheel alignment inspection, plus 3 years of road hazard protection.
Don't wait until worn tires become a problem. During Conrad's Summer Savings Event, get tires starting at just $60 each plus installation. Now offering 0% financing with Affirm. Visit your neighborhood Conrads through August 31st. Learn more at econrads.com.
Kevin Rett from Mentality Men's Health.
in town that can deliver the play-by-play of the Hall of Fame game and the Super Bowl. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If you've missed a moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Hoping to get some Todd Monken sound back from earlier today. We had some technical difficulties trying to get that back on the air. That didn't work out, so hopefully we'll get to it at some point here. Mike Sando from The Athletic, who published his annual quarterback tiers this week. It obviously didn't look good for the Browns. We will talk to him coming up in probably like 15 minutes here, so he'll join the show at that point. We sit here and a lot of phone callers will say, you want to debate the quarterback situation, want to do this and do that, don't do this. I still wonder, what's pressing for Todd Monken and then what's pressing about Todd Monken. So when I say that, like Monken's got quarterback is something he's definitely got to figure out. You got to think that's his highest priority, right? Then the next priority would be probably offensive line and trying to figure out what he's going to do with his offensive line. I just don't think that when you look at this Browns offensive line that it's settled by any means. As much as people want to say, I want to know who the quarterback is, I don't know if their first overall pick is, from what we're hearing over the last couple of days, is going to be ready. If Spencer Fano is going to be ready to be that guy to start game one at left tackle. And by the way, I'm okay with that. Like, if he's not ready, don't try to force him into it. And then, we were talking with Darryl Ryder earlier in the show. It sounds to me like DeJuan Jones has got it together right now and that he's playing some pretty good football for whatever it's worth at practice and that he has been impressing some of the folks there. But, you talk about maybe trying to juggle things around. Maybe you don't see your number one pick play left tackle to start. Maybe you move him to the other side and you try to, I don't know, maybe you do something at the center spot because, at one point we had heard that Parker Brailsford was, obviously he's an up-and-comer. I don't know how quickly he could slide into that center spot. Could Jenkins move over? Not Tevin, but Elson. Could he move over? I think there's kind of a hodgepodge scramble for the offensive line that it may not look today like it does on paper as it does opening day because you just don't know where guys are going to be.
I'm getting the feeling, Andy, that they are just truly looking at the idea of putting your best 5 offensive linemen on the field. And I don't mind that. And the reason it makes me think that is we keep hearing such good things about DeJuan. If DeJuan Jones is playing as well and looking as good in the greatest shape he's ever been in his life, well, how do you keep that guy off the field?
You don't.
I agree with you, which means he's either at left tackle or he's at right tackle, and you move Titus Howard to guard, which you could do if you so chose.
Do you have to buy into the fact that Todd said that Spencer was going to be our left tackle? Is he?
Andrew Berry said it right away.
Yeah.
Just said he's our left. He's a left tackle.
That Berry said it. Yeah,
he's a left tackle. Well, okay, great. He's played left tackle 1 year in his life. He's played right tackle every other year of his life. So okay, I would hope he's a left tackle. You took him high in the draft.
Okay, so beyond quarterback, because we can talk that into the ground. If you're Todd, what are your biggest concerns then?
It's offensive line.
And then?
We're going down the list.
Yeah, and then
it's finding wide receivers who contribute.
And watching your two young guys mature quickly.
You hope. That's what I mean. Who's going to do it? Who's not? I really like the investment they made in wide receiver this year. Concepcion and Boston, I think, are really good additions. But that doesn't mean anything, Andy, until they go out in the field and play. They can, hey, we drafted him high. Well, great. Doesn't mean he's going to be good. I mean, you see wide receiver busts all over the NFL from high draft choices. It's a weird position because you see guys who were taken really high. Troy Williamson from Minnesota is the guy who always comes to my mind. I think he was a 7th overall pick. Kind of a career did he have? Not a 7th overall pick kind of career.
No.
And then you see other guys taken much, much, much later who become great. Puka Nacua, for example. So I'm real curious to see Concepcion and Boston on the field and see what they can do. And I also want to see Isaiah Bond take a step. If you're Todd Monken and you're here to improve the offense, then you got to find it's threefold. You got to find the quarterback, you got to figure out the offensive line, and you have to hope the wide receivers step up.
And then you had also talked to Gerald, too, about Dylan Sampson and the opportunity that's out in front of him.
I think he should get some opportunities, and I'm sure he will.
Let's go Nelson, Avon Lake. Hi, Nelson.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Nelson.
Doing all right. I haven't talked to you in a while. Hey, guys, I have a hard time as a fan accepting this sort of philosophy or belief that we play to lose or potentially to lose so we can get a better draft pick next year. I think that's a very dangerous precedent to operate. I tend to like to operate with the sense of make the best decision possible with the information that you have available at this time. And I would have to agree that, Jeff, if there is a potential player out there that could help this team from a quarterback perspective, I think you owe it to yourself to entertain any possible opportunity. Of course, we would like to see Shedeur or Deshaun, and obviously we won't go into that because it's been talked about ad nauseum, right? But I do believe that the Browns need to do everything in their power to try to win this year. Thanks for your time, guys. That's always.
Thank you, Nelson. Appreciate it. I want to believe that the way Nelson thinks is that it's the way I think. I want them to go out there and try to win. I hate the thought of saying they're trying to lose because I don't think they're ever trying to lose. I just wonder, did they put every maximum piece of effort they could into winning? And if you don't, the byproduct could be beneficial to your own organization because you have a higher draft pick. That's the great question mark of the NFL, right? That if you how do you balance saying, without saying you're tanking, how do you say we're just not playing to win? We're not playing to lose. We're just not playing to win.
By not putting talented players on the field. That's the only way you can tank in the NFL.
Jeff, I feel like they have talented players on the field though right now.
See, I do too. But do you have anybody at quarterback? That's the key to the whole thing. And you've been around pro football players a long time, so have I.
Mm-hmm.
I've never, ever, ever, ever seen a professional football player who went out on the field and did not try hard because you get hurt. You're not paying attention. This other guy's trying to beat the snot out of you. So you have to go out there and give it your best. And, you're not going to tell those guys, hey, we're not trying to win. They want to win.
Yeah, if you're a player, you've got to try to win.
Yeah, but if you're an organization and you want to not try and win, then you don't put good players in key spots.
And how do you sell that to your fans?
Well, you don't.
What are you selling to the fans?
Our fans aren't stupid.
They're not stupid. That's the thing. But yet it's like, oh, let's get excited about this. I mean, we literally sold the end of the season last year.
That's what we're being told about quarterback right now.
Well, I mean, the only reason to really want to even engage in Browns football at the end of the year was because Miles was going for the sack record. It's a sack record for him and a sad sack record for fans. That if that's what we're hanging our hats on, that's just like we're hanging our hats on the guy that was trying to set a sack record. Okay, this is great. Wow. What does that come with a playoff ticket? Oh, because I've got all my playoff stubs from games that have happened down on the lakefront in the new stadium, right? Or in the newer stadium. You know me there? None. I mean, it's a sad reality of what we're looking at. So when you're talking about a football team that might be playing games not to win, especially if you're a Shedeur Sanders fan, like if you think that's what's going on in the background, let's just say you think Shedeur Sanders should have the opportunity to be the starting quarterback and you want to see what he's going to do, and they're putting him out there to see what happens, but they're putting him out there to see what happens. I don't know that they're necessarily putting him in a position to win. I don't know that they put anybody in a position to win last year. And that's like one of the hard realities, I think, of trying to watch all this stuff and trying to say and still be a Browns fan. Like, God bless you, man. You're still a Browns fan? Why? Why? Why are you still a Browns fan? It is not easy. They have done nothing to really help you become, they thought when they brought Watson in that this was like the epiphany of all like things that can happen. And we've got this guy that can play quarterback, but yeah, he's got some problems over here, but that's okay. When he's ready to play, then the franchise is going to go, phew. And we've seen none of that. Seen none of that.
The guy had obviously his off the field issues when he got here, 11-game suspension, and it's just never gotten on track. I mean, it's not a surprise to any of us now.
How far can they actually go this year? Who
knows?
It's hard. You look at
it looks like they have a pretty good team.
It does.
Looks like they have some skill positions. The defense should be, at the very worst, I would think the defense is middle of the pack. At the very worst. And I would think it's going to be better. I think you're
underestimating. I think it's. Well, I think they'll be better than middle of the pack.
No, I didn't underestimate because I said at the very worst.
Yeah.
I think they'll be pretty good. If I had to guess, I'm guessing they're a top 10 defense.
I hope you're right. But again, you're going to have a top 10 defense that's going to be losing games. Even if they're a top 10 defense, they're still going to give up how many points a game? 20? 21? And you've got an offense that can't find the other side of 16. That's a problem.
We don't know that.
Jeff?
Last year's offense couldn't find the other side of 16.
Okay, well, now you virtually have an entirely new offense that will try to prove last year's offense wrong. How's that sound?
Sold.
All right, let's come back. Mike Sando from The Athletic. Those tears, they're out there. For most teams, those are tears of happiness. Here, I feel like they're tears of sadness. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, we've been talking about it for the last couple days here. Mike Sando from The Athletic. They published their annual quarterback tiers this week. The Browns finding their way to the basement of this thing when it comes to tiers. And again, it's based on individual quarterback play, and they've got criteria. They had 50 folks vote on it. It was a panel of 50 coaches and executives, and Mike right now is on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Mike, thanks a million for being with us. We do appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, it's good to be here, and I can tell you there is hope because I did a thing with Chicago this year. They, for the first time since I've been doing this in 2014, they had a quarterback higher than the third tier. So it can happen. It can happen.
Man, you have just set the bar so high for us right now. I'm so excited. You know, when you're in Cleveland, I mean, look, if you're going to be somewhere, you may as well lean into it, and the Browns own the basement of this thing between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. Just, when you saw the results come in from the panel of 50 coaches and executives, surprises, not surprises, and then if you could gear me an answer towards Cleveland, because I don't even think we're surprised in Cleveland that, the Browns ended up so low in this thing.
No, so a little bit of a surprise. I mean, clarity at the top with only 4 in Tier 1. So, we've seen Lamar Jackson be in Tier 1, and he was in 2 this year as his rushing kind of dried up last year. So that was notable. I think Dak Prescott moving up 5 spots from 12 to 7 surprised me because was there something new to learn about him? It seems like he's a good pro quarterback, but I think there's appreciation for the guys now who kind of run the show a bit. The league is so young at quarterback. So many of the veteran quarterbacks, the Matt Ryans, the good not greats, Alex Smiths, have retired, and I think are a little bit missed from the guys who appreciate the quarterback who is not totally schemed up, but maybe in control of the offense. So he went up a little bit. I thought it was interesting to see these classes of quarterbacks, kind of like Drake May ahead of Caleb Williams, with Bo Nix winning all those games but still being lower at the top of Tier 3. I think those are interesting discussion points. Tyler Shuck is somebody who's low on this list from New Orleans, but everybody who played him really liked him. So I think he has a chance to sort of, rocket up this thing if those people are right.
Mike, I'm sure you and the other folks at The Athletic have thoughts in mind as you get into this thing. Did anything stun you in the top tier? Anybody who wasn't there, anybody who was, or anybody high in the second tier?
No, there's no stunning at all. It's, Lamar Jackson's going to be a story every year, whether he's in Tier 1 or not. He's gone back, he was last year, wasn't this year. So I knew, it's kind of, me personally, when he's in Tier 1, it's easier because it's just less of a discussion point of explaining for the 1,000th time, how the tiers are defined, and he doesn't perfectly fit, and if he's not running, dynamically, it's hard to make sense of if you know that he's a superstar 2-time MVP. So I think that's one that you just deal with every year, depending on where he's at. But otherwise, I think the top tier came out great. Mahomes getting 1 Tier 2 vote, fine with me. Mahomes being at the top, fine with me. And I think Allen and Stafford need to be up there. And then there's a debate. I think there's a little bit of a Burrow-Lamar debate. Why does Burrow get so many Tier 1 votes when he's had some injuries, and yet Lamar doesn't get the benefit of the doubt? I think that's really what the top tier is about.
Matthew Stafford had an unbelievable year last year, and I was a little surprised to see him ranked as number 2. I think he's terrific. But obviously, the folks around the NFL think the guy can still get it done in that offense with McVay and some pretty good weapons out there. I wonder how long he can sustain that level of play.
And that's really the only reason he got two out of 50 people gave him a tier 2 on, a little bit of age concern and just how long can he do it. And also, I think they've done a good job the last couple of years of making sure they're running the ball and putting them under center and giving them a little bit of an easier time than when they first got him. Sean McVay was so in love with having a quarterback who could drop back in the pure drop back game, which is harder, and it probably wasn't as sustainable. So I think it's a real nice balance right there now.
Yeah, Mike, I think the other interesting thing is how close it is, on that tier 1, that it's one vote, right, between Stafford and Allen and Mahomes. So, all three of those guys really, I don't know how you could, trust me, sitting here in Cleveland, I would kill to have any of those guys here playing quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But that vote is so tight.
It's so tight and so overwhelmingly strong, isn't it? And then there's kind of a 1B, 2A group that is Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, and the high 2 Dak Prescott this year shot into that.
If you're the Browns and you look at guys who are ranked above Deshaun Watson, Malik Willis is up there, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, guys you could have brought in. Should they have brought somebody in, or does this scream to you, Mike, that okay, they have what they have now, and they picked up assets in the Myles Garrett trade, and boy, would Dante Moore or Arch Manning look good in an orange helmet next year?
That's exactly what it feels like to me.
Okay.
Of course, if you're evaluating every season as an opportunity and you're always pushing to be the best you can be in any given season, they surely could have done more and should have. But I think no team has been more willing to play this sort of future game at the expense of the present that you just wish the future would get there so they could have a good present.
Mike, how do you get 50 guys to do this?
So I've been covering the league for 30 years, so I know a lot of people. I would say the last 20, this is my 29th year, and then the last 10 years or so, my role has shifted into, doing a lot of research, and a lot of that research that I do is interesting to people with teams, so I've developed a lot of good relationships that way. The people with the teams have been very good to me in terms of, when I show up with some questions or putting together some research, it's interesting with them. We have discussions. I learn a ton from them. So I think that trust builds up over that. When I come into a team or and talking to people, because of the nature of the tempo of my writing, when I talk to someone, there's not a story the next day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so I think a lot of today's media is at a disadvantage because everything's on Twitter quickly, and the teams are now controlling. Every press conference is going live on the team website.
Yep.
And I feel lucky and fortunate in my timing to have come up before that when you could, really spend time with people. I can remember as a beat reporter, walking off the practice field on Friday before the game and having the offensive coordinator give me the game plan. Hey, this is what you should look for, and you weren't going to write it that next day, but you were so educated going into the game.
Yeah.
That was the type of trust. So I think I've been able to have that type of a trust here where I'm going to do hopefully interesting things. But if there's it's in the spirit of kind of a learning and building towards something as opposed to the immediate turnaround, gotcha, that sort of thing.
Just follow up on that really quick. Does that, knowing that you don't have the pressure to have this thing out the next day, does that give you the opportunity to kind of sink your teeth into it a little bit more to write it? And does it give the folks on the other side the opportunity to come back to you the next day? You know what, I said that, but I know you haven't gone to print yet, but I kind of rethought that. Has that ever happened in your 13 years?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, definitely. But I also have a feel of what to include in the story and not.
Sure.
There's certainly things in the story that I could put in there. I'm conscious of fairness to the players, too. When you're giving somebody anonymity, I think then you have to be careful not to make it be personal shots. I think there will be some pointy elbows comments in there sometimes. I think J.J. McCarthy got one that was, football looks hard for him, or Shedeur Sanders had one where somebody said, I'd sleep like a baby if I could play him every week. I wrestle with whether to include those, and I make a real effort to not go overboard and to balance out In like Shadur's case, it wasn't necessarily representative of the thoughts about what Todd Monken could do for him and just a fresh start.
Mm-hmm.
But I included it because I think it's unfair to just have everything be, over the top, dropping the elbow on people. That's not what we're trying to do. I want the reader to come away with a variety of perspectives and a feel for what they're thinking. And if we can do that with, a few of those in there that you might get a chuckle out of, then I think it's good.
Mike Sando joining us from The Athletic. His quarterback tiers piece out right now. Go to The Athletic, read it. It's fascinating. You mentioned the line I was just going to ask you, where one defensive coordinator said about Shador, I sleep like a baby. If I could play him every week. This one hurts. He's inaccurate at all three levels from an exec. I can't tell if he's going to get better, but there's a huge gap between him and competent quarterback play. You mentioned something else about Todd Monken, and Todd might be able to help him like Ben Johnson helped Caleb Williams in Chicago. So let me ask, is it more likely that Shador benefits from a guy like Todd Monken, or that Deshaun Watson benefits from a guy like Todd Monken getting his career back on track? What do you think?
I think that I don't want to cop out on this, but I think that they both can from the standpoint of this. When you have a coach who doesn't mince words, that was Ben Johnson last year. So obviously Caleb Williams at this stage of his career is more talented than Watson and Shador. So there's a higher ceiling. I'm not comparing the two players, but Caleb kind of had a vibe about him that rubbed some people the wrong way, right? That he's got it kind of figured out. And a lot of those coaches that were there last year seemed to have trashed him in a piece that came out. It wasn't an Athletic piece. I think it was in the Go Long TD, that Tyler Dunn does. And yet, Ben Johnson came in and was super direct, and I feel like Caleb Williams responded to that. There was a quote in his piece last year, this guy's either going to be a 2 or a 4 real quick, whether he takes to the coaching. And so I think somebody like Deshaun Watson, who, got anointed with that fully guaranteed deal, entitlement comes with that. He knows he hasn't had the pressure on him to perform to get his money. And Shador, who has a pretty unique pedigree, being the son of Deion Sanders and all that comes with that. He has had probably an easier path than some others because of that. And so there's a vibe he gives off too, like, hey, I've kind of got this figured out. It's going to be a little bit on my terms, right? And I think when you get hard coaching come in that is brass tacks and direct, it doesn't guarantee that those guys are going to come around, but it's much better than someone coming in to be their friend, if that makes sense. It gives you a chance, I think. And that's what both of those guys, I think, could use right now.
Over the 13 years of doing this, how has the survey changed itself? And then how, your interpretation of what you see over 13 years, how has it changed?
Yeah. So the first year was my first year. The second year, maybe as a national reporter, I only had 26 people in it. So it was harder for me to get as many people. So it's much better now because of my contacts. I cap it at 50, and I can get all the ballots in a month, 5 weeks, without just absolutely sweating. That's with taking the weekends off in the off season and stuff. I can do it. So that is a totally different thing for me to be able to not worry about it. I used to be like, oh my gosh, am I going to get this thing done? And now it's a lot more fun. I think the makeup of the quarterbacks has changed a lot. We've seen the position get a lot younger. Some of that through the just natural ebbs and flows of some of those guys who just wouldn't retire. Phillip Rivers, Eli Mannings, Matt Ryans, Stafford's still hanging on, but not for much longer. Rodgers is kind of, on his way out. But there were just a ton of Phillip Riverses, even Alex Smiths, guys like that weren't the top tier, but had played a lot of football. And I feel like now there's so many young guys, Jaden Daniels, even Sam Darnold's still kind of young, but, Trevor Lawrence's, Jordan Love's, there's just so many Bryce Youngs, C.J. Stroud's, Bo Nix. I think now the teams are recognizing that we have to change the way what we ask of these guys. We can't just expect him to be the finished product that runs the whole system. That's always kind of been the goal. I think it's frankly why Dak Prescott rose. People appreciate that. But that's a huge change in just the makeup of these quarterbacks.
Mike, great stuff. Always read it every year. We're at 13. We'll be in for the 14th year as well. Thank you. We appreciate you.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, make sure you read him in The Athletic every day, too. Thank you, Mike. All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, we'll see you.
All right. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Interesting stuff, especially the dynamic of the survey itself. Like, okay, you're looking at it, can you argue with him about what he said about the Browns? And not what he said, but what the survey said, I should say. That, Deshaun Watson is 31 and Shedeur Sanders is 35 out of 35 in this. Do you have an argument to say that it's wrong? Because I don't. Not right now, I don't. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the college football futures market to win the SEC, Georgia and Texas, the co-favorites at plus 300. And if you made me choose between those two, I'm taking Georgia all day, every day. Texas might have the more talented roster and more talented quarterback, but I trust Georgia's head coach way more than Texas's. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery is the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488. Locations in Westlake, Independence, Beechwood, and Menor. 216-770-5488.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians got on the board first in their matinee finale with the Mets over at Progressive Field. That was courtesy of a 2 RBI single from Angel Martinez. Unfortunately, the Mets countered with 2 home runs that scored 3 runs, and they currently lead 3-2 going into the bottom of the second. Browns back to work in Berea this afternoon as training camp continues. Todd
technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
New fun here on Baskin and Phelps. This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. Trade Up Thursday. Sell your cards for up to 90% value for in-store credit to use towards sealed sports and TCG products at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. On this day, Andy, August 6th.
On this day.
August 6th, 1890.
Oh, I remember this.
I'm sure you do. Future Hall of Fame pitcher Cy Young makes his major league debut. He threw a 3-hitter for a team called the Cleveland Spiders. Was an 8-1 win over the Chicago Colts at League Park in Cleveland. Was Young's first career error that led to Chicago's only run. Cy Young, major league debut, right down the street at League Park, 1890. This day in sports history, powered by Bomber Sports Cards.
You know what else? You know what was yesterday in sports history that we kind of could have done, but chose to do the great comeback game?
Yes, the great comeback game.
You know the other one?
Yes.
What was the other one?
You tell me.
Down goes Anderson.
Yeah.
Was yesterday, August 5th, 2023. Thank you,
It was
Hammy.
courtesy of our buddy Chip.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you were on that text too?
Yeah.
I thought it was just me.
No.
I thought it was special. Guess not.
You're not special.
No, there is nothing special. I can tell you that. But if you're a Shedeur Sanders fan, there was nothing special about the tears either.
Oh,
it
was brutal is what it was.
I mean, we didn't read the comments first, but I'll read some of the comments out. This was from The Athletic. Again, Mike Sando is just gathering information.
Coaches and executives.
And what they said about, first of all, they only put 35 quarterbacks in there. Shedeur Sanders was 35. Okay. Deshaun Watson was 31. Ahead of who? Michael Penix, Jacoby Brissett, J.J. McCarthy, shocker, and then Shedeur Sanders.
And J.J.'s ahead of Shedeur. What do you think of that one, Andy?
That's not right either. I put Shedeur ahead of J.J. Okay, offensive coach said, this is the one they highlighted up front. If Shedeur has really invested in himself, there may be some upside, said an offensive coach. You want to go into some of the other ones, Jeff?
But there's a little more to that quote even. That was the little headline.
Yeah.
He said if Shedeur is really invested in himself to be a professional quarterback, studying the playbook, knowing his assignments, and being able to get the offense in and out of the huddle at an efficient clip, which he could not do last year, then there might be some upside. I mean, these guys were brutal to him.
There were 12. So first of all, it's really a tier 4 thing. And if they wanted to, they could give him a tier 5 vote. He captured tier 5 pretty well. Getting 12 of his 50 votes were in tier 5, which really doesn't even exist. Do you want to go through some of these, or do you want me to?
Well, they're brutal.
Yeah, I hit it.
They like the idea of Todd Monken. Somebody did. It was an offensive coach. And they thought Todd might be able to help him. So that's good. And then he says, an executive said, he's inaccurate at all 3 levels. I can't tell if he's going to get better, but there's a huge gap between Shedeur and competent quarterback play.
Ouch.
That's brutal.
Ouch.
And then the defensive coordinator line?
Yeah.
More brutal. I'd sleep like a baby if I got to play him every week. Doesn't it make you pull for him and want him to just tell him to stick it?
Yeah, another defensive coordinator offered more specifics. He's not an on-time player, can't really read through coverages, is a little bit heavy-footed, a coordinator said. He is thicker and harder to tackle than expected.
Here it comes.
But you shouldn't lose to him. Ooh.
Wow. Andy, some of these are brutal comments.
There was a head coach that was relatively positive that said, I thought he was all right, better than expected, a coach said. they did a good job of making the game simple and thought Shedeur played with a chip on his shoulder.
So the coaching staff last year got a little credit there.
Yeah. Sean in Kent. Sean, those are pretty harsh words
What's
about
up, Sean?
Shedeur. What do you think?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, come on. Did anybody else in that list play as few games as Shedeur?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going through all 35, but they said he was one of, I think, 7 quarterback or a number of quarterbacks. It was in the 30s or 40s who played at least 7 games last year.
And he was a Pro Bowler.
Were they rookies?
Sean, I'm just telling you what these guys said.
I know, but I'm asking you the question. So those guys, were they veterans, like 4-year veterans that played 7 games, or Jacoby Brissett's of the league? I saw him play with my own 2 eyes.
Which, by the way, probably aren't as informed as NFL coaches and executives.
Well, whatever. You could say that. I'm not doubting that. But I'm telling you, I'm a football fan. Been watching football my whole life. And I've seen really bad quarterback play. And I've seen okay quarterback play. And for a guy that started however many games last year, 7 or whatever, he looked usable and doable. And I think there could be an upside to him. And I just think everybody bashing him isn't going to do anything. The Browns lost at least 3 games that they should have won last year, right? That were pretty close games.
Well,
that they kind of blew. So I don't know what all this doom and gloom is. I just don't see it.
Well, they're saying both of our quarterbacks are below 30. That's gloom and doom.
Deshaun didn't even play last year, did he?
Yeah. No, he played last year.
Okay. How many games did Deshaun play?
What did Deshaun have last year?
He was out last year.
Oh, he was out for the entire year. You're right.
He was out for the entire year. So he hasn't started. He didn't start last year. He's been beat up. I don't know what they're doing with Deshaun, if they're hoping that somebody might be desperate enough to try to trade for him, which I think is a pipe dream.
Financially, that's not going to happen.
Right, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know why they're even going down this road with Deshaun. But this whole bashing of Shedeur, what defensive coordinator wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, I'd sleep better every night if I could play a rookie quarterback that started 7 games." Yeah, that's nonsense. Come on, this is just. I think the whole thing's nonsense. And the guys, you're right. I'm not a scout. That's the disclaimer, whatever. Saw him play with my own 2 eyes. I've seen poor quarterback play, and he looked very serviceable, more than serviceable. Give him some time.
See what he does. Sean, I'm with you. All right, thanks. I do think, though, that, and this I've said, and I know I just brain farted there for a second on Sean, but that the return on investment still is in play and will always be in play on Deshaun. And if Deshaun ends up being starting quarterback and he's able to do anything that's worthwhile and maybe get you a win or two, the
one thing to keep in mind about, and Sean was fired up about it. That's great. He's a Browns fan, and should be. Okay, and all the Shedeur fans out there, they should be fired up about this. Sando's tears are based on what folks around the league who do this for a living are saying. None of it means that he can't get better and become really good. He can, but for folks who watched him last year and thought that he was pretty good. Well, folks who do this for a living disagree. And, Sean saw some things he liked. So did I. But what it shows me, Andy, is where the Browns quarterback situation is. You have 2 very poorly thought of quarterbacks who are fighting it out for the number 1 spot. And that's why we cannot think that they're not taking a quarterback in 2027 unless unbelievably drastic things happen.
If you did miss a moment of our show, we want to remind you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. It's just going back and just looking at the comments on Deshaun Watson too, because they did land him at number 31 on this poll, and you're right. Not playing last year is another one that just kind of like. I'm not going to do this every day. I cannot be depressed about the quarterback situation. Something's got to happen, and maybe when they pick one, we'll get a little bit more optimistic, and then maybe when they hit the field and kind of grab 1 or 2. But they said just about Watson, just getting into it's been so long, it's almost like a no grade. A former general manager said that too. So
yeah, it's true. We haven't seen Deshaun Watson since he was in Houston, really.
2 panelists voted him, although, he did play a little bit the year before and then got hurt. And then,
well, I mean, the real Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. 2 panelists put him in tier 5. 35 put him in tier 4. 3 put him in tier, in tier 3. 12 voted for him there. And someone thought that Deshaun was a tier 2 quarterback. 1.
Well, there's one in every crowd, Andy.
Yeah, it's true. You wonder, though, if it's from his own. I guess it wouldn't be. If it was from his own, he'd be the starting quarterback, and there wouldn't be any question, right? I don't know. It's just kind of the way I am looking at it. All right, it is time to ask you, why are you smarter, for listening to Baskin and Phelps, brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Meredith Kane.
Well, I am smarter because we got a tweet from our friend Robert in Brecksville on Twitter. And if you want to tweet the show at CLE Talking Heads, social media reactions brought to you by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And he was asking about the Hall of Fame game tonight and if we'll be carrying it. And I answered him. The answer is yes. We will have Westwood One's coverage starting at 8 o'clock.
All right. That's
Looking forward to that.
Jeff, why are you smarter?
I'm smarter because of Mike Sando and his tiers of quarterbacks. I find Mike's work on the tiers as good as any as you're going to find in the NFL. The comments about Shedeur were brutal, but there were other brutal comments too. For instance, one on Geno Smith from a defensive coordinator. He looked terrible on the film we saw.
Is that what he sounded like?
Is that brutal, Andy? I think that's pretty brutal.
I'm going to say I'm smarter because of Darryl Ryder and his daily reports with Lance Reisland, as they do each and every day from training camp, especially after today where we didn't get a chance to hear from Todd Monken. But we will hear what he had to say here. We'll check it out. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Tom Withers is in tomorrow. Looking forward to that. And Jeff, have a good long weekend, my friend.
Oh, thanks.
Always a pleasure. He's Jeff. I'm Andy. Thanks for listening. We are back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Have fun at that Hall of Fame game tonight.
idiots for us having this back into being a real conversation. I think we need to see it in consecutive days. I think you need to see it consistently.
My wife's going to divorce me when I bring home one of these dogs without talking to her. It's happened about twice so far.
We saw. Forgive me, I don't know. Is that your girlfriend? Is that your wife? I'm not sure.
No, that
The
is my
woman that was with
sister.
you. That's your sister.
Oh, that's my sister.
Don't know. I don't know.
Scratch that.
You gave your sister a succulent?
It was for her birthday.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, not Jonathan Peterlin. We are on The Fan for the next 5 hours. And boy, we are back out in Berea for Browns training camp. It is a beautiful, but let's say less than succulent day. Little steamy out here. We got some swamp in parts you don't want swamp. Unless, of course, you're in the Everglades. But we got a Browns practice going on. We got traction in the quarterback battle. The Guardians apparently are everybody's slump busters. Jeffrey Yan dancing around like he's G.D. Barishnikov out there. And we got nothing with the Cavaliers. But that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! We salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences out here producing. Out here sweating his ass off. Out here on-site engineering, which is really hard to kind of say, and the way I was kind of doing it there. And, of course, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, the great Jake Murrin joins us. As always, follow all 5 hours long on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe. It's free after all. You like free things, don't you? You cheap so-and-so. And like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And back in the studio, Jake Volnick doing a wonderful job on the 2020s today. And across from me, or next to me, rather, for the next 2 days. We'll see how this goes. It's Nick Padone, the Padiddler, as many people call him. What's up, buddy?
I feel like it's only you that's called me that. Like 2 times today so far.
Nobody's called you the Padiddler before?
No, just you.
It sounds
Just
like
you.
that could be like your superhero.
No, I'm
nom
good
de
on it.
soup.
I think we've got to keep workshopping it.
You think so? Jake, do
yeah.
you like Padiddler?
I think it fits.
You think it fits? All right,
yeah.
Jake.
Yeah, we'll
Jeez,
see.
Jake.
Matt, was that? Did I hear Mac
Jake.
also say that it fits?
No, not Mac.
I think it fits.
All right. A lot of people are saying that you are the Padiddler.
I don't think anybody's saying it.
I think I'm saying it, and I think Jake's saying it. That seems like a lot of people to me.
I think
the sample size is 100% you're the Padiddler.
I think Jake is saying it and Mac is saying it because you said it.
You mean because it's a great idea? I agree.
No.
Now that you've said it, I agree.
I think you could have said anything and they would have followed along with whatever you would have went with.
Who am I? Am I Mao Zedong
You're
here?
You're
Come on now.
You're the Pied Piper of this crew.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That guy actually had people listen to him. I only have listeners that listen to me. However,
Plus Jake plus Mac.
This one time, when JP's here, it splits the difference. And then
That's
Jake
true.
agrees with JP, and then Mac agrees
That's
with
true.
me.
I'm
and balance is restored.
I'm grossly overmatched with no JP.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But as I've said, we're back out here in training camp, and it's weird because I had no problem giving Deshaun Watson his flowers yesterday. Deshaun had, by everybody that was out there, the best practice he's had at the very least since going back to minicamps. I had one person tell me best practice as a Cleveland Brown, and I kind of wanted to wait and see. All right, what's the narrative out there? Because again, the last time, and I don't know how you feel about this, the last time we had talked about the quarterback spot before yesterday, it was, man, Shador's really taking advantage of this.
Right.
He had been the only quarterback to that point that had gone against the ones and had the better day, and it happened in the last 2 practices. So I was kind of keeping a watchful eye on this, and so I thought it was interesting. Mike Garafolo was on SportsCenter today and gave his thought on who will start Week 1.
I've been on this since February. I was at the scouting combine. I had people telling me Deshaun Watson's going to be the starter for the Browns. Like, that's the worst kept secret in the NFL back in February. And then all of a sudden you started to see the way they played out in the spring and some of the answers that you got from the coaching staff and others there. It's going to be Watson, which is amazing because owner Jimmy Haslam had said before that they, quote, took a swing and a miss with Deshaun Watson. Made it seem like it was over. And now all of a sudden, here's Watson coming back here. He's still got to fend off Shador, and he's still got to practice well and play well in the preseason. But my guess is that my educated guess is going to be Deshaun Watson.
All right, so this nothing that Mike Garafolo said there
felt new. It felt like he was reflexively going back to his take before training camp started. So then I turned on the Morning Boys today. Good show today. Didn't hear enough shots about me, but that's okay. That's their show. It's not always about me, but it's nicer when it is. Mary Kay Cabot joined the Morning Boys today, and basically throughout this line about who, if the season started tomorrow, she believes will be the starting quarterback.
If the season started tomorrow, I think it would be Deshaun. Again, I could be wrong about that. I still think it is a competition. I don't think Todd is going to call it yet, but I think he's been dropping some breadcrumbs along the way here and there. He talks about you have to be elite at cadence if you want to be an elite offense. And which of those two guys is more elite at cadence? Deshaun showed yesterday in drawing Jared Verse off sides twice on fourth down that he's elite at cadence. He used 6 of them, I'm told, to do that. So there are certain things that he is ready to do right now that I think Shedeur is still learning.
All right. I'm just going to say this. I'm not trying to be tinfoil hat guy. I don't think it's a coincidence that Deshaun Watson had his best set of practices in the entire camp on pretty soft 11-on-11s, by the way, and 7-on-7s. And all of a sudden, we've had this renewed push for Deshaun Watson. I don't think this was an accident. I've heard this, about 7 times in the last 12 hours or so.
Okay, so I'm not trying to put on my tinfoil cap here either, but are you kind of implying that maybe this is a fake fight? Maybe this is a fake competition, and that's been my fear with this from Jump Street, is that this is not a real competition, that we had those reports before minicamp even opened up in the spring that Watson was the leader in the clubhouse. You heard Todd say, of course I'm open for a clean slate for Deshaun and all my players, and it definitely feels like the more the days go on, we're getting primed for Deshaun Watson.
So here's the thing. If you want to put on, if your spidey senses are telling you put on the tinfoil hat, I'm not going to talk you off the ledge because the burden is on the proof of a new head coach and this organization to prove the machinations with which they ran last year's quarterback competition, and I'm going to say that in quotations, that those are a thing of Kevin Stefanski and not of Todd Monken. So even though I'm a big fan of Monken the Maximizer, the Browns themselves have been so steadfast in Deshaun Watson, that at some point you have to prove to me that this is just merely a coincidence, that this is more of a media thing the last 12 hours and less a Browns thing.
I don't know that it is just a media thing, though, because where are these media people getting this from? Where is Garofolo getting this from in Indianapolis? Where did Mary Kay hear that? Obviously here yesterday and then on the air with Ken and Lima this morning. Like, where is this stuff coming from?
It could be them just hitting back to their I think Mary Kay expected Deshaun to be the starter. Garofolo has been on the record.
Right.
There's a chance that there's just the first time they were able to reaffirm the thing that they've thought. For the first time in about a week, we've been able to say this.
But is it that right now a good Deshaun Watson day means more to the Browns than a good Shedeur Sanders day does? Because that's kind of how I read this, where Watson has one good day of 6 so far, and everybody's ready to anoint him the starting quarterback, whereas the 5 days prior, it was, well, neither of these quarterbacks have looked stellar and nobody's pulled away.
I think there's an obvious thing here that we don't have to put the old tinfoil hat on. Part of why I think Deshaun has been put in this power position here, the pole position for the quarterback, is I do think that they want to use Deshaun to push Shedeur as far as Shedeur will go.
Sure.
And so trying to give him no quarter, and I think anybody who was out here until yesterday would say Shedeur has looked solid and consistently solid. So it looked like Shedeur was running away from this thing. So I could also frame any of what we heard today after one good practice from Deshaun as damage control from the Browns, who want to, again, continue to have this thing pumping and churning as to continue to keep Shedeur on whatever righteous path they think they need to keep him on.
Because it was loud yesterday, wasn't it? There were so many people. It felt like everybody that you could read, listen to, follow on social media was just talking about what a great day it was for Deshaun Watson. And it's like, well, let's also not forget that defense was without 4 or 5 starters that were injured. It was a little bit of a softer 7-on-7, 11-on-11. I don't know. It just felt like everybody was kind of going out of their way to really prop up Deshaun Watson coming into today's practice. So I don't know what it means, Nick, but it definitely makes me nervous. I will say that.
I think the most likely thing is they felt the narrative about the quarterback position getting out of control. They're not ready to make that decision, and they wanted to pull it even optically. I still think a lot of what we've heard in the last 12 hours is a lot of, again, just trying to corral that narrative.
Like level the playing field, because there's been so much Shador. There's been
Yes.
a lot of the fact that just these quarterbacks aren't great. Like that's really been the overarching sentiment until yesterday, where you hear that, okay, it was really Watson's day. There were no interceptions. That's been an issue for him throughout camp so far. So, yeah, maybe they did just want to level the playing field going into today, which is the final day of installs, by the way.
And
so now maybe some of the excuses for both of these guys fade a little bit because everything's going to be installed after
I know
today.
Deshaun fans get very reflexive here when you start talking about the Browns trying to rig this for Deshaun. I still think the most likely thing here is the Browns are trying to use the history of Deshaun and meaning like the Houston side of things, and the contract is a way to keep him, to keep pushing Shador, to see if they can keep him growing at the accelerated pace that they've had this summer. So I look at it as they want to make sure in that locker room people know that Shador earned it when they do turn the keys over to him. But you can't deny there's been a renewed push for this idea of Deshaun as a starter, and you just can't ignore. It can't be coincidental. It happened after one good practice from Deshaun. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Nick Padone, what's your handle?
12. Nick Padone 12.
Thank you for adding one thing that I have to remember here. Nick Padone 12 on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. What's behind the renewed push for Deshaun as the starter? From the media, quick hits coming up at 2:40. Jacob Hester, former NFL fullback, Sirius XM NFL analyst. He's here with the Sirius XM crew today. And I've had a chance to talk with him off air. You're going to love this dude's energy. Big football guy. Energy at 3. We got Alex Wright, Browns defensive end, at 4:20 today. Excited. He is one of the most verbose Browns players. One of the better stories, too, is a guy who just got himself paid last year. Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports NFL reporter, AFC North reporter at 5:20. And then Scott Graham, Westwood 1 ahead of the Hall of Fame game with James Lofton. You're going to hear that on the station tonight as well. We got him at 6 o'clock breaking down a little bit of football. We won't talk a lot about the Hall of Fame game. We'll reference it, but we've got other things to talk about there. And along the way, a lot of fun to be had here. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Nick Padone 12 on social media. And don't forget about Nick Talk. And Nick Wilson says, what's behind the renewed Deshaun Watson is the starter push? We got that. Did Todd Monken really go viral? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you're looking for new cabinets, the only place to go is Choice Cabinet. Hi, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. What makes them so special? They are a national brand that is right here in Northeast Ohio. So when you work with your contractor, the place to go is choicecabinet.com. Get that factory direct pricing you have been hearing about. Choice Cabinet is right here in Northeast Ohio. So why would you wait more than 6 weeks to get your new cabinets in? Tell your local contractor you want Choice Cabinet. choicecabinet.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Time matters. And at Mr. Hero, we agree. Order online, then skip the line and enjoy all your favorites, hot and fresh. With plenty to choose from, there's always something to crave. Hungry yet? Order now at MrHero.com.
I crave the hero.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Using chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-547-9177 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-547-9177. That's 800-547-9177. What do you have to lose? Call 800-547-9177. Again, 800-547-9177.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on 92.3 The Fan contest page.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
One final game between the Mets and Guardians underway at Progressive Field. Foster Griffin's Guardian debut is going sour as Cleveland is already trailing 5-2 in the fourth with a pair of homers put up by New York in the early goings. Another day of training camp for the Browns, their 8th of the offseason. And Coach Monken, what is it the guys are working on today?
Today is insert play actions and insert runs. So really that's what it is today. With a fullback or tight end, insert and play actions off of that. And then there's some others are almost auxiliary that we wanted to get in today. And there's a few repeat concepts just because as you get further along, the installs shrink.
Another new contract for a running back, this time Colts Jonathan Taylor signing a 2-year, $44 million extension. Attention now turning to Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs as he still awaits a new deal, and it might not be far away as he suited up for practice today with Detroit. Kenny Pickett and Carson Beck kick off the NFL preseason night with the Hall of Fame game between the Panthers and Cardinals. Coverage via Westwood One starts right here on The Fan at 8 o'clock. You can now find 92 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including the Ken Carmen Show at the Andrew Lima, Baskin & Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back out live at Browns training camp here. We also have Jacob Hester, Sirius XM, NFL analyst host, and of course, longtime NFL fullback at 3 o'clock today. This all being said, today is about the Browns, the quarterbacks. What's the latest here? I did hear Luke Floria playing with the ones today, which is an interest. I did not have that on my bingo card.
That's big for me, Nick. The Kent State Golden Flashes showing out in Berea today.
I'm so glad that you Kent guys get somebody that's fighting for a roster spot. Us BG guys can't relate because we just push our guys right to top 5, top 7 tight end.
Pro Bowl this year,
yeah. So that's the difference between BG football and Kent football.
That's all right. At least we're not auctioning off the right to call plays for a drive.
Yeah, okay. You joke about that with Akron. They're winning. You see they sold out their inventory for season tickets to Akron football?
Absolutely bananas.
You know what I think people realized
Marketing done right, though.
Well, marketing done right. What they realized is that people might buy those tickets and then they don't have to go to the games.
100%.
Yeah.
$75. Okay, if I make it to one, that might be worth it.
Now the question is whether or not the Zips are going to go ahead and rig this for like a big cat to win. Because if one of the celebrities that bought season tickets actually does win this story goes gigantic and will be a week of talking point about Zips football in a week that we're not really going to be talking about it against Morgan State or who the hell they're playing.
Especially because they've got to lean into this, Nick. They've got to announce it. They've got to have a week worth of build-up that there's going to be a fan calling plays for the first series. Because imagine if they go 3-0.
Yeah, this is where, by the way, you get to admit that you started trying to throw shade at Akron football. You can admit you're a little jealous of this one.
I'm not that jealous.
Oh, that jealous. Oh, coded language.
Not jealous. Not coded language. We don't need – so, see, at Kent, we don't need to give a fan, the ability to call – we got Josh Cribbs on our sideline now. We've got football royalty. You guys got Eddie George, similar.
Yeah.
We've got football royalty on the sideline. We don't need to just call – we don't need Big Cat or – I saw Dan Dackage.
Didn't you guys have an interim coach last year?
Yeah, Mark Carney got the promotion. He did a good job.
Former Charlotte assistant, by the way, back in the day. I don't know why I'd bring that up. We were both in Charlotte at the same time. Be impressed. Quick hits coming up at 2:40 today, though. But the Browns' own coach, and I have not actually heard this. There was a viral clip.
Oh, this is awesome. You need to hear this.
One of Todd Monken's messages to the Browns team. Here it is.
Someone mentioned something to me, something about being crazy. We ought to be crazy. Crazy about winning. That's what we ought to be crazy about, right? About how we play, how every single day we bring it. We ought to be. I'd rather be fucking crazy and out of my mind fighting to win and leave it out here, and somehow medical people got to come out and resuscitate. They're going to fight my off to win, and just everything's okay. It's okay to be casual. It's okay to get out and then be a loser. That ain't me. And that's not going to be us.
All right, one. That is a pretty sick needle drop there.
Yeah,
for whatever Michael Myers style music that was on there. All right, I think I just want to make sure Browns fans are actually feeling okay in this, and they don't feel like they need to run through a wall for Todd Monken right now.
Oh, I felt like I was ready to run through it. That got me through this morning. That got me here to camp to do this show with you today. That was exactly the message that I needed.
All right, so on one hand, in the end, these things don't really matter. Like, you can have the best pregame speeches you've ever had. If you're a 4-win team, they don't really work.
After 6 years of listening to ChatGPT Stefanski, I like this. After 5-6 years of Stefanski just giving the same canned responses, when he speaks with the media or when he speaks with the team, it is nice to have somebody with a little bit of passion.
So I actually do agree, believe it or not, despite where I was going. And I think Cleveland Browns fans have really been searching for some inroad with this team. If you felt like, well, I want to love the players, but Miles is a little bit fake. Yeah, that I don't want to say it hurt, but it impacted my fandom because I think Miles was really good at saying the right thing and then doing whatever the hell he wanted. right? With Kevin Stefanski. The man said nothing, stood for nothing, and then went out there and won 5 games. Like, I can understand if just as a fan, you're listening to this and going, I have another connection to my team, and then you add in a Jared Verse, and then you add in some of these young guys here, and it's I'll be honest with you, it's easy to relate to the Cleveland Browns again, and we have not been able to say that at least since 2023 when Joe Flacco was going to everybody's Dunkin' Donuts on off days.
I think there's a couple of things with Todd this week that you could show to even the most negative Browns fan that you know. I think you could take him yesterday talking about watching Spencer Fano get coached up by Jared Verse and Jared Verse's elite leadership, and that would fire up a Browns fan, that you finally got a veteran in here that shows a little bit of a leadership role to a young player like Fano. Then you've got this audio from Todd where he's just saying that something about the medical people having to revive him.
I thought you were about to set up some audio on this show, and I'm like, sir, there is one gentleman that sets up audio on this show. I thought there was a power play here.
No.
I didn't know if this was a callback to when I branded you the Padiddler. I didn't know if that was like this is you're the captain.
No,
now.
I was just calling the audio that we have just played. I think you could play that audio of Monken firing up this team, trying to fire up this team in the midst of these 10 practices in 11 days. They're going to be out here. It's going to be a long practice today. They're getting work in. It's hot. We're sweating. They're sweating. And I think you could show that to Browns. I think you could show that to a negative Browns fan, and they'd even have to say, you know what, I could get behind this.
Now, while we're talking about Todd Monken's viral clip, Todd Monken today, when he met with the media, did talk about his vision for this Browns offense.
The first thing we're trying to do is create the best version of our players that we can and get them to the top end of their measurable skill set. If we do that from a developmental standpoint, and then we have a system that allows our players to play fast, then we have something. But it starts with the players in terms of developing them to play at the highest, like I said, level of their skill set. So that's the first part. Are we getting our players to improve on a daily basis? At times, we may not see it collectively because we're rotating a number of players. But I think ultimately get that right, then what do they do well, and then blend them into the system, and then see once we get moving the football, Bills, preseason games, really start to see it come together.
So I thought it was interesting just hearing him talk about envisioning the offense, because one of the things I've said that year over year is different for me is when this organization was selling their vision of what the offense was going to look last year, I didn't buy in. I didn't think they had enough talent around the quarterback, and I didn't think much of the quarterback talent. And we had Stefanski and Tommy Rees promising this great version of we're going to take it back to the oldies, right? And I never bought into the vision. What I think is really interesting is for a guy that is, I'm naturally a cynical person, Nick, being able to look at this and go, oh, I see the vision. Now can you be healthy and can you pull it together before week 1?
Yeah, I see it. I will say I saw it last year too. They did hook me last year because I thought they
were one of the people I called out.
They were going to get back to Flacco ball and they were going to run the football and that was going to be their identity. And they tried. Quinshawn did run the football a lot. It just didn't really go anywhere.
Ironically, by the way,
was dreadful.
That is what I think. And this is what. So I've made this. JP and I disagree on this, by the way. Kevin Stefanski ran out of necessity, but I don't think Kevin Stefanski loved running the football.
That's true.
I think Todd Monken loves to run the damn football. And it's not just because of having Derrick Henry and Lamar last year. I think Todd is an old-school throwback guy that the pass is set up by the run, right? I think Kevin, if you could just leave Kevin Stefanski to his own devices, I think Kevin would always do is the foofy pants passing stuff.
Play action, roll the pocket. That's what Kevin would want to do.
He's a Madden kid head coach.
100% he
right?
is.
And so I look at this and I go, oh, wait, so the head coach, what he likes to do lines up with what I think you're going to be able to do, which is line up, punch people in the mouth, and run down their throat. No, by the way, beyond Quinshawn Judkins, you've got 2 other young running backs that I think give you a chance as well. And, yeah, I'll say it. I like me some Rocket Sanders. I'm not afraid to say it.
I'm surprised it took us to get until the second segment for you to start talking about your boy Rocket Sanders.
Yeah, I know, because I heard you with Lima. What was that, 2 weeks ago? And you were a spineless jellyfish when it came to Lima. Lima was just lobbing shots at me and JP left, right. Now, as I remember, we welcomed you onto the station on primetime radio first.
did.
We've been there. Hey, Nick, can I help you? Nick, do you need some help? And just the second you get to stand up, the moral compass
The Rocket Sanders glazing was a little much for me.
I said his name twice in one show. Where's the glaze?
It was a lot
Where's
of Rocket
the glaze,
Sanders.
Krispy Kreme?
It was a ton of Rocket Sanders.
It was 2 mentions.
But it was fun.
I talk for 25 hours a week. 2 mentions of Rocket Sanders' glaze?
You got us to pull up the stats.
Easy, Jay Glazer.
We looked into pretty much every single Rocket Sanders touch because there weren't too many of them
Yeah,
last year.
because you guys don't know ball and you can't remember it off the top of your head. There, I said it. Yeah.
So then the next day you were able to rank your Rocket Sanders
and
touches.
then it was the third touch. The third touch was the premium touch.
Lima and I gifted you so much content from just Rocket Sanders. Forget about the rest of the 4
I
hours
have a
that we
cord
did.
right in front of me that I could use to choke you out.
Forget about the rest of the 4 hours that we did. We gave you guys so much material. Me and Lima,
That's
we
quite
literally we gifted it on a platter. There was so
Did he
much
gift
Rocket
you
Sanders
the
and
slippery
more.
wizard ability? Because that's what you're doing right now. You're being a very slippery person, and I need you to check yourself before you wreck yourself.
No.
When we come back, Browns offensive lineman George Warhop might have had the quote of camp in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I don't want to give...
here on The Fan. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone throughout training camp by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back on The Fan here. We do have Jacob Hester coming up in just about 20 minutes. Excited to talk with him. Got some relationships there with Todd Monken. They're out at camp here, obviously, with the Hall of Fame game coming up later tonight. You're going to hear that right here on 92.3 The Fan. Just walked out. If you can't hear me huffing and puffing because I'm still obese, I did walk out and check from some of the stuff we haven't been able to watch. And so Deshaun having a decent day, not quite what he was doing yesterday, but Shedeur looking very sharp. So that is the early kind of reaction here. I think practice is going to be going on for at least another hour, so a lot of time to change that. Let's go ahead and get into quick hits, though.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, Browns offensive line coach George Warhop was asked about whether he had spoken with his old left tackle, Hall of Famer, and Browns legend Joe Thomas.
Joe was the ultimate pro, great work ethic, great study habits, fantastic notes, could watch tape. My last couple of years here, he and Alex Mack would split the room and watch tape with him, and so guys could understand how they watch tape. So I think he's a great resource. And if I'm an lineman here and I'm a tackle here and I don't reach out to Joe, I'm a dumbass. Okay.
All right, so Joe Thomas has already vouched on and off air with me about George Warhop, so I'm already pro Warhop. I think I'm whatever one step beyond pro Warhop is. That was a great drop.
Great line. But it is true, especially because Joe makes himself felt here. He visits here pretty much every single preseason, training camp, what have you. It is really nice when you see guys like Spencer Fano go up and introduce themselves to Joe Thomas the Hoff and kind of just get that insight, that intel. It's a great line, but there is some truth there. The fact that you have a living legend at the position that's making himself so readily available to these guys, that's big.
Listen, I'm not trying to be that guy because I mispronounce things all the time. It took me like 2 hours to get Hanau yesterday. Spencer Fano.
What did I say?
I think you said Fano or Fano.
And then what did you say?
I said Fano.
Fano.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll work on that.
You will?
We
Promise
will.
that, Jay Glazer?
We will. Okay.
By the way, a lot of people out here calling you the Padiddler. I'm hearing it out there.
No, that was
it is catching on.
That was literally just Daryl, and similar to you and Mac and Jake. I feel like Daryl's just saying that because you said it.
I don't know.
Far,
that's four straight people.
It's not many people. It's just the people that you're telling.
I'm not telling anyone. You act like I'm Charlie Manson here. I'm executing the Tate LaBianca murders here. I'm simply letting people know that there's a new brand in town, and look out for the Padiddler.
Well, there's a new athletic.
Wait. You gotta wait for. There we
go. I didn't know how the pointing works since we were out here.
Move on from the Padiddler, I see.
New Purdue athletic director Tommy McClelland, in his introductory press conference today, had an interesting comment about Indiana.
Every recruit, every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
I don't know about that, Nick, because
I
think Indiana, let me check my notes here, they're going to be getting their rings coming up on their opening game here.
Do you think he just forgot about it?
No, I think it was well-intentioned, but the delivery of it just bombed because they literally won a national championship a couple months ago.
Yeah, but I think that's the point of, like, it's Indiana winning a national championship, and anything is historic because they haven't won an basketball championship in like 50 years anyways. That's like 30 years. But still, like, you can't say, like, hey, if you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana if they've won the most high-profile championship in school history within the – like, that's –
like very recently.
Like, at some point, it's like, does he even know sports? Like, does he follow sports?
Maybe.
Is this AD just not hip with what's actually going on?
I haven't weighed that. Maybe he didn't know that Indiana won the national championship. Obviously, these two teams are going to face off November 28th. I have circled in pencil. I don't know that that's going to be. I don't know that that's going to be a great game because Indiana's the way better team.
And Purdue, once Joe Tiller left, has been Purdue.
That's like free bulletin board material for a team that really didn't need any bulletin board.
I want to run that last one back. And Purdue, since Joe Tiller left, has been more like Purdon't. Come on now. Come on,
That's
let's
good.
do it.
That's
Let's
good.
hit it. That means hit it, Mac. Yeah, thank you. Meanwhile, the Guardians fell in extras last night. Now, truthfully, they're playing right now. We usually don't talk Guardians when Guardians are playing, but a little-known lefty reliever is now the talk of baseball. Jeffrey Hahn celebrated every out last night with a full-blown Chippendales dance routine. Did it infuriate you watching Jeffrey Hahn shake that thing on the mound last night?
So at first I was like, this is great for baseball. Look at this. This is a pitcher equivalent to a backflip. But then as the game went on, I was getting increasingly annoyed because the game was not going in our favor. And by the end of it, I was like, please get this guy off the mound so we could stop doing. He was breakdancing on the mound, man.
So, one, it was not what I would consider manly dancing.
No.
There was a little zest to the dance that he was doing. Not that really bugs me at all, but I think it was maybe the context. I needed that win last night in the worst way, and Jeffrey Hahn was really in my way, so to speak.
He's dancing on my proverbial grave.
And
That's really what he was doing.
I was anxious about that game, looking for some runs, and this jackweed is doing this stuff. That was very close to me getting in trouble. But this jackweed is doing this stuff. I honestly think if it was in May and it was early in the season, I wouldn't have cared. But given the fact that we are in the stretch run and the Guardians are in the tank right now, it infuriated me. And I'm not unwritten rules of baseball guy.
Same.
And I guarantee you there was some like nun out there that was like, all right, you gotta plunk the first Mets batter in the back of the buttocks just because of it. She was like that, there were Guardians fans that were like priests. They were like, we got to take care of one of these Mets players.
It got old really fast. It was funny like the first two times that he did it, but it got old really quick.
I just wish it was more manly. It's very like ice skatery kind of deal he was doing.
I didn't mind the dance. I found myself jealous of the dance. I couldn't pull off a dance like that.
I think we all know you couldn't pull that off.
I don't think you could pull off a dance like that either.
Oh, maybe
we were both jealous.
No.
Is that the issue? Was there an undertone of jealousy?
You've never seen me cut a rug.
That's true.
Yeah.
I have not. I would love to. I would love to.
When Nick Wilson cuts a rug, it looks like slider dancing.
Kendrick Perkins was on SportsCenter today and actually kind of had a point about Jaylen Brown's future in Philadelphia next to LeBron James and what it actually means for the Boston Celtics.
Every time I think of someone making these comments and talking about the 76ers and you think that they could possibly go on and win the championship, I always got to think about the Boston Celtics and Brad Stevens. This is going to be tied to them in history of the NBA. It's going to be tied to them for the simple fact that not only did you trade an all-NBA caliber player to a rivalry team, but now you know that was the deciding factor to land arguably the greatest player to ever play the game that is still playing at an all-NBA level that possibly could go out and win the championship. If the 76ers go on to win the NBA championship with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown, it will stain the Boston Celtics forever, for the rest of the NBA history totality, that this will go down as arguably the decision for LeBron James.
In history, totality, maybe he was a little bit
forever.
Yeah, maybe he was a little bit dramatic with it. I think it was just impact the Celtics.
Continuing to redefine what forever means. I don't really need to have clarification on that one.
Nick, we've talked about so much, though, the fallout from the Cavs' perspective of not getting LeBron back and not really doing any moves this offseason. Obviously, Jaylen Brown could have been a Cav. LeBron would have been a Cav. All of that under the bridge now. We haven't really looked at it through that Boston Celtics perspective where they're trying to contend in this Eastern Conference with Jason Tatum off that injury and old, aging Paul George, I don't see it.
Yeah, it was a dunderheaded move. Danny Ainge would never, and I actually have pointed this out multiple times, like, there is the one kind of gleam here to LeBron going to Philly and winning a championship because Jaylen Brown was there, is you just know Boston Celtics fans are just going to melt down at this, and that I can enjoy on any day in any climate. Kevin Gossman was traded from the Blue Jays to the Cubs at the deadline and told the Chicago media the immediate difference he noticed.
My wife is the first time she's been here, and after the first day she was here, she said it's so different than Toronto. And I was like, yeah, the focus is baseball. It's real grass, it's outside. There's a lot of different things than what we're used to, but we're excited for all the new experiences.
Now, Toronto people are big mad at this. The classification that this isn't, the focus isn't on baseball in Toronto. Should they be mad?
Yeah, if somebody said this about Cleveland, we'd be mad. Would we not?
Yeah, and
I'd be mad.
The funny thing is like Blue Jays fans travel as well as any fans, including Yankees fans. They're always down here. And by the way, they're also incredibly nice. So, like, I kind of don't... Like, is it because it's a hockey town? Is it because they're like a civic-minded people, unlike stupid Americans?
I would have loved to press him on that more. Like, what kind of town is Toronto if they're not focused? They don't have football up there. We say Cleveland Browns town. Is Toronto a Raptor town, maybe?
I mean,
is that what he was implying there?
No, it would be a Maple Leaf town.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know. Like, there are certain towns where it's like obvious, no, that's this team, and then the trickle down. I think the Blue Jays, the last 15, 20 years, really since they won the World Series, for the first time in 91, 92, I just think those fans, maybe it's because I've met them, so I'm a little biased here, but Toronto Blue Jays fans are insane, and I mean that in a good way, as our Raptors fan, to your credit.
I did like that the stadium got a little bit of a jab there. When he mentioned the grass versus playing at the upside down tomato soup can that is where the Blue Jays play. That's a very weird place to watch a baseball game.
They just renovated that upside down tomato soup can. That is quick hits. When we come back, former NFL fullback, NFL analyst Jacob Hester on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Colts running back Jonathan Taylor received a new deal earlier today. 2-year extension worth $44 million and $39 million guaranteed. In the last 2 seasons, Taylor has been a worker.
jury does not need to examine last year. But you agreed with me. Todd Monken does not need film from last year's training camp. He doesn't need to be filled in on every day. Wait a second, he was throwing the ball, boys? Oh, my goodness. You agreed to that. Does not matter today.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back live in Berea, Nick Wilson. Nick Padone with you. The Padidler, as many people call him. I just called him that for the first time. We got a Didi Kinkabwala coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We got Alex Wright, Browns defensive lineman, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But across from me sits one of the great fullbacks in not just LSU history, but also, I will say, NFL history. Jacob Hester joins us now. Of course, you know him from his time with the Chargers, in the Broncos, in the NFL, at LSU, and now he's a SiriusXM NFL analyst. Hi, Jacob.
What's going on? For your listeners, a fullback is a position that used to be in football. He'd get in a three-point stance, oftentimes behind the quarterback, and lead block for the running back. For any of those that, I know we got one out here, though.
A fullback out here.
I know we got one out here, though. So on our show, we have Fullback Fridays, and he has been one of the Fullback Fridays. So I'm excited about it.
So I got to say, I was not a running back in any way. I don't know if you could tell. Nor was I athletic. So I can't even really say I was a football player. But I always thought, and this is where I get to butter you up, I always thought fullbacks were the closest thing to offensive linemen.
Oh,
because you guys are freaking insane.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I'm a self-described meathead. That's like a term of endearment for me. And we were a sixth offensive lineman. Anytime in the NFL that the offensive line went out to eat or whatever, they'd invite me. And at first, I was like, hey, why are you inviting me? I get to catch the ball sometimes. They're like, how many times do you have 3 fingers in the dirt? I said, often. They go, exactly. Come on to dinner.
That's awesome. And obviously Monken asked for the Browns to bring in this fullback. They go get Michael Burton. What's the vibe that you've gotten out here at camp so far? Obviously, it's a new look, Cleveland Browns, but Todd Monken is trying to bring a lot of energy here.
Yeah, so full disclosure, I'm really close with Todd Monken. He was a receivers coach at LSU during my time there. He actually recruited me at Oklahoma State when he was there, gave me one of my first scholarship offers. So it's funny that staff ended up at LSU during my time there, my second year. I have known Monk for a very long time. I am so excited for him and this opportunity. I know a lot of receiver coaches, and none of them have the physicality that he has. Like, that's his personality, his physicality. He's loud. He's got that old, like, 1980s with the 2-button coaching shorts voice, the raspy voice of a, like, almost like a defensive coach, but he's been a receivers coach, an offensive guy. You would never guess it. And so I'm so excited for him and this opportunity. He's no nonsense, but he's a guy that's relatable too. Like, he's not one of those coaches where you can't have a conversation with him. You certainly can. And look, you would have gone back 20 years ago. That's how long ago it was that we were together. And you're like, he's going to do something very successful. And he has. I mean, he's done it at the college level at Georgia. He's certainly done it in Baltimore. And now this is his opportunity at the highest level to go show people what he's all about.
What blew my mind yesterday, I was under the tent being a complete wuss. During one of our recorded
Not because of the heat,
here.
because it feels incredible out here.
You're from you're from Louisiana, sir. In Ohio, I don't have the heat index built within me. Plus, I'm a portly gentleman, so that's not helping me either. I'm sweating in ungodly places these days. But I'm maybe as probably the closest I've been to Coach Monken without directly engaging and being part of the media scrum. And I just watched him, and I was like, I leaned to my buddy Lance, and I was like, that's not a 60-year-old guy.
Right.
Like, there are guys that when you see them and you're like 60, they might as well be 80.
Yes.
That is not Todd Monken. He gives off, like, I'll say it, I'm 40-year-old vibes. The man is just walking around with a pep in his step.
Yeah, I'm 41, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that's exactly what he is. And think about, like, where he's been and how many times he could have gotten a head coaching job, probably somewhere in college or in the NFL. Certainly in college, and he was a head coach. He was a head coach. He turned a program around at Southern Miss, and he said, I want to go challenge myself. I want to go back to the NFL, because he left us at LSU to go be a receivers coach in the NFL, but he wanted to go be a coordinator. He continues to, like, challenge himself. That's what I always love about Todd Monken. Like, he goes – like, he had to go to Georgia. That's a There's no more pressure in college football than Georgia. He went there. He's a court. So everywhere he's been, he's challenged himself. I think this is the ultimate challenge, but you see it. I mean, you're right. Like, he's got that ultimate pep in his step. He's ready. He is accepting this challenge of turning the Cleveland Browns around.
Jacob Hester, former NFL fullback, Sirius XM NFL analyst, joining us. Jacob, I do want to ask just about this challenge that's currently in front of Todd Monken. Obviously, the Browns only won 8 games over the last 2 years.
Yep.
Jimmy Haslam said that that's not enough. He's telling everybody, take the over 5.5 this year. What do you make of the opportunity that stands in front of Todd Monken, where it's a team that has a lot of young talent, but the elephant in the room is we're still waiting for this quarterback announcement?
Yeah, well, in football, you got to have Jimmys and Joes. You have to. I mean, the X's and O's can be great, and you can be okay, but you got to have those guys. You have them here. Like, if you walk to that practice field, and look, this is, I think, our 6th stop in the training camp tour, you're going to match up with some of the best teams in the NFL. But you said it. You got to find out who your quarterback is. And you got to have that guy, I think, sooner rather than later. Because all 3 of those guys have a different cadence. All 3 of those guys have a different way that they throw the football. All 3 of those guys get in and out of the huddle in a different way. And you want your first-team offense to be familiar with who's going to be their leader. The quarterback is the only guy on this football team, and it's anywhere, all 32 teams, that has the ear of the entire team. Nobody outside. It doesn't matter if you have the best linebacker in the NFL. When he speaks, there's going to be some guys that don't listen. But the quarterback, when he talks, once you get your guy, everybody listens. I need to see that, because I want to, as a running back, as a fullback, tight end, lineman, I want to know, what do you sound like in the huddle? What do you sound like at the line of scrimmage? What is your hard count? When I look out at you and I know that we got to run a hot route, can you give me a head nod and I know what you mean? Like, those are things that are built over time because it's been your guy. Like, when I was with Phillip Rivers, Phillip he could go like this. Your listeners can't see, but he would make a whip sound or motion with his, and I knew, all right, he wants me to do a whip route, or he would look at me and he'd give me a signal. And Peyton Manning, same thing. He'd hit his ankle. I knew exactly what that meant, and he'd do it so quick because we were on the same page. We had that built-up time together. So more importantly, like, than anything, it's the timing and the constant voice that you hear. That if I'm a Browns fan, I want to hear it in the next probably, I would say, week of who the starting quarterback's going to be.
I'm glad you've said that, because we've definitely had the push and pull of, I want Coach Monken to take as long as he needs, but I recognize the sooner you get the quarterback, the better it is for week 1, no matter who your quarterback is.
If you're a week away from playing real games and going on live bullets and you don't know your guy, that's a disservice to everybody else on the offense. Again, because it might sound like, what are you talking about? But everybody sounds different in the huddle. Like, everybody's cadence is going to be a little bit different. One guy holds this a little bit longer, and so, like, you're ready. You're anticipating that. But once you've had that time and you've had that experience with them in the huddle, then you kind of know what to expect. He knows what to expect from you. Like, that communication is so big in the NFL. And, look, you got talented guys out here. Again, they're all 3 different guys. But I think more just the operational piece of this. You got to get that down, because if you don't, then you're playing a little bit handcuffed, and then you're trying to figure that out week 4, week 5 in the NFL season. You look up, and you're 1-4.
So it's interesting that we're talking about this, because I look at this team, and I understand the national thing is who's your quarterback, and if you don't have one that people like or covet, you're SOL to them. I look at it and I go, it is possible to have success, not in spite of, but maybe not because of the quarterback room. And I thought of, like, Minnesota last year. They were 9-8, and they had the 3rd worst quarterback play in the NFL. Denver, 14-win team. Bo Nix's passer rating was 10th last in the NFL. Yeah. So I look at this and go, I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying first seed, 14-3.
Right.
But I see a team that is going to be more competitive, and just every national media member I hear goes, but the quarterbacks. And I do feel like the Browns are being slept on a little bit from that.
Yeah, I did. Look, again, the guys are talented here. It's not like you're choosing from 3 guys that don't have the talent to do it. I mean, I really – and I think Dylan Gabriel's in the conversation. I know he's a little bit different, but I think he's in the conversation to do it. We've seen Deshaun Watson do it. It's been a long time, but we've seen it. We know what it looks like, and obviously Shedeur Sanders is somebody that we've talked about for a long time as well. Like, back to your point, like, the thing, though, the Broncos knew, they knew that when they needed a play, Bo was going to make it. Mm-hmm. They knew Bo was going to take care of the football as well, too. Like, those are things, to your point, I'm agreeing with you. Like, you don't have to be a world beater. You just can't screw it up. And you got to keep everything on schedule. And you got to go out there. You got to have, if you throw 20 touchdowns, have 9 interceptions. Don't have 14. Like, those are the things that you got to do if you want to be that kind of quarterback. Because you've got the defense to have that kind of quarterback. I think you've got the running backs to have that kind of quarterback. And so that's what Todd has to find. He's got to find that quarterback that, look, I'm not asking you to go out there and throw for 350 every game, but I'm asking you to complete more third downs than you don't. I'm asking you to take care of the football, and when a play presents itself, like Denver, Bo Nix, they count on him to make it, that you make that play.
I wanted to ask you about this defense as well. Obviously, they made the headline of the offseason when they traded away Myles Garrett, but you get a suitable replacement back in Jared Verse. What's your view for how that defensive side?
Oh, I absolutely love this defense. Now, look, there's one Myles Garrett walking this earth. He's a unicorn. We all know that, but you got something real in return. You got Jared Verse in return. He's one of the highly touted defensive ends, and he's a different rusher than Myles Garrett, but he's still a very good player. And you get draft capital, and you've got a young, hungry defense. You just had the Defensive Rookie of the Year on your team. Look, I've known Grant Delpit for a very long time. That's somebody that deserved another contract. You know what you have out there at corner. There's no weakness to this defense. And I think, like, there's another key piece like Mason Graham. Like, that's a key piece. Like, if he plays like he did towards the end of the year and then raises that a couple of levels, again, we're talking about another defensive guy that's going to be one of the better ones in the league. And so you've got it on all three levels. You've got the Jimmies, you got the Joes, and Jared Verse is going – he's not Myles Garrett. That's fine. There's no Myles Garretts in the NFL. But he's still going to give you high production, and you're going to have a new asset to use in the future.
The thing that killed me about just the way the Myles trade was covered, and listen, he's stepping into an incredible defensive line in Los Angeles. There's not – and that's without Aaron Donald if he unretires as expected. But I look at this and I'm going, I get the names. You're not seeing the names, but it's like Alex Wright's a dog. Yep. Isaiah McGuire, Mason Graham, Malik Collins, and those are just like the other guys that are going to start on top of Jared. I get Jim Schwartz is in there. I'm a big Jim Schwartz guy, by the way.
Me too.
So I'm going to miss him, but like at the same point, it's like you guys are acting like all the talent left with Myles, and I look at this defense and go, maybe you're not going to be the best defense. Maybe you'll be the third best defense instead.
Yeah. If you didn't get something in return as far as an asset you could use right now, that would worry me a little bit. But the fact that you got one and you got a really good one. Now, again, it's going to be talked about for a long time because of what Myles is and what he's done and all those. I get all of that. But you got something in return that you can use right now to pair with what you said, some really talented players. And so fans should look at it of, hey, we got something right now that's going to work right now. And you're right, maybe it's a step back, but it's not going to be a leap back. And then, if you're smart, and this team, if you want to give them credit for, it's drafting the right guys. I mean, they've done that. And so you get another draft choice as well. So I think those other guys will be fine. They'll step up. Swessinger's somebody that, man, I love watching that kid play. Like, we talked with him for like 15 minutes.
He looks like Thor.
Yeah, I wanted like 35 minutes with that guy just to talk defense, wearing the green dot, talking about the play calls and, kind of moving fronts like they're going to do a little bit this year. So you have a guy, again, on every level. That's the important thing to point out. You don't have to worry about one of your defensive meeting rooms because all three levels have guys.
What blew my mind when I was doing a little prep for our interview here is I had no idea that you have a son that is old enough to be being recruited around football. It broke my brain. Do we have a future LSU Tiger? Is he thinking somewhere else? Is he going to hate you and go to Georgia? I don't know.
No, Georgia wouldn't be bad. If he went to the Florida Gators, I'd kick him out of the will. He'd have no chance. I am a certified Gator hater. So my son Jackson, now he is 6'2", 275 pounds.
Okay.
He's playing three technique.
All right.
He is not following in Dad's footsteps. He's an absolute beast, man. I'm so proud of him. He works hard, and he's the kind of kid that he wants to create his own path too. So I don't know if LSU is in the future. Granddad played at Louisiana Tech, and so maybe that's something he'd want to do. Mom wants to keep him close to home, but I'm pushing the Ivy League.
Oh, yeah.
He just got a perfect score on his standardized test, the only one in his entire school. So I'm like, hey, bud. Princeton, Yale, Harvard, they find those guys in the NFL too.
Hey, future Browns GM, if the on-field stuff doesn't work out for him. I don't know if you saw Ocho Cinco the other day on some podcast said he basically scouted the women he had children with. And I was like, I was just so relieved that a woman would look at me that I wasn't like, hey, babe, what's your 40 time?
Hey, no, look, I did not do this. I'm not saying, I signed up like Ocho Cinco did, but my wife's dad played for the Bears for a year, and her uncle played for the Cardinals for 11. So I'm just saying.
Something to it, Nick. There's something to Ocho Cinco's magic.
I would have had to ask for Vanessa's 3-cone time because I'm sure as hell not getting me with
somebody.
Mine was
6'8".
Yeah. Mine was Fatty Fall Down.
Hey,
That's
you know why I know that? Because the 40 wasn't impressive, and you try to remember the impressive ones.
Yep, exactly. Jacob Hester here, former NFL fullback, SiriusXM NFL analyst. Great stuff, brother. Appreciate the energy. Love the football guy energy, and we appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime y'all need me.
Didi Kinkabwala coming up in the 3 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan.
familiar with who's going to be their leader. The quarterback is the only guy on this football team, and it's anywhere, all 32 teams, that has the ear of the entire team. It doesn't matter if you have the best linebacker in the NFL. When he speaks, there's going to be some guys that don't listen. But the quarterback, when he talks, once you get your guy, everybody listens.
Jacob Hester, former NFL fullback, and of course SiriusXM NFL radio host. That was a vibe. That was a good hang right there, Nick Padone.
That was a lot of ball talk. That was fun to do.
Yeah, and I the interesting thing about this is, everyone keeps talking about whether they're impressed with the quarterbacks or not, and they keep doing this, that, and the other, and it's like, again, I don't think this is built to succeed or fail solely about the quarterbacks. I think the plan they're going to is, can we have an identity that allows our quarterback to just play within himself? And I think you heard that with Jacob. Like, this thing is not set up for Deshaun or Shedeur to save the day, because that's not where either guy is at this point in his career. And no guarantee it happens. There's no guarantee the offensive line gels, but that's at least that's a cogent idea, especially in the first year of a new head coach, where you can say, let's fall back on this identity of 5 wins to 7 or 8 wins, even with a coaching change, even with the offset of Miles and Jared Verse. And I think that's what people are missing. I get that there are a lot of ifs here. No one's it's so and so, and I understand why you do that. Those guys have earned that benefit of the doubt. But I think sometimes in Cleveland, when we talking about the idea of allowing Shedeur time to be seasoned, which would mean starting Deshaun Watson out of the gate.
Yesterday when I asked Todd Monken about, is there a world in which
whoever you name the week 1 starting quarterback, you got to hope that's your QB until week 18. Like, you're making that decision not to have some sort of, mid-year shift, not to have the starter on a short leash and pull him for the backup. Like, when you name a starting, we're in the stretch of 10 practices in 11 days. That's a lot of ball. But when you get to the regular season, Mondays are what? A lot of meetings, a lot of film. Tuesdays are off. Wednesdays, you're kind of real and green at some point. Like, that's 2 last year for you.
Yeah. No, 216-474-0092. Mary Kay said maybe start Deshaun Watson early, allow Shedeur to get some seasoning. Does this plan pass the smell test to you? More on the quarterback position, more from Berea in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
Myself and JP. From 2 to 7
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back live from training camp here with the Browns. We got Browns defensive lineman Alex Wright coming up in about 40 minutes time. You can listen to the Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Including the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps after that, and then, of course, myself and JP, or in this case Nick Padone, from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now. But practice is just wrapping up, and we have not, this man has been shunning. Every time there's been an opening to host with me, the man has shunned the opportunity left and right. So I shoehorned him as a host, a guest host. Guest, words hard me. Nick, Spencer German, you know of the 75 different outlets that he has. Spencer, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Happy to be here, Nick. I'm glad I finally got the invite because I feel like everybody else on the beat gets asked to come on our various shows here, and I don't know if it's because I have a show on Saturdays at the station that people are like, we don't want Spencer's thoughts, but nobody ever asked me, so I'm honored that you actually asked me.
Well, I think that was why. I'm now giving you my personal permission to be on the air during the weekdays, and of course the floodgates will open from here. All right, so let's start with what you saw out there today from the Browns.
Yeah, listen, I thought from a quarterback standpoint, I think the struggles sort of continue in a lot of different ways. I did feel like there was moments for both Shedeur and Deshaun where there were some good throws. Some of it wasn't their fault. That first 11-on-11 session, I know Deshaun made a couple nice throws. That one was just a little out of reach. One was dropped. Shedeur obviously had that interception in the 11-on-11s down near the goal line. So I think it still is kind of like this wait to be determined sort of process, right? Like, what I'm interested in with the quarterbacks now is, like, we know Todd Monken's talked so much about the installs, and that now this ends on day 8 here. So what does it start looking like tomorrow, and how much does the practices moving forward matter in terms of evaluating these guys? So we'll see what that looks like. But my biggest takeaway, I would just say, is that this defense continues to just make plays, make life hard on both quarterbacks, constant pressure, a lot of guys getting in on the interception counter, if you will. So from that standpoint, like, if you're looking for something to be positive about from camp a little over a week in, I think the defense is giving you a lot of reasons to be excited.
Spence, felt like another maybe small uptick of Dylan Gabriel action out there today. What are your what's your read on how he could kind of factor into this thing?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Nick. You bring up that Dylan's kind of worked his way in here, and it's been a gradual process over the course of the week. Coming in on Monday, you saw him get some work with some of the higher up units, and then each day, whoever's been that guy going with the twos, whether it's been Deshaun or Shedeur, he's had a chance to kind of take some reps from them and work in with that second group. I think that's pretty interesting. What I would say is this. I don't think Dylan is truly like a factor yet, or will he be a factor in the starting quarterback conversation. But what I think you're seeing is he earned the right to at least compete now for the backup job, where it's like, hey, these two are duking it out for the starting job, but he might have a legitimate shot at winning the second string job if he keeps doing what he's doing. And I think he had another day where he looked like he kind of continued on what he's been doing.
So is there a world where they could name a starting quarterback, either Sanders or Watson, and then whoever loses that starting quarterback competition isn't the backup?
I think it's a possibility, yeah. Like, it sounds kind of weird to say that, but I think if Dylan continues putting together some of these strong performances, the way I've kind of described it is this with all three. I think Deshaun at this point, and he should have this mastered, by the way, because he's the veteran, has mastered the pre-snap procedural, getting in and out of the huddle, the cadences you keep hearing Todd Monken talk about. I think he's mastered that part. And then I think the once the ball snapped and the play's going on, I think we've all seen it. He's been pretty awful at completing passes and making throws. That's where he's kind of trying to get his feet underneath him. I think Shedeur has the play execution part down, but he's still kind of learning as a young player some of the cadences and things. And I think Dylan's looked like the most like get up, run the play, and it's looked efficient. But there's context there.
Right.
He's looked the most in rhythm, but there's context there. He's going against the threes and the fours most of the time. So I think that's kind of how I've viewed all three to this point in camp.
So I do want to ask you what is more tantamount to a sports talk guy question and less a reporter question. I didn't think it was a coincidence that that a day after Deshaun finally looked good in practice, we had renewed push from the national and local media of like, if the season started tomorrow, it's Deshaun. It's either that or we're just living in a coincidence world here. What was your take on, and it was from 4 or 5 people today that said this. What was your take on that renewed Deshaun push?
I think you hit the nail on the head, Nick, in terms of why that was the case. Like, they had one good day of Deshaun, and it was kind of like everyone. It was Leonardo DiCaprio and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood just pointing at the TV screen like, see, this is why he's going to be the starter. I told you. But no, here's the way I break it down. I think what this decision, at least what we've seen so far, and obviously things could change. There's still weeks to go here. There's preseason games. There's the joint practice with the Bills. There's all that. But to what we've seen to this point, it feels like this is trending towards Todd Monken having to make a decision between who's maybe looked like the better quarterback on the field and in the plays themselves being executed, like I had talked about, or who he thinks is going to be the best at, like, we're going to get out there and philosophically, like, we can run these plays because we know we have a guy that we trust who's a veteran, and whatever it looks like is whatever it's going to look like. And that's kind of what it feels like it's going to come down to. If it was me, I'd be leaning towards the guy who the plays are actually more productive and you're seeing better play. But I understand where, like, philosophically, you also need somebody who can go up to the line of scrimmage and actually run the plays first. And if they don't have confidence that Shedeur can do that yet, I'm not saying they don't or that he won't get there. But if right now that's still a work in progress, I can understand that. And that's why I think you heard what you heard. I think the national media has very much gravitated towards this idea of Deshaun's the veteran. He knows how to execute the plays in the film room, which we don't get to see. He's looking at it and saying, like, I see this in coverage, I see that in coverage, and maybe Shedeur is still kind of coming along with those things, and so it's taking him a little bit longer to get there.
Well, with what you just said with that, I found it really fascinating, and it caught my ear when Todd Monken was just talking about anxieties. You know, Shedeur's anxiety, but also his anxiety, you know, letting a young player have that much control and command over an offense. I want to ask you, though, Spence, about just the timeline. Like what are we looking at here? Because obviously we play a preseason football game next weekend. We've got preseason football tonight in some form or fashion with the Hall of Fame game.
But it's real football. It's just not real football.
Then we're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have the joint practices with Buffalo around the 20th. So, like, what's our timeline looking like here? Or is it really anybody's guess?
Yeah, I think the timeline feels pretty clear at this point to a degree. I do think that report from, what are we calling it now, like NFL Network on ESPN or whatever the hell it is now that they're just joined forces.
I call it nothing.
Well, the report from Cameron Wolf about, he's going to start one guy and then the other guy. And I know Tom Monken sort of pushed back on that a little bit and was like, he was taking some liberties. But it kind of does feel like that's the appropriate thing, right? They've rotated every other day. It would make sense he starts one for one game and one for the other. I feel like we're going to know after that Bills joint practice and that Bills if they're planning on actually playing one of the quarterbacks starting the game in that preseason game after the joint practice, I think that's the timeline in terms of, like, when we get an answer. So we're looking at 2 weeks-ish from now, like, because that game's 2 Saturdays from this Saturday. So that feels to me like when we'll sort of get a sense of who's in front, who's leading, and then we come back that next week and there'll be more so game planning for that guy for the third preseason game, which is that Thursday, and then we'll be off and running.
Spencer, great stuff, brother. Where can people catch you and your beautiful work?
Where can't they catch me at this point? Locked on Browns, my daily podcast, also over at Browns Roundtable, and right here on The Fan. 2 days from now, Earl and I will be hosting on Saturday morning.
That's enough of that. Spencer German, everybody. Thanks, buddy.
Of course, guys.
Spencer German, the Germinator, stopping by there. We'll come back. We'll react to what he had to say. We did have some injury news to react to in camp as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima.
Take Lindor back. Which no wonder he got pissed about his name. Hey, give me that Linder guy. Take Lindor.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy.
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back on Afternoon Drive here on The Fan. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows here locally on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We do obviously have Alex Wright, Browns defensive lineman, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Adidi's coming up at 5:20 today. So still plenty of football news to come along. One bit of sour note here from practice is Zach Zinter did leave practice today on a cart. I have not seen a follow-up on that. But, I know Zach has had a lot of injury problems. I know he's a Michigan man. I know some people feel some sort of way because of the injuries and because he was a third-round pick. Anyone that was anyone at Michigan talks about what a classy dude that is. So I hope I hope maybe it's a Paul Pierce potty break.
Yeah.
More than it is like a very serious injury or something he's going to have to deal with, because he's kind of one of those guys on the bubble this year.
He definitely is. And now that they've kind of turned KT Leviston into a guard, that's going to be fascinating, because that's somebody that played a lot of football for this team last year. Obviously, it wasn't great football. We all remember the KT Leviston tackle experience, but at guard it's been better. And a lot of smart football people, including Todd Monken, including Coach Riz, really like the development of KT Leviston at guard. So that probably doesn't bode too well for guys like Zach Zinter that find themselves kind of on that bubble competing for a spot here.
Well, and what stinks about it is, he's kind of been one of those guys hurt by the turnover offensive line coach. There was the disaster 2 years ago with Alex Dickerson, and then obviously last year you had a new coach, and I think last year's offensive line coach was fine, but I really, there's so many guys say so many great things about Warhop that Zinter was one of those guys that was kind of like, man, if he can just be healthy in camp, maybe we kind of get a return of an investment on that. Also, a little update to pass along here. So I've just been inundating Vanessa with pictures of puppies.
Oh.
Just left and right.
Do we have a breakthrough? Because we were talking about this off air about how much trouble each of us would be in if we showed up unannounced with a dog.
I think I've normalized the idea that if I brought it home, I'd be in the doghouse for a day, but the second that puppy flashed their eyes to Vanessa, I think so again, the key, I find a girl dog, and unfortunately all the ones over there that I gravitated to were boy dogs, but I sent this picture of this little stinker, and Vanessa hit me with, "You're killing me." I can feel her resolve breaking. And I want to be very clear. My wife is not like some Grinch that is like, no dogs. Her simple request is, can I be there to help pick out the dog?
Right.
And I am just torturing her every day with cute dog pictures, and I regret nary a damn thing.
Have you ever had two dogs at once?
Easy. No. I've only ever had the one dog. We had Artemis, and then when Artie passed, about 9 months later, we got Mongo, but we've never done it. But I think I'm going to have to get a girl, because Mongo is better with girls than he is with boys. He likes his dad, and then all other men are real suspect.
So growing up, we always had a dog. We never ventured to two dogs at the same time. And right now, Cam and I have a dog. But it is something that's been floated around. Would we entertain getting another dog? And I just think two dogs is probably too much for me. I think
you have one dog, you have two dogs.
There are people that do it, and there are people that do it well. I see those people that walk around my house with their two dogs, and my one dog barks at it through the window. So I think I'm at my capacity with just the one.
Not me.
I do think too. Even though it sounds like a great idea, I just feel like in principle, it plays a lot worse.
No, the dream here is at some point I hit the lottery, and when I hit the lottery, I never leave my house, and I'm surrounded by my beautiful daughters, my loving wife, and maybe two German Shepherds, maybe a retriever. She wants a cream-colored retriever. I'd like maybe another lab to go with Mongo, and I just never leave. Like, even my exercise is me just walking
Yeah,
around the lake, or
100%.
maybe I build a
100%.
barn dominium with a gym in it. That's my dream,
And
of
it's
just being
yeah.
surrounded. And honestly, I'd like a couple orange cats because those bastards are crazy. And your boy Nick likes a little flavor,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I like a little wild card in there to kind of bust things up every now and then.
Well, especially with some of the cats, if you could kind of like fatten them up, where you've got some crazy ones, but then you got the other sector of just fat cats that kind of hang around and eat their food and don't do a lot. That's a
I
good
think you
lottery
just described
dream.
every cat I've ever had. I've never had like a svelte, earnest cat. They've always been fat and lazy. Now, someone who is not fat and lazy, Jared Verse, I have really enjoyed every second of watching other people react to the energy that Jared Verse is bringing here. Obviously, we had Todd Monken on this station with his press conference the other day talking about just how wowed he was by Jared Verse staying after practice with Spencer Fano. I don't want to do the thing where we compare each guy to each other at all points, but what I can tell you is when you've got a team full of guys like Jared Verse, and that energy cannot be replicated. When you've got guys that are about the team and that are loving and infectious, you cannot understate the importance of that in building culture that goes beyond just are we winning or not.
Daryl and I were talking about this a little bit on Sunday, Nick. Just the fact that with Jared, it feels like he bought in. And it felt like with Myles Garrett, again, we're not trying to compare the two, and that's going to become such a tiresome thing. But with Myles, it felt like you were always trying to get him to buy in, and he never fully did. Maybe at times he had 1 foot bought in and 1 foot bought out. Sometimes he was riding that fence. But
Myles was about Myles.
We spent a lot of time hoping that Myles would buy into whatever iteration of Browns football we were trying to throw at Myles, and it just never fully clicked. Whereas it felt like with Jared Verse, he admitted on his own accord. He was upset, disappointed when the trade happened, went from Super Bowl favorite in the Rams to Cleveland, who wouldn't be, but then it felt like he bought in right away, and he's kind of helping this coaching staff with their messaging to get other guys, other vets to buy in, and it is a really positive thing that we've been able to see unfold out here since spring practices and obviously now into training camp.
Yeah, and I just think it's as simple as I think Jared Verse mimics the culture that Todd Monken wants. Same thing with Spencer Fano. And I think you start to look at the the orange dot guys they brought in. Like, I remember a town where if you're good at football, we're going to love you, right? But at the same point, if you got a team chock full of orange dot guys, and they play hard, we can accept. Hey man, we got a B+ year instead of an A. What I think the last, Baker, for as many people that loved him, Baker was a complicated guy for people, right?
Yeah.
Myles was a complicated guy for people. Certainly Deshaun is a complicated guy for people. And I think the Browns, and I know Deshaun's still here, but I think mostly the Browns are devoid of complicated guys from a Browns fan perspective. And again, Jared Verse doesn't have to be every bit the player that Myles was. But if he's 90% the player and twice the teammate, twice the leader, I'm sorry. I think you win that trade no matter what happens with the first, second, and third round picks you got for him as well.
And I think that's something that is going to take time, because in February, if Myles is hoisting the Lombardi, that Monday after the Super Bowl, there are going to be a lot of upset Browns fans, and rightfully so. Myles is a generational talent, and it is a bummer that he's not here. But they found a suitable replacement from an on-the-field perspective. I think Verse is going to have a career year in numbers, don't you?
Yeah, but to get back to that, I'm not bummed that Myles isn't here. That's what surprised me so much is once you got over the emotions of the trade, and again, I wouldn't have traded Myles. Myles is a Hall of Famer. That guy should have been a one-helmet player, and the fact he's not is an indictment of how this thing has been run. But at the same point, Myles was a part of the losing, and I'll be honest, if you went to Myles and said, hey, you can have all your stats, and you're going to be on a 6-win team, or you can have none of the stats and you can be on a Super Bowl winning team, I think Myles would rather be the best player on a 6-win team because Myles was about me. And not having that anymore to worry and to basically try and do the mental gymnastics.
Right.
And again, I didn't realize I felt this way. until watching Jared Verse, and it's like, man, that is watching Jared Verse react and watching people react to Jared, his teammates, his coaches. Like, that's what being a Cleveland Brown is supposed to be if you're a Cleveland Browns fan. This isn't Miami. This isn't L.A., right, where you can just kind of be a jag and do whatever the hell you want, and as long as you're good, people are going to know your name.
Sure.
Like, the person matters.
We know,
and it seems like we got an upgrade.
And
there.
Browns fans do notice that. I do
Yes.
think that is one piece of the fan base where Lima and I were debating, how smart are Browns fans, and Lima debated not very smart because of all of the Shador people that were blowing him up. I was debating, I think Browns fans are pretty smart. And I actually think Browns fans, and in Cleveland...
By the way, bold of you to say.
I do think...
Very proud of you for saying that. Not a lot of guys would say it, but you said it.
That is true, but I'm willing to go out there
so
on the limb.
brave.
But I think it's true because I do think that this is a place that actually understands everything that goes into it. Like to your point with Verse, if he's only 90% the player but double the leader, I think that resonates with Browns fans that, hey, he might not ever get a 24-sack season like Miles could potentially have with L.A. I don't think he's going to. But if he's twice the leader and he puts up 15 sacks and the Browns win a bunch of games and he's bought in and there's plenty of signs of leadership throughout, we're going to have no qualms about it.
Here's the other part. I'm a little sick of people talking about the Browns defense like they're a no-name. Like, Alex Wright is a dog. Yep. Isaiah McGuire is a dog. Mason Graham
was a top 5 draft pick. Played all throughout the second half of last year that everybody keeps referencing was so great. He had broken ribs.
And people forget, people conflate his lack of sack production with a lack of actual production. He actually had a lot of quarterback hits and pressures last year. Malik Collins, who is, a huge part of Miles chasing that record last year was Malik Collins' pressure up the middle. Oh, look at that. If you can't hear it, the young kids are losing their mind because Shador's there. These little guys just want to do a 6-7. They just want to, or maybe a dab. Do kids still dab these days?
Shador just dapped up Bernie, and I think the older crowd went crazy because he dapped up Bernie, and the kids are going crazy because he's walking closer to them to start signing some stuff.
Now, well, we talk about that, but and even beyond that, guys like Aiden Huntington, and I actually, ever since they got close to signing Jadeveon Clowney, now I want another edge rusher, but this team has talent, and yes, I think Jared Verse is going to be the face of that defensive line, but I think people are going to realize Miles is great. Miles is a singular talent. This team still has talent, and I think it might feel a little less lopsided in that room over who gets the attention defensively and who doesn't.
Yeah, it might be more evenly dispersed now amongst those guys, and it might just be a really elite defense instead of one elite player that you hear so much about because he's the guy getting 4 or 5 sacks in a given game. Malik Collins hasn't even been out here, by the way, and this defensive line has looked this good. He's still on that PUP list. I did want to push back. You want another edge.
Oh, yeah. I'll take another edge or another interior pass rush.
So were you were in on Clowney?
Yeah, I actually was.
I'm not disappointed.
Do you know why? Dude still plays at a high level.
He does.
And JP kind of convinced me maybe a lot of the smoke here was Miles versus Jadeveon.
100% it was.
And the fact that Monken was with him in Baltimore 3 years ago gave me some
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back at training camp live from Berea. It is a beautiful day out here. We're in the midst of one of those days when it comes to practices, but we're going to be welcomed by another member of the Cleveland Browns. We've had a great week with this. The great week rolls on. Browns defensive lineman Alex Wright joins us. Alex, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. I guess we'll start with this is year 4. Correct? Five? I missed a year in there, see? Time's a flat circle when you're 40. But I do want to know, man, year 5, how different is it coming into camp this year versus that first camp as a rookie 5 years ago?
It was very different. Just the fact that I was just getting used to the speed of the game and just learning different techniques and different schemes and whatnot. But compared to now, I feel like the game has slowed down a lot for me. I'm calling out plays from the formation. I feel like I'm knowing what the offense is doing before they do it, and just having that confidence of I've been here long enough to to the point where I made plays. I've proven I can be a player in this league and just be a leader also. So it was a great incline, I want to say. It was struggles along the way with the injury and stuff, but I feel like that just put me in a better situation mentally and physically to, just come out on top and just keep working. So, now it's time flies by and you're in year 5, So I still remember walking in as a rookie. Now it's like I'm halfway from year 10. It's crazy.
Alex, how much does that leadership matter to you? I remember right after the Myles Garrett trade during the spring, you were one of the first guys that we talked to. You were talking about just that initial shock, but at the same time understanding that you had to take on more of a leadership role on that new defensive line. You mentioned leadership in your first answer. How much does that new evolved role in year 5, Alex, change from what you were earlier on in your Browns career?
My thing is, it was just I feel like coming in as a rookie, you have to be a follower. And you hear the term all the time, anybody could be a leader. But we had, one of the best guys that you could follow in terms of Myles. But as far as, just being a leader and being more vocal, that's just something that I'm still working at every day because I was never the type. I was the type to, just lead by example or lead by play and stuff like that. I was never the vocal type. So the more I talk about it, the more I get people riled up and get the players riled up and sometimes the fans riled up. It just it just comes natural to a point where I find myself doing it without even trying to, and it comes a point in time to where I would never do it. I would never. If you told me that I was going to be a vocal leader in college or year 1, year 2, I would look at you crazy. I would definitely look at you crazy. But now it's just having to talk with coaches and stuff like that. Now that I am the quote-unquote vet now, we have players that are younger than me in terms of league-wise. So it's just I was in their shoes once. So it would be good to, just pass down that to the younger group. So,
Alex, I got to say, what's so cool about watching the evolution of this defensive line room is all you guys are workers. That's pretty apparent. Even how you guys present yourself in media, and then to watch Jared Verse walk in here in the shoes of Myles Garrett, and you've got Coach Monken bragging about him. You've got him, the viral moment with working with Spencer Fano after practice, and then we're hearing from L.A. fans, players talking about how emotional it was to watch Jared kind of leave. Why has Jared seemingly integrated himself into this defensive line room in such a seemingly easeless way?
It's just the love of the game. I feel like the love of the game and the love that we have as far as a D-line and just welcoming him in. It was, like I said, it was difficult, but at the same time, it's a business. So, we just had to, put our big boy pants on and say, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's happened. That era is over. Now this area is starting with the Monken role and Myles leaving and Jared is being here. So, we didn't shy away from it, but at the same time, just watching Jared just come in and just flow naturally like he's been here already. It's just like it's something good to see. And me and his relationship has actually like grown since he's been here. So we get along just fine. We talk trash to each other. We talk about rushes together. We talk about positions together. We talk about just different spots and just pretty much just football and just life and stuff like that. So just watching him just, you know, like I said, speak life into the younger group like Spencer and stuff like that. You know, Spencer coming in as a rookie, he's going to have a lot of eyes on him considering he's our top pick. So just to have, you know, a Pro Bowl guy just teach him the fundamentals of defending a defensive lineman is just like, you know, it's just you just see it. It's like a flower blossoming. It's just like we're gonna be here for years to come.
Now you mentioned being able to remember back when you were a rookie, now in year 5. From being able to see this from both sides of it, you know, what's it like to be a young player in this league and then have it? And I love the way you said it. Have a veteran guy who's done something in this league come in and, as you said, breathe life into you.
I feel like it was just like, as a rookie, it's like sometimes it's like the lights are bright. You know, it's different environment. It's not college environment no more. You see different players come in and out. You see the meetings are long. The days are sometimes long. The joint practices are different. You know, in college you never would go against another team for joint practices. But for now it's like you see all these new things and stuff like that. So it's just like when you go into a game, you don't know what to expect because, you know, as a rookie, this is your first time in an NFL uniform. So and that's what we're here for. And my years when I was younger, I had Dalvin here, Dalvin Thompson here, and I would go to him for, you know, just to calm down, just to breathe. You know, we've been here before, and we just, you know, like you said, we breathe life into him, and we tell him, you know, just calm down. You know, we've been practicing. You know what to do. Just be confident in yourself, and at the end of the day, just have fun. Like, this is a kid sport. You just in the backyard. When everything goes bad, just think about it. You're a kid in the backyard playing backyard football.
Alex.
And that's pretty much, you know, what we try to just tell somebody from my perspective. So that's what I try to tell them.
And it feels like a guy that matches that backyard football, just have fun mindset is Mike Rutenberg, your guys' new defensive coordinator. He's got a lot of energy. We could hear him as we're sitting all the way over here when he's out there on the field coaching you guys. What's it been like playing for Rudy so far?
Rudy, he's been one of those guys where he just, you know, he just gives us the call and just gets out the way. You know, and we talk about it all the time. He just, you know, I give you the call, you know, just push me out the huddle. Say, Rudy, get out the huddle. Get out the huddle. But at the end of the day, you know, he just sets the platform, and he let us know this is our team, this is our defense. You know, I'm just here to give you guys a play, and I'm out of the way. So with him, it's like he's not trying to change up anything crazy. You know, he's not trying to take over and this is that, this is my thing. No, it's never been that with Rudy. It's never been that with Rudy. But for him, it's just like seeing him as a person, you know. And we talk about it all the time, you know, what's your why? What's your interesting fact? What is your drive? Because, you know, and he makes us tell the whole room that, because at the end of the day, what are we playing for? So I know what Jared is playing for. I know what Mason is playing for. I know what Malik is playing for. So it makes us just play even harder for each other because it's not just about the name on our back, and he reminds us that every time. So when we come out here, you know, don't take a day for granted.
Alex, I was not loving how the national media was painting the defensive line room as rumors about Miles' future were up in the air this summer, because they were kind of painting it a little bit of Miles and the other guys. I've watched you guys play now the last couple of years. That's just not true. You guys, there's a lot of really darn good football players here. Were you guys hearing that? Were you guys hearing the kind of doubt, like once Miles was gone, that people were saying, wow, Cleveland's defense now without Miles isn't what it was?
My thing is, I said it, you know, all the time. It's just because, you know, Miles is Miles. You know, the spotlight would be on Miles and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like we was top 3 in sacks, and Miles had, you know, 23. But at the same time, it was other people producing also. He was just the leader of it and the milestone grabber for it. So, but at the same time, we would tell people, you know, that's the chip on our shoulder. Just because he's not here, at the same time, he's just one person, you know. And it's 10 other people out there that's making plays and producing and getting to the ball and catching picks and deflecting balls and stuff like that. So at the same time, we don't really we know it, but we don't dwell on it, because at the end of the day, it is what it is. This is the now. We focus on the present now, and in my opinion, I feel like outside talk is outside talk. That's like people on Twitter, people on Facebook, people on social media that always have something to say, but only want to focus on one thing, and it's not that. I feel like everybody has a part in what we do, and it doesn't go unnoticed to us. So,
Alex, I felt like one of the bright spots when we look back to last year, and I know we're turning the page at training camp this year, one of the bright spots was you and your contract extension, being a part of this thing moving forward. Obviously, this offseason, Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward on your defense going to be around long term. What's that mean to you that the nucleus of this defense is still going to be intact for years and years to come?
I feel like I said, the chip on our shoulder, they know it just as much as I do. You know, so that's just like, I think we're the top 3 since in the Brown years. I know Denzel is going to year 8?
Since 2018.
Yeah, Grant is behind him, then there's me. So we know how it feels to lose in Cleveland. So it's kind of like the change of direction as far as them being here. They want to be a part of the turnaround. They want to be a part of us, Cleveland football, as in winning. So they want to be the part. They made the decision to say, I want to stay here and I want to change the culture around. And that's what Coach Monken has established. You know, he's trying to establish a tougher culture in Cleveland. So the vibe has been way different here in Cleveland since everything has changed. So I'm proud of them for wanting to stay here. That's the reason I want to stay here. So, Cleveland, I feel like Cleveland is my home now. I never wanted to go anywhere else. I wanted to stay here within the defense. But at the same time, it's just like, I'm just happy to have the turnaround and just see those two back in their positions. So we know how it feels to have losses. We know how it feels to be in the playoffs. We know how it feels to also get kicked out of playoff contention. But at the same time, we have a different environment, new coaches, new players, offense and defense. So, we're just trying to get after it.
Alex, you mentioned your contract extension. You're coming off a career-high 5.5 sacks last year. What's your next level? Like, what's that next thing you're chasing to keep growing and just the tremendous growth you've done in 5 years here?
I mean, I just want to be the best person that I could be, not only for myself, but my teammates also. Because, like I said, the game has slowed down for me a lot. So I feel like I just want to play faster. I just want to know the game as much as I can, because there's no ceiling when it comes to knowing the game of football. You're always going to learn something new, probably just about every day you learn something new, especially being in, our position. I was told something 2 days ago that I would have never thought. And it makes me look at, rushing the passer a lot different. So I just feel like, it's a lot, man.
Can I ask what that thing was?
I would, but it's a long story. Me and Titus Howard were talking about it, our new tackle. So we work after practice every day too, just talk about rushing and talk about passing stance. We talk about angles. We talk about moves. We talk about counters. We talk about a lot of stuff because everybody is different. Not everybody rushes the same, but not everybody defends the same too. Some people do, some people don't. So we talk about a lot of stuff.
What I love about this is, and I know it does happen, it seems like there's a lot of trench kind of camaraderie between the offensive line and defensive line. I know that does happen in the NFL. Is it just me, or does it seem like we're seeing more of that this year? Like you guys are a little bit more integrated as the offensive line's trying to learn each other, and you guys are trying to take that next step on the defensive line.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all have one goal in common, and that's just to win football games and take one game at a time. So I feel like the better you know your player or the person that you're going against, the better off you would be as a player. So just knowing the knowledge of an offensive lineman and what he's thinking is going to help me out. Just like the same as them knowing how we are as rushers, that helps them out. Everybody benefits one another. That's just part of being a team. So
I do have to ask you, because I have sent about 4 pictures of different dogs to my wife and been like, am I allowed to get another one yet? How close are you close? Did you even go over there, or is it time for another dog? Do you have a dog? Where are we at?
I have 2. I have two dogs.
What kind?
I have a pit mix and a Corso mix. She's a Corso and a boxer.
Oh, that is a good dog.
So yeah, she's the oldest. So like she's really the head of the house.
So she gets to decide when you get another dog.
Yes, because she does not like dogs. She does not like girl dogs.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we having an issue right now, like with the neighbors, because she always getting into it with the neighbors. But as far as my youngest, he's just happy-go-lucky all the time. So the oldest, she's just real attentive, really like trying to check the vibe and see what's going on. And then the youngest, he's just happy to be there. So I thought about it as soon as I came back, but as soon as I thought about it and seeing how she acted with the other dogs and stuff, I was like, nah, I'm good.
So we have a boy dog. His name's Mongo. He's a lab mix, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get another boy dog. His general reaction to males, not the best, other than his dad. So I think I'm going to have to get a girl dog because I'm in a house of women.
Oh yeah,
and he really seems to favor the girls outside of Pops.
Yeah, it's just like that's the same with Nova. She just doesn't like girl dogs. I don't know what transpired because when she was younger, she wasn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as she got older, it kind of surprised me. It's just like, why are you going at it with the girl? And you're going at it with the neighbor's dogs. And my youngest, Nico, he's just, he wants to play with them.
Yep.
But it's like I got to tell them to go inside because, it's like as soon as I go outside and just bark and starts, I'm like, yeah, no, you got to wait. You got to go inside because she's already out here. So.
Yep. Well, listen, it's great to talk dogs with you. It's great to talk football with you. You're one of, I think unanimously, you're one of everybody's favorite personalities beyond just the football player and all the great football you've played here. So we appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much, and best of health and luck this season, my guy.
Appreciate it.
Join me, Andy Baskin, and 92.3 The Fan live at Consumer Tire, located at 216 Cherry Avenue in Chardon, August 6th from 4 to 6 for a massive customer appreciation party. Got food, autographs, games, and of course, giving away a free set of tires. Get the details now at 923thefan.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Using chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians with a disappointing loss, falling by a final score of 13-6 and getting swept by the New York Mets today. It's going to be an opportunity for the Chicago White Sox later tonight to extend the lead in the AL Central up to 4 games. Plus, Browns' final day of installation out at training camp, and Mary Kay Cabot reporting the quarterback battle could show its hand with the leader in the clubhouse getting a boost in reps coming as early as Monday. And elsewhere in the NFL, another running back getting paid. Colt Jonathan Taylor inking a 2-year, $44 million extension. The new deal will have Taylor locked in with the Colts through the 2028 season. Football's finally back with the Hall of Fame game kicking off tonight. Kenny Pickett and Carson Beck square off, and you don't want to miss a second of the action with Westwood One's coverage of the game starting at 8 o'clock right here on The Fan. Get all the latest content from the Browns filtered right to your phone throughout training camp by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
From the 1-800-HURT-NOW Traffic Center. Hurt in a car? Call KNR.
Brought to you by Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing, siding, and exterior solutions you can trust.
Call Home Genius Exteriors now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS. See website for details.
Guardians still in action. No post-game traffic in your way yet, but construction around the city may slow down your afternoon commute. For your Odyssey Cleveland traffic,
I'm Jake Volnick.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin. We are hanging out at Consumer Tire at 216 Cherry Avenue in Chardon. That's easy. Come on out, free and open to the public. What are we doing? We are celebrating the grand summer celebration at Consumer Tire in Chardon. Guess who else is here? Booby Gibson, the former Cavalier, and the Antonio's food truck. So come on out, hang out with us, 216 Cherry Avenue in Chardon. We're here right now, live from Consumer Tire in Chardon. Andy Baskin, 92.3 The Fan.
Let's talk phone service. Why do all these carriers move like they call the shots? Expensive contracts, shady prices, hidden fees, dead that. Download Text Now, unlimited talk, unlimited text, and you add data when you decide you need it. Nationwide 5G, same towers, no bill shock, no fixed contract. That's not cutting corners, that's having sense. Download Text Now, set up in minutes, and keep your dollars where they need to be, right with you. Free app-based talk and text via the Text Now app requires Wi-Fi or data connection. Data plans sold separately, 5G where available.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on 92.3 The Fan contest page.
Everyone loves a great deal, and that's
(213-2138). Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The vibe has been way different here in Cleveland since everything has changed. So I'm proud of them for wanting to stay here. That's the reason I want to stay here. So, Cleveland, I feel like Cleveland is my home now. I never wanted to go anywhere else. I wanted to stay here within the defense. But at the same time, it's just like, I'm just happy to have to turn around and just see those two back in their positions. So we know how it feels to have losses. We know how it feels to be in the playoffs. We know how it feels to also get kicked out of playoff contention. But at the same time, we have a different environment, new coaches, new players, offense and defense. So, we're just trying to get after it.
Browns defensive lineman Alex Wright in the previous segment. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows here locally on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. Great stuff with Alex right here. I want to put a pin in it for a moment because something monumental just happened. And honestly, I wish Peterlin were here. I just want to make it clear. It's not about you, Nick Padone, a.k.a. the Padiddler. It's not about you.
What happened?
It's that this is the kind of moment that I could rub directly into JP's face. And that, quite frankly, I would get the kind of mileage if he was here that I wouldn't get the mileage of if he was not here. So I'm going down here, and basically, in between breaks, I'm trying to get my steps in here, right? Just trying to keep moving because it is just hotter than sin out here. And so I'm going along the way here, and as I got to the end, I heard someone saying, "Excuse me, could you help me?" And it actually was Jory Epstein was stuck at the gate. And so I actually got to meet Jory Epstein, who, by the way, is incredibly lovely. We actually talked about Jared Verse. And I mentioned we had just talked to Alex Wright about Jared Verse, and she had nothing but the nicest things to say about Jared Verse as well. But then I turn around, I start coming back, and I'd noticed Shador was over on the far side here. And so I'd looked over a couple times because he had a couple guys he was talking to.
Yeah.
And so as my way back, I was again looked over to Shador, and Shador was standing up, and he looked at me, and he said, "Sup." All right, and I went, nothing, Shador, how you doing? And he went, good. And I was like, good to hear, man. And I just kept walking. And you've got to understand, Jonathan Peterlin, if this happened to him, would melt down. There would be some level of Nick Cage O-face on Jonathan Peterlin. And the idea that happened to me before it happened to him, I already texted him, and he responded very well, but I am going to, hey, you're the Shador guy, right? I got the sup from Shador.
Wow.
Wow.
And that sup is yours in the making.
Yeah, and not just that. I got the first sup.
Yeah.
So there will be subsequent sups to be handed out, but none of them, it's like the first dap up with like a really good bro, right? We got the first dap up with Shador, and JP wasn't here. He was in little old Kansas City. He was living a simple farmer's life out there in no man's land while his boy Nicky Dubs was supping Shador. Actually, again, he was supped by Shador, and then I responded in what I would think was a very classy, "Hey, Shador, I treat him like just a normal guy, right? Didn't make a big deal of it. Oh, that's just Shador. That's just my guy, Shador. That's just a friend. I actually call him Sha.
Oh, no.
That's because I got a nickname for him. I shortened his name.
Nick. You know what I just thought of?
What's that?
And the fact that interaction went so well for you, that's going to make it even harder for JP to get like an authentic sup from Shador when the stars do align, because you got the sup first. Shador's going to know that's the guy that I said sub to first. That's really the Shador guy. Who's this other guy, Jonathan Peterlin, is just along for the ride.
And I feel bad, because like when Joe Thomas comes up here, who gets the first dap from Joe? It's me. Joe and I go back, and I know he and JP go back. Joe and I go back farther. And so Joe and I text occasionally. I don't want to brag here, but I do text occasionally with Joe Thomas. Usually it's, "Please, sir, can you come on my show?" But I text him. Those are real texts. I'll tweet him if I have to. But now, the first time we see Shador together, and Shador's going to be like, "I got my guy Nick here.
He was
bro protocol means I got to sup him first."
He was out at camp. Yeah, you're getting the sup first.
Yep.
You're getting the sup first. That's a brutal break.
And that's Peterlin's guy.
That's a brutal break.
And he's going to get the second sup. The what I would say is the less consequential sup. Because you use all your power, all your energy, all your mojo on the first sup.
And then the second sup is, you're here too.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's a supplemental sup.
Yeah.
It's there. It exists as a sup, but it's not the first sup.
And what's brutal, there's nothing that JP can do from this point.
No.
History's been made.
He might as well just become a he might as well become a Gabriel Gobbler or a Watson Warrior.
Try to get that first sup from Dylan.
I know, and he ruined his chance for the first sup with Dylan because he almost ran over Dylan last year at practice.
Oh, no. I've never heard this story.
Maybe he's part of the Green gang, right, with Taylon Green. Maybe he can go that route.
Yeah. I can see it. You really start propping up Taylon Green now. Let Taylon know, hey, we're in your corner. Yep. So when that opportunity for a sup arises, Taylon knows that JP's been on the forefront of it. That's a huge development out here at Camp Nick. And gosh, I didn't know that that's the direction that you were taking this. And as we're talking about it, I can't help but sit here and just feel awful for JP because that is his dude.
I know it's awful, isn't it?
It's tough.
I mean, don't get you hearing my voice how awful I feel for Jonathan.
It's a bummer that it happened.
I'm so sad. Jonathan, I'm so sorry. I got the sup. You've never been supped by Shador. That's okay.
Nick
hey,
nailed it. Nick, fantastic job.
Hey, little buckaroo, one of these days you'll get supped. It won't be my sup, but you will be supped by Shador. That's just a real. I mean, my emotions are so strong for JP.
I know.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, we're in mourning for Jonathan. Not because anything
Thoughts
happened.
and prayers, honestly.
Just because Shador said sup to Nick before Jonathan.
Yeah, not just because. I got supped. Now, this being said, we did want to, obviously today we played a little George Warhop. I'm feeling so good right now. I thought this was interesting. George Warhop, Browns offensive line coach, talking about the left tackle competition, which we're going to play. Maybe by the time we get to break here.
No greater way to increase a player's production than losing competition. So we need Spencer to get used to playing on the left side and develop him. We need DeJuan, to be the best version of himself. If he happens to be our starting left tackle, we need him to be that, We don't need him to be on the second team and the third team. We need him fighting for the first team job.
So one of the things I love about coaches is they can't help but tell the truth, right? Like when they start talking, if they're talkers like George Warhop is and Todd Monken, is they're just inherently honest because that's how you become a good coach. The narrative tried their darndest to shut down the switch from right tackle to left tackle for Spencer Fano. That is as big of a question about whether he's a tackle or he's a guard or a center. And so for George, I honestly think I can give Spencer even more grace now that George is like, yeah, switching back to left tackle, that's the kind of honesty that, at least for me, buys me a little time with Spencer.
Well, there's obviously, it's great hearing that sort of full context so you get a true picture as to what's going on. But, Nick, you already know what the discourse is. You already know that people are upset that a top 10 pick and the first tackle selected in this draft when the Browns have a huge need at left tackle isn't the starting left tackle out here every day. I know you've had to have seen some of those, angry tweeters on social media because I've seen some of the people that are already a little bit nervous.
People on social media get angry?
People
they say mean things on social media.
People are saying mean things.
Seems like such a civilized place to me.
Especially about somebody like Spencer, that it is evident that this is a guy that the football universe thinks very highly of. But there are people that are willing to already write him off as a bust because he's rotating snaps with DeJuan Jones right now.
So that is the latest on the left tackle battle. A little bit of honesty there from George Warhop. Does that buy, like myself, does that buy you a little bit more grace with Spencer Fano? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Jake Volnick.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. Andrew Berry.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back on Afternoon Drive, back in Berea. Mercifully, the clouds are helping us a little bit here, and this beautiful fan we got right here. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Our guys at SiriusXM are shutting it down. It's just us now. It is just us now, and that's a real scary thing, because when I'm left alone with my thoughts, I get supped by Shador again, and it's the life I'm living. Aditi Kinkabwala coming up in about 20 minutes' time. Scott Graham coming up in 1 hour's time. But let's go ahead and get to the lead here. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com is on the morning show today. We'll be throwing out the first pitch tomorrow at the Crushers game, and I might be throwing out Anthony Lima. She believes that Deshaun Watson would start if the Browns had to play a game tomorrow.
If the season started tomorrow, I think it would be Deshaun. Again, I could be wrong about that. I still think it is a competition. I don't think Todd is going to call it yet, but I think he's been dropping some breadcrumbs along the way here and there. He talks about you have to be elite at cadence if you want to be an elite offense. And which of those two guys is more elite at cadence? Deshaun showed yesterday in drawing Jared Verse offsides twice on fourth down that he's elite at cadence. He used 6 of them, I'm told, to do that. So there are certain things that he is ready to do right now that I think Shador is still learning.
I do agree with what Mary Kay said about the breadcrumb stuff. I do think the Browns coaching staff has dropped a couple of gems along the way that when you read in between the lines or you read the tea leaves, it could lead you to believe that Deshaun Watson is their choice to start at quarterback in this thing. Nick, I do wonder if we're kind of setting ourselves up for disappointment here. If it was Deshaun Watson the entire time and it was always going to be Deshaun, that's my fear. It was my fear when this thing started, and I just hope I'm wrong.
I don't mean to run over you. I just think that I understand what the Browns are saying, and I respect that Todd Monken has a different vantage point than I do, and there's a context I don't get to see. We're seeing the tip of the iceberg out here. But for the second straight camp, I'm watching Shador with his opportunities do what I think he needs to do. And I don't think it's even close. Through the first 8 days of camp, Shador has been the vastly better quarterback. And it doesn't matter to me that Shador is being described as solid and then Deshaun has been disastrous except for one day. Well, even today, Deshaun looked, had some good stuff out there. But, it doesn't matter. Because to me, one quarterback has looked playable and ready and like a guy that I can trust this year, and the other hasn't. And so Todd can drop all the breadcrumbs he wants, and I'm going to try and respect whatever decision that he makes here. But if it's just going off what we've seen, I'm sorry, you can't hide behind. You can't narrative your way out here or breadcrumb your way out of what people are seeing. And it's not just me; it's the rest of the media and it's the fans too.
100%. But that's what makes me feel like we're setting ourselves up for disappointment here.
Now, trust in Todd. Trust in Todd. Do not make that an acronym, because we can't say that on the air. And I just realized what I did there. But trust in Todd.
All right,
you like how I said that very slow?
I do, yes.
Always knew you were a trust in Todd guy.
Everyone, when they think about Nick Wilson, they're like, what does that guy love to do? What does that guy love? He loves to trust in Todd. Make that T-shirt.
Put that on a T-shirt. Former NFL fullback and Sirius XM NFL radio host Jacob Hester joined us today at 3. He talked about how Browns head coach Todd Monken is ready for the challenge of trying to turn around the Cleveland Browns.
You can only trust 2 Todds.
I know a lot of
trust
receiver
in
coaches,
Todds.
and none of them have the physicality that he has. Like, that's his personality, his physicality. He's got that old, like, 1980s with the 2-button coaching shorts voice. He's no nonsense, but he's a guy that's relatable too. Like, he's not one of those coaches where you can't have a conversation with him. You certainly can. Think about, like, where he's been and how many times he could have gotten a head coaching job, probably somewhere in college or in the NFL. Certainly in college, and he was a head coach. He was a head coach. He turned a program around at Southern Miss, and he said, I want to go challenge myself. I want to go back to the NFL. Because he left us at LSU to go be a receivers coach in the NFL, but he wanted to go be a coordinator. He continues to, like, challenge himself. I think this is the ultimate challenge, but you see it. I mean, you're right. Like, he's got that ultimate pep in his step. He's ready. He is accepting this challenge of turning the Cleveland Browns around.
If you guys missed 1 second of our interview there with Jacob Hester, that dude was that way for 12 whole minutes. It was such a cool vibe. He's such a cool dude, and we appreciate his kind of perspective on this. And until I talked to him today before practice, I didn't realize that he had that relationship with Todd Monken. But, I mean, I think you can hear about people that have met Todd that previously have trusted in Todd, that there is everybody says the same things, and that's usually a good sign, whereas opposed to when everybody meets a guy and it's like one guy has this perspective and another guy has this perspective.
Yeah, I definitely think his strength, and it's been evident as we've been out here, the connection to players. Because any former player that has ever played under Todd Monken will tell you this guy's going to coach us hard, but it's going to be a great relationship. And I think we've already seen out here already, Todd's voice is completely cooked. He has spent so much time with each different offensive position group. He is still stopping practice full stop when there are the pre-snap penalties that he doesn't
like
like.
a partial stop?
No, full stop.
That's when you know you got a real football coach, when you full stop it. Go ahead.
And I do think that is probably a welcome thing for some of those guys that were getting partial stops last year under the old regime, where sometimes some of those mistakes were just not allowed but glossed over.
Speaking of our trust in Todd, Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today, and he talked about the vision for the Browns offense.
The first thing we're trying to do is create the best version of our players that we can and get them to the top end of their measurable skill set. If we do that from a developmental standpoint, and then we have a system that allows our players to play fast, then we have something. But it starts with the players in terms of developing them to play at the highest, like I said, level of their skill set. So that's the first part. Are we getting our players to improve on a daily basis? At times, we may not see it collectively because we're rotating a number of players. But I think ultimately get that right, then what do they do well, and then blend them into the system, and then see once we get moving the football, Bills, preseason games, really start to see it come together.
Nick, to Todd's point there about having guys just get better, when I think about this upcoming Browns season and I zoom all the way out, it is really what it's about. Because you're not going to the Super Bowl this year, but can I get this offensive line to take a step in the right direction? That'd be a huge win.
Yeah,
can I develop up Concepcion in Boston? That's a huge win. Like, there are guys on this roster that if they play well and take a step forward, this season can be a success to me, independent of the number of wins or losses. Now, obviously, I don't want to have just 3 or 4 wins. That wouldn't be enough. I do want more than that. But I do think a big piece of this is how it looks, and are these young players taking the right steps forward in their growth?
I just think when it comes to the perspective, I think because everyone's focused on they're not going to the Super Bowl, that means that, it almost nothing matters.
Right.
And it's like, no, I mean, I really do think, and I listen, JP and I don't agree on this. I know there are people out here who are going to think loser mentality from where you are getting to 7 or 8 wins this year. And again, being able to make a definitive decision on Shedeur because you've seen him play and can see the good, the bad, and see if there is upside there. I think, quite frankly, that's a very successful season. And here's the thing. 7 or 8 wins can turn into 8 or 9 wins or something upwards of that, given the schedule, given if Shedeur does unlock whatever talents he has. Like, I understand. And listen, I am not every year in camp buy into this thing guy. All right? I'm not. Last year I did not. So this is not just typical brown and orange colored glasses. I can see a vision here. The previous vision I thought was caca. I don't think it is now. I think we'll see if it actually works, but at least there's some logic to what I'm seeing here, and that's nice. That's nice to be able to look and go, oh, I don't have to act like I'm excited for something that isn't.
I definitely think they're building towards it. I would like to see some more wins this year. I really would. Like, I want to be right there with you and fully bought into this and fully trusting in Todd. I just want to see some wins first.
You just want to see some trust in Todd. Now, by the way, we definitely found somebody. So yesterday, I photobombed Daryl and Lance Reisland's recap video, and I've been trying to do it every day. Steven on Twitter has found it out. And so, again, a couple little Easter eggs there if you want to check out Daryl and Coach Reisland's recap video from today on YouTube. I'm trying to do something every day. Today, I gave the camera a little... you know what? You go see it. You go see it.
I absolutely love that. Yesterday's was hilarious. Honestly, Lance and Daryl's post-camp summaries are must-watch. You can get all your
I've
camp
already
news,
kissed their ass
20
enough,
minutes.
Nick.
But now that I
There's
could...
only enough
now that I could
ass
find
to
a little,
kiss for one Nick on this show.
Now that I could find a little Nick Wilson in the backdrop of those videos, I'll be watching even closer. The Guardians were swept by the Mets after today's 13-6 loss in the series finale. Here's manager Stephen Vogt on the team's vibes after losing 9 of their last 12 games.
Honestly, I think the vibes are really good. This is the first 3 days with this group together. I think there's a lot of things to be excited about. Obviously, we need to win some ball games. We're kind of in it right now. We haven't played a complete game in a little while. So I think for us, it's get back to making it happen. That's the bottom line. We just have to go make it happen, keep playing, keep doing our thing. It's going to turn, and we're going to make it turn.
So that's what you need to say.
Right.
They are playing like rabid ass right now. I mean, the Mets were a 44-win... No, sorry. Let me do the math backwards. They were a 42-win team when the Mets came into town. I don't mind if you're a slump buster to a team that might play in October. When the Mets, who couldn't have sold harder at the deadline, put boots to ask for you, oh my God. And I think we knew we were cooked today with how yesterday went. But you could not have scripted a more brutal response to the trade deadline than this Mets series for the Cleveland Guardians. Just absolute, unequivocal bleep show for us.
I want to get back into a time portal and go back to Monday and have that same guards ball vibe that I had then. That this season was just really getting started, because this Mets series, man, has put a sour taste in my mouth. I don't know if the White Sox are playing right now. I think right now we're still 3 games back. Hopefully don't fall back 4 games in this American League Central Division. But dude, it's painful. Anything that can go wrong has gone wrong for them in this series. It felt like yesterday against the Mets, Adele had 4 opportunities to drive in runs and just could not do it.
I mean, you've still got, I think it's about 36 games, but you're now 2 games below 500, and at some point, if you don't put together a run in the next week or two, and I never talk about this because baseball is a long game and all the cliches, if you can't put together a run in the next week or two, you just are who you are. And I just hate that because I think they're so much more talented, but they just, when the hitting goes, the pitching stinks. When the pitching goes, or when the bullpen goes, the rotation flounders, and Tanner Bybee can't hit the broadside of a freaking barn some days. Or it is a comedy of errors, the wrong thing happening at the right time just to screw this team out of about 15 wins this year. But that's baseball. Now, when we come back, Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports, very excited to talk to her about what she saw out of Browns practice in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from our shows, including the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Nick Padone, the Padiddler back on Afternoon Drive. We got Scott Graham coming up in 40 minutes' time. If you guys missed a moment of the show earlier today, I was walking down the spot here after practice. Shedeur Sanders said sup to me. There was an exchange of friendly information there. How you doing? Good. How you? All that kind of stuff. So I have been supped by Shedeur. And Shedeur fans are speaking about it right now. Garrett in Cleveland saying Nick Wilson is officially the Shedeur guy. It has been written. This is just such a tragic turn of events for JP.
Did he tag JP in that?
Thankfully he didn't. That would just be insult to injury.
Ruin JP's time.
It really would. But Nick Talk knows that I'm a very big Shedeur supporter as people call us. And but it's just been a beautiful day for me, and I have been rubbing it into JP via text about every 5 minutes. But enough of this nonsense. We've got a venerable beat reporter joining the program right now. I realize that's not the word I really wanted to use, and she's very smart. She might jam me up for using that word. What I meant was a very talented reporter here. You know her from CBS Sports. You know her from covering the AFC North for not as long as you think, because, just a couple years, because she's I'm just going to stop talking. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Aditi Kinkabwala joining us now. Aditi, welcome to the show.
Venerable does feel like an adjective you would use for someone who's older.
Yeah, so I just thought
it's a good adjective. It's complimentary, that's for sure, but doesn't imply age.
I just thought if I kept talking, I'd talk my way out of it, and then I realized that was not happening.
Further into it,
which is usually how this goes.
Okay, but I can't have it both ways because I am older. I've covered the league for 17 years. So if I want to feel like there should be some credibility, authority attached to my experience, well, then I'm not going to lie about how long that's been. It has been a long time.
So I could have just stuck it venerable. All right, Aditi, you're out of camp today. I know you're back on the road.
You could have said esteemed.
Oh, that's so much. See, this is why you graduated college and I drank a lot of beer.
Okay.
All right. What did you see out here in camp today, Aditi?
Mutually exclusive. So it's funny. I'm telling you, 17 years I've covered the NFL. In my very first training camp, I was a beat reporter, and it was Tom Coughlin's Giants. And obviously, that was a different era. There were 2-a-days, plus a walkthrough, lots of full pads. But in a lot of ways, Todd Monken's practice made me think of that. The attention to detail, the pace at which things moved, the speed, the energy, all of it felt the length. This wasn't any little 1 hour, okay, we're out here and that's it and now we'll get ice cream. These felt like really intense, good, hard sessions, and clearly there's buy-in. So I almost feel like the bigger statement there is that there's a really good core of players, both young and old, who are willing to work this way. And I did get to chat with Todd Monken a bit, and I was saying to him, I'm pretty impressed that there's this kind of buy-in, and his response is, we've got good guys. We really do have good guys here. So it's nice to hear that. It's nice to hear that that's what a coach thinks. It was certainly nice to see the work. The music is loud, and so that means the coaches are coaching loud, and you kind of appreciate that because that almost forces them to bring even more energy. I don't know. It was a good experience.
Aditi, it was obviously another day where all eyes were on the quarterback competition between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. What have you made of this entire competition? But more specifically, what did you think of what you saw from both of those two guys today?
So obviously today was the day that it was Shadeur's turn to work with the ones. And again, this is my first practice this summer, but he definitely looks like he has grown as a best player in year 2. But he is definitely ball was getting out a bit faster. The whole operation of sharing the play call, getting set up.
All right, we're going to pop Aditi on hold real quick. Mac, if you can go ahead and see if we can strengthen the connection there. See, what happens is...
Oh, can you hear me? Did you lose me? Is that
We
the
did
Ohio
lose you.
Turnpike?
I always
I'm
blame
so
that
sorry.
damn turnpike.
Brilliant. I was brilliant when you lost me.
And not just that. That was one of the best answers of what I've heard. One of the 3 best answers I've heard about this quarterback competition, Aditi.
Well, where did we leave off? Were you at? Was I telling you what I saw of Shadur?
Yes. I think somewhere in the... somewhere in there.
Well, yes. So, as I said, as you would expect or as you would hope for any player in his second season, we've certainly seen a lot of growth, or I am seeing a lot faster. It appears that he's managing the huddle, the operation, all of that more comfortably with more confidence. But Deshaun Watson looked good to me. The velocity and the accuracy with which he's throwing the ball, his ability to catch some guys in stride. You're not seeing receivers come back to get the ball. That all looked good. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but from what I've been told, he's in a much better headspace than he's been for the last few years, that he himself has seen and made a lot of growth, progress. And I just think that so much of this is, what do we see when the lights come on? What happens then? What happens to Deshaun in a hostile environment when he's booed, when people are screaming for Shadur, because you know that will happen? I want to see that piece of it. And then, of course, you want to see what Shadur does in a game. And so, in an ideal world, the Browns know who their quarterback is. I don't think that this is for show. I think that there are still indeed some questions that need to be answered that can only be answered in a game environment, a game setting. And I don't think that there's any established timeline other than they'll name a quarterback when they know who the quarterback should be.
So it's interesting, Aditi. Today, Deshaun has, in camp specifically, had some really rough stretches here. And then yesterday in 11-on-11s, the light kind of came on, and he had another good practice today. And I thought it was really interesting that there was a lot of reporting today, or a lot of maybe opinion pieces out there today, that Deshaun was still kind of in the lead. I don't think that was a mistake. I part of me wonders if the Browns are using the threat of Deshaun to keep pushing Shadur, and that ultimately, while everybody thinks their goal is to get Deshaun as a starter, I think really that they just want to get Shadur to a spot this year where that happens. I'm now asking you to grade my take.
I'm a little bit confused by your take. Do you mind repeating that or explaining that again?
Yes, I think that...
You think that they're only using Deshaun to push Shadur?
I don't think that's the only reason, but I think the fact that yesterday he finally had a good practice in camp, and a day later everyone's talking about how Deshaun is still in the lead. I do think they're using the implied threat of what Deshaun has made in this league, and Deshaun's, we all remember 2020 Deshaun Watson, to keep pushing Shadur, even though I think, if I just base it off what I've seen out here, Shadur has been the vastly better quarterback through the 5 practices that I've watched.
But you already said that you're biased. You said
100%, yeah.
So then, is that really a credible take?
I think so.
Okay.
Aditi,
If you want to, Nick, if you want to be a starting quarterback in the National Football League, you should not need any external motivation to work hard and get better. So this idea that the Browns are playing three-dimensional chess in planting takes on Deshaun just to motivate Shedeur. No way. That's not the way that it works. If you want to play quarterback in the National Football League, you yourself better be motivated. You yourself better go out there every single day wanting to get better and wanting to make discernible advancements in what you are doing. Deshaun is a veteran. He has seen just about everything he can see. The way that he can move is still notable. He has a lot going for him. He still throws, as I said earlier, a really nice ball. We need to see them under the lights. We need to see Deshaun under the lights.
Aditi,
we need to see him when a crowd is booing him, when a crowd is chanting for somebody else. It's been a long time since he's played meaningful football.
Aditi, how good could this Browns defense be even without Myles Garrett? There's just been a ton of excitement for Jared Verse out here.
Well, you know what? It's a common phrase, but he really is a force multiplier. He really is. I talked to him about this today. He feels very strongly. One of his strongest tenets is that to be a truly elite player, you need to make your teammates better. And not just by virtue of your play, but by virtue of who you are. And he's certainly putting his money where his mouth is. The way that he's pushing and working with Mason Graham, the way that he is spending time with the rookie left tackle, Spencer Fano, the way that he is constantly talking out on the field, offering encouragement, all of those things. It's really marked, it's really noted, and this is a team that has really needed player leadership for the last few years, and you've got it in this guy. You really, really, truly do. And so, is he Myles Garrett? No, Myles Garrett is one of one. But for all of the amazing, incredible things that Myles Garrett did, for all of the ways that Myles Garrett could wreck games, it didn't ultimately lead to enough wins. It didn't lead to a regular spot in the playoffs. So it's not just about the one superstar. It has to be the sum of all the parts. And in Jared Verse, you've got a guy who's very young, who still has so much untapped potential, who's so hungry to be better, who studies all of the elite pass rushers and just like this can call off what he likes about everybody's game, who's only going to get better, who's only going to be used. I mean, you were just talking to Alex Wright about a defensive line that's kind of getting undersold or underestimated. And you know how strongly we feel about the back end in Cleveland. So I think that this is a player who could help the entire sum be more. And that has to count for something.
All right, Aditi, let's take a quick look around the AFC North. What are kind of you hearing out of Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh?
Well, Cincinnati's defense obviously has to be markedly improved, and I'm hearing that it is. They brought in a lot of talent, a lot of new bodies, but hopefully they worked that scheme a little bit. And they were playing two rookie linebackers last year who got a ton of valuable reps, obviously. So that's what we want to pay attention to there. The Ravens have a whole new staff, so they have a lot of the same excitement that you're seeing in Cleveland. New buy-in. I haven't seen them yet, but there's a lot of chatter about Lamar Jackson and the way he's working with the new offensive coordinator. We know that that team goes where Lamar Jackson takes it. And then the Steelers. I'm not sure about. There's another new coach, new energy, a different level of discipline, a different level of accountability, not a whole bunch of different rules for different people. That should serve the Steelers well. What can Aaron Rodgers do?
Aditi, it is always great catching up with you. It was great to see you out this. You didn't have your assistant Nico with you, which we will dock you for. But no, it was seriously great to see you, and best of travels.
Well, thanks so much. And Nico is begging to come out. So hopefully in a few weeks, maybe when the Bills joint practice is here, his mom will bring him.
Excellent stuff. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Aditi Kinkabwala there, CBS Sports on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So obviously we talked a lot of quarterbacks there, but there are two things that stood out to me of our conversation with Aditi that are much more about Todd Monken. We're going to get to that in about 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
This summer with your smart speaker, crank up the Cleveland sports scene when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Nick Padone here. Oh my gosh, this is not a good time to be hungry. Right now I'm looking at Joe Thomas trying this pizza from Ohio Pie. And it is, let's see, mustard base, kraut, cheese blend. They've got the Hall of Fame Wagyu cheddar wurst and crispy onions after the bake. Is Joe trying to get me to drive to Canton tonight to see this darn thing?
Yeah, to get some pizza this evening. A lot of Joe Thomas chatter out here today, Nick. I don't know if you've realized that. Obviously, we played the sound from Warhop about Joe Thomas, but thought it was pretty fascinating that Monken gave him a big shout-out, too, and kind of said out loud, like, hey, we offered him a job when I got the job, and obviously whenever he wants to be here, he's welcome here. So kind of found that fascinating.
Yeah,
maybe a little coaching gig, and almost a little recruiting effort.
Almost like he was here yesterday and he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Or just throw cold water all over it. That's fine.
I'm just trying to talk pizza here, and you want to talk Joe Thomas. If Joe Thomas and pizza are in the same conversation right now, we can have it. If this is just Joe Thomas conversation, he's got enough. No, I'm just kidding. He's great. That being said, all right, two things that I do think have been big talking points in camp that I think are going to be really fascinating things to kind of keep an eye on throughout the season. One is just I keep hearing about the difference in that this is a tougher camp than what we're used to with Kevin Stefanski.
For sure.
And it's interesting because when I've talked to a few people, they're like, oh, maybe it's too tough. And I'm like, I don't think we can have it both ways. Like, I would rather a tougher camp. There will be casualties. That will happen. That is part of football. But I do think these guys being prepared for week one, I think you have to prioritize that because I think it sets the mentality Todd Monken is going for. And I think not having that in previous years has set the mentality Kevin Stefanski unintentionally prepared for.
I was listening earlier this week when Ashley Bastock joined you and Jonathan.
What about Ashley Bastock?
Bastock and joined you and Jonathan, and she made the point that, these 10 practices in 11 days is just a grind, and she pointed out, like, hey, you're missing 4 or 5 starters on this defense, thankfully with nothing serious, but just because there's been so many injuries, because they're out here in this baking sun for so long. Like, today was a very long practice. I'm like you, though. Like, I feel like we just had 6 years. Not that Kevin Stefanski was running a day spa here, but it definitely was a little bit softer, and it kind of led to the team not being very prepared come week one.
Yeah, I know the analytics folks in the Browns building are going to disagree with me, but, like, I think there's something to the less you practice, that you start to get banged up quicker in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
And I also understand it's football, by the way, but the Browns have routinely led the NFL in injuries with Kevin Stefanski. And I'm not trying to put it all on Kevin because, obviously, if players get hurt, there is going to be some variance that goes there. But I just think the more these guys practice, and it doesn't have to be with pads. I know pads are a different level. But the more you practice, and I love what I'm seeing. I know, guys, I'm biased towards Todd Monken. I am biased towards Shedeur in this. But if you're seeing some of the specialized drills they're doing here, like, it might be boring to fans that are out here, but they're just doing lineup drills.
Yeah.
And they're just doing, like, basic procedural drills, and then the second the snap happens, the play's dead. They whistle it dead. And those are boring things to watch, but, like, there's a teaching factor that goes on here. And every single head coach that I've thought was worth the praise that they've gotten, that I've then ever been able to see up close, has been a teacher. If you can teach and you can relate to these guys, you can have a head coaching job in the NFL for a very long time. And so far, that's what I feel like we're seeing from Todd Monken.
I like this. We're both pushing back on the notion because there has been a notion out here. I've heard it from a couple different people that these practices have been too hard. I think we are actively here pushing back against that.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
Maybe they haven't been hard enough.
Because what they're going to say is, but look at the injuries. The injuries are proof. It's like, it's football. you can have injuries, whether these guys are being coached hard in practice or not, or whether they're practicing more or not. And and it's interesting to me, this unlocked also when we were listening to Aditi, is, she was talking about the vibes are new in Baltimore as well. Yeah. And in my head, I was like, well, it makes sense. Because, again, I don't think vibe changes in Baltimore are going to be the difference between finally getting to the Super Bowl this year and not getting to the Super Bowl this year. But do I think that could have a tangible effect in the regular season? Yes. Yes, there is such thing as momentum. There is such thing as buy-in being on a different level. So, when guys are really excited about Jesse Minter, if that's true, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens, if Harbaugh was still here, maybe they're a 10-win team, and with a first-year Minter, maybe you're a 12-win team. It doesn't mean, by the way, that Minter's a better head coach. It just means sometimes new is better. And I think that's what's fascinating about this with Monken, is there is a buy-in here. You are seeing it. You are seeing guys are not complaining about how tough the practice is, at least out where we are.
And, dude, today, somebody complained. Daryl complained.
Well, yeah.
Daryl complained because today was long.
He's not a gritty grinder, Daryl.
I
know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it.
I was afraid we were going to lose Daryl today because today was a long practice, and he's been battling the ankle. Have you heard about the ankle, Nick?
Everyone's heard about the ankle.
Yeah,
it's Daryl.
He claimed today, coming out to the practice field, that the ankle was feeling 100%, but he was complaining.
There's nothing funnier to me than Daryl when he tells you a story he's already told you that day, but because so much has happened. I've gotten that from Daryl twice. But it's funny because Daryl's telling of it changes just enough. The details are the same, but how he approaches the story is directly in line with where Daryl is in his day. If he's had a good day, the second time you hear the story, it's better than the first time. If Daryl is in a bad mood, the second time it is more heaven and hell. I can hear the Lord a-callin' than the first time. There is nothing better to me than Camp Daryl.
When the clock hit 3:15, 3:20, I think we were in that 3:20 break. He couldn't believe they were still on the field.
In fairness, I've forgotten time processes in camp earlier just differently than it does when we're in studio. And we still have tomorrow to do this, and I'm not complaining. I want to be very clear that I am very happy to do this. Honestly, some of our camp shows are the best shows we do. You get to meet people. We met Jacob Hester today, Ben Solak yesterday. We got Joe on randomly. I love it. But as a social person, my battery gets so lit up that I get overwhelmed with energy that by the time everybody leaves, your boy is really dogging through it the last hour or so. Again, this is not a complaint. It is just a holy crap. It is hot. We're having fun, but holy crap. Real quick, how long does the vibe change? Is that enough for this year for the Browns? Because I think we're underestimating the importance of a vibe change.
I've been saying this, Nick. I want to see what the vibe looks like when adversity strikes. I think it's very easy for a young team to buy into a new message when I don't know what the message was last year. The message was certainly lost. I really think that this was a team that had quit on their coach at the end of last year, and they were willing to buy into probably any new message. And I think that Monken has that, closeness with each position group, and it makes him that much more attractive to these young players. But I do have my eye on when adversity strikes, maybe week 3, week 4, if your season isn't going the way that you think it will, what's the vibe like then? What's the buy-in like then?
Is a vibe change in Berea enough? Scott Graham in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Get your routine right during training camp. Listen to the pressers and hear from the players while you work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone live here in Berea. You guys can catch Daryl Ryder and Lance Reisland's daily Browns training camp recaps on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz break down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch a recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page right now. And like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. We've got plenty to get to in case you missed it coming up at the end of the show. We might have to do a little first pitch talk today. And I swear, if Joe Thomas posts one more of those pie pictures, I'm going to have to be getting – it's a problem because I got a leased truck right now that I cannot be eating pizza in, and I'm wearing a nice shirt, and yet I keep getting these pizza pictures, and my inner fat and my outer fat are merging together to think pizza tonight. This being said, think Hall of Fame game tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's called a segue, folks. That's how you get the Marconi. But we're going to head out on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline because you're going to hear the game right here on 92.3 The Fan. And the man making the call right now, Scott Graham, Westwood One, joining us on the hotline. Scott, welcome to the show.
How you doing, guys?
Well, it's great to hear those succulent tones of your beautiful voice, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's hard to believe that we've gotten to football again already, but here we are. And, you know, in terms of how this usually works, this is the beginning of a really, really long ride. It's always kind of fun to watch as teams get their first look at some of the players out on the field in this type of situation. And you know how preseason games have become over the course of the last couple of years. We'll see some regulars that will end up playing for both of these teams, but more importantly, they're going to get a first opportunity to hit another team, wearing pads, wearing a uniform. And, of course, it's all part of a weekend here that is really, really special.
Well, it's so funny. You know, the Hall of Fame game represents to a lot of people the beginning of football coming back. And these conversations with yourself, for us on this show, have begun to be football's coming back. So, you've been a part of this call. I know James Lofton, who you're calling the game with tonight, you guys have been part of this call. From when you started being a part of this event to now, have you seen a lot of change just with how the game is covered and kind of how the game is rolled out there?
Well, we're sitting in a newer press box. We're watching the unbelievable expansion of the Hall of Fame and new buildings that are going up right now that are going to be finished by next spring. So the venue's different than it was. And the stadium, after having been redone, holds more people. There's more eyes on this game. It had more of a, no doubt, preseason, but also, we were playing in a high school field, so it had a more intimate kind of look then. And, you start thinking back to the history of this game. It goes back a really long time. The Cardinals actually played in the very first one back in the early 1960s. So, yeah, it's changed a lot. And preseason, as we said, has changed a lot with the advent of teams doing joint practices with one another, at least one per year. It's going to be one game that the competition on the field is kind of going to be replaced by the number of reps that the regulars will get against each other over the course of 2 days. So, there's been a lot of change. And the other thing is, because we're now at a 17-game season, you got to be cognizant of trying to keep people healthy for as long as you can. And you try to avoid the possibility of anything that could be a serious or devastating injury in the preseason to anybody who's important to you. So, yes, a lot has changed.
Scott, tonight's game definitely does have a bit of intrigue, especially early with these two starting quarterbacks. Carson Beck was QB3 behind Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza. Kenny Pickett, Browns fans here in Cleveland, got a little cup of coffee with him during training camp last summer. What should we know about these two squads and really these two quarterbacks getting ready to go head-to-head today?
Well, when you start talking about Beck, obviously all the intrigue was the fact that he got as far as the national championship game last year, and he is, a guy who threw for almost 12,000 yards and 88 touchdowns in his college career. So with the national championship pedigree from his time at Georgia and then Miami trying to do it once again, he's a guy who clearly is going to be trying to make this roster, make this team as, a backup quarterback, at least for the very beginning. Is that going to happen? We'll see what the reps that he ends up getting over the course of the preseason. Jacoby Brissett right now is the guy who is going to be, in charge for this team for the very beginning of the year. But I think with a new head coach, you're going to see a lot of differences, and you're going to see a lot of, more importantly for the Cardinals, you're going to see a lot of injured players that are back again, that are capable of playing again. You're going to see what Jeremiah Love is capable of doing as a running back. This is going to be, there are certain teams where you kind of know on August 1st what you're going to have on September 1st. I think this is a team where they might find out more over this period of time what this team is going to look like week 1 through week 7 than many other teams that are more established. And, on the other side, Kenny Pickett, he's your backup quarterback. Bryce Young has shown he has the ability to be able to lead a team into a playoff situation despite the sub-500 record last year. He had moments, and he had, some moments that were terrific, including throwing for 448 yards in one game. Will that carry over into this year? So, Pickett is a guy who's capable of leading a team. He was a backup quarterback in Philly when he ended up winning a Super Bowl. Got into 5 games that year. That's the type of player that he's become after being the starter in Pittsburgh. I think for Carolina, again, it's a matter of they've got a couple of players who are a little bit more healthy than they were going into the offseason, and they have a feel for what their team is going to be this year. So, again, if you're a fan of either one of these teams or any team in the preseason, you guys are doing it right now with the Browns. You're sizing up the options. You're seeing where there might be some position battles. You're seeing what the roster is going to end up looking like when we get down to the final cut down. And, that's part of the joy of the preseason.
Scott, it's so interesting. You mentioned the Panther side of things. 8-9 last year. That was good enough for the division winner last year. And yet you look at it, this is year 3 of Dave Canales, and when he makes it to his 6th game, he will be the longest reigning head coach in the Dave Tepper era, and Dave has owned the Panthers since 2018. So it's interesting, I kind of look at the Panthers as a guy who used to cover them when I lived in Charlotte. Now I kind of look at him, I'm like, I think of the teams in the NFL, I think this might be one of the teams I have no feel for whether this is going to be stock up or stock back down year for the Panthers.
I tell you what, I kind of agree with you to a certain extent, and some of it had to do with the fact, they did make the playoffs, but they did lose 3 of their last 4 games in the regular season to get there. They had a couple of signature moments. They learned how to win. They learned what it's like to get to a playoff situation. But no, I agree with you. And I think, unfortunately, as it is oftentimes in the NFL, a lot of that is going to end up resting on the shoulders of the quarterback. But there are other areas, too. And the fact that there's been so much turnover, as you point out, in Carolina, to me, means that, a playoff appearance last year, even at an 8-9 record, this is who they're going to ride with for the foreseeable future unless the bottom fell out. And I don't see that happening.
Scott, we obviously know they made the playoffs at 8-9 because that division was so wonky. This is a new look AFC North that we're covering here in Cleveland right now, too. Cincinnati Bengals, the only team that kept their head coach in Zach Taylor. What should we make of this new look AFC North, and where do you think the Browns could factor in against the Steelers, Ravens, and Bengals?
Honestly, I don't know that I can tell you. And the reason I don't is because I've been so used to the idea of and you guys know this, what we were getting out of the Steelers organization and what we were getting out of the Ravens organization because the continuity there at the top. So I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be seeing on the field in terms of style as the season progresses. I mean, I don't think you're reaching here to say that when you start talking about talented rosters, the Browns probably come in 4th in the division on paper in August. But, at this point, I have no idea where it's going to end up turning for those other three teams, and the Bengals have as much talent as anybody. And is it possible for them to bottle that and become that perennial contender for an AFC championship again this year? Again, there are so many different factors. And, last year, the Cleveland situation, you guys had a lot of things that were going on. You still do, and the quarterback situation is going to always hang overhead until there is a definitive and final answer. And then once that decision is made, then you're going to find out how you're going to ride with that quarterback at the helm. So there are so many. I agree that it's a new look, but it is a completely different look scouting wise. There are divisions you could take a look at and you kind of know. You can look at the NFC East because the Philadelphia Eagles are back pretty much the way they were. You know who the Dallas Cowboys are. Will Washington come back and bounce back from an injury-riddled season? Are the Giants better under John Harbaugh and a second year with Jackson Dart at quarterback? All of that stuff. You kind of know what that division looks like. I would tell you that your division, I'm not sure that I have any feel yet because I don't know who the two pillars and mainstays who have been for such a long period of time are going to be this year.
So it's interesting you say that, Scott, because that's kind of maybe the debate in town of do we have training camp eyes or, is this new vibe something that feels real? And it's not just Todd Monken who's got a specific energy and a specific vibe, as it were, that is different from Kevin Stefanski, but Jared Verse is a high-energy guy, a lead-first guy that's a little different than Myles Garrett, and obviously even some of the guys they drafted like Spencer Fano. So it's interesting, I made this case with Jesse Minter. I don't know that vibe change matters a lot once you get to the postseason, but I think vibe change, fresh energy in a building, can carry you for a bit of the actual regular season itself. Do you feel like I'm off there? Because I think vibe change from Stefanski to Monken, not because one's a better coach or not, but just because I think this is kind of what this organization needed.
It might be what they needed. And, I personally think that Kevin Stefanski is a hell of a football coach. And I think that circumstances were nowhere near optimal for him to be able to succeed. That said, I think the answer to your question is both. I think you can have camp eyes, and I think you could also say that there's a feel that's different right now. I think those two things kind of go together in August. And I think that when you start looking at trying to inject new energy into a team, there's going to be an initial shot of that energy. I think that's going to happen with any new head coach, any new regime that comes in, any new system that comes in. There's a level of excitement as people learn to buy into that, and it all comes down to how has that system held up once we get to, you call it, week 8, week 10, and that's when you realize that, okay, we built this thing, and we built it based upon early momentum and a total buy-in. And if we're still there at that point, no, it may not carry you into the playoffs or through the playoffs, but that's when you know you successfully turned and changed whatever that culture was, and you pointed yourself in an entirely different direction.
Scott, football is back because Scott Graham is back on Afternoon Drive. It's great to catch up with you. Can't wait to hear those smooth pipes tonight on 92.3 The Fan. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us.
Always love stopping by and kicking off a new football season.
The gentleman right there. Scott Graham, Westwood One. Again, listen to the Hall of Fame game, Panthers, Buccaneers, right here on 92.3 The Fan coming up. And when we come back, we got to talk about first pitch anxiety and Ocho Cinco scouting ladies in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Just don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Nick Padone back in Berea. It has been a long, sweaty, I'll say sultry. I like that word for today. Sultry day. A long practice, but we are nearing the end of our watch for today. Of course, we got the Hall of Fame game coming up at about 8 o'clock when kickoff happens, which usually with the NFL means about 8:25. I do want to say I am having a very ambitious stretch of the next couple days that will either define me as a human being or they're going to kill me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I like to commit to one thing a week. One real go out and grab it moment a week. So not only today have we been out 8 hours a day in 85-degree temperatures in Berea, under threat of direct sunbeams as we are right now. But on top of that, tomorrow we're going for the Lake Erie Crushers game, and I'm going to be throwing out the first pitch with Ken and Anthony. So there's some, I'm going to have to be on all night long, right? Then Saturday is the Medina County Fair, where the Wilson family always goes. I've been going to that fair since I was a literal baby. And then Monday, I turn around and I've got the Foo Fighters Queens of the Stone Age concert at the football stadium. And honestly, I did not take the Tuesday after off. Real bozo move by me. I should have milked the hell out of that because I am going to be exhausted. I'll be exhausted by Saturday, let alone by Tuesday.
So you think I was going to say that you're going to come back Tuesday and it's going to be your best show ever. That's the lens that I was looking at this, just because you're going to have no time other than to just grind right onto the next thing.
Yeah,
that's where I thrive under chaos.
How old are you?
27.
Yeah, that's the difference between 27 and 40. Like,
Don't start scaring me, though.
No. Listen, I'm going to tell you the best part up front. I am so much happier at 40 than I was at 27. I know myself better. I've understand how much failure plays a role in success. I also understand that every bit of success you do have, it's only going to bring you so much happiness. The real things that bring you happiness, and now I'm going to get in my soapbox, assuming that
I need this.
But the real thing that defines happiness is spending as much time with the people that you love and making memories and taking chances, is stepping outside your comfort zone. So I'll go to Disney with my family thinking I'm going to hate it. I loved every second of it, right? So the next 4 days really are about me stepping out of my comfort zone. The problem is physically you cannot do what you did at 27, especially when at 27 I was about 35 pounds lighter than I am today.
I absolutely thrive under the chaos. I'm almost like, I envy that you have so much going on over these next couple of days, because I'm like, man, I was like, tomorrow's going to be crazy. I got to be in Canton tomorrow at like 8 in the morning. We're going to be doing this show, out here all day in the afternoon. Then Sunday I got my show with Daryl. Monday I'm in for you because you're going to be at the concert. I'm kind of kicking myself. What have I got going on Saturday? I don't have anything too crazy.
It's called
Saturday.
Sleeping
it's kind
and
of a chill
hanging
day.
out with your beautiful wife. That's what you should do.
I'm just like, well, now I'm trying to think of like, what can Cam and I get into? Like, what could we get into?
Easy now.
That could,
You are married. Good for that.
Yeah. And
I'm horny.
All right, Mac.
Yeah,
Mac's
out of pocket.
Mac, easy now.
This is a married couple
Mac.
Hey,
in front of the eyes.
They can. That's fine.
In front of the eyes of the Lord, but you're selling it. You're turning it into something sultry here.
Yeah, geez, this is a family show.
Yeah, like I'm not the one that led it to water.
Mac, we're in Berea right now. I put on a dress shirt today. All right.
And he's going to take it off later when he goes to lay with his lady. You know what I'm saying, Nick? Look at that. You wanted to. I got to make sure I do this. You wanted to dap me up after I said that. Yeah, I almost said two things that would have came off completely different given the context of the conversation and might have got me in slight bits of trouble. You wanted to dap me up is what I was trying to say there.
It got there. You landed it.
It did.
We were gonna
Wanna
take
let
this.
that
We
land.
were gonna take this segment down a similar route, though.
We were. I'm not going to allow you to segue, though, because I'm only into power moves. I do want to say, the first pitch tomorrow, I just have to look better than Ken and Anthony.
You do.
I don't think Ken's ever thrown a baseball. Because he was
That's mean.
I don't know that. I didn't mean it. Sometimes I say things and I don't mean it the way it came out. No shots fired. No, what I meant was I've always considered Ken played other sports. I don't know that. Actually, no. I bet you Ken did play baseball. Lima, I would be surprised.
Okay, I have a few questions. Question number 1:
Yeah.
Are you guys going all the way out to the mound?
What, am I going to go halfway?
Have to. Well, they tell you when you're
I'm
about to
40,
go out
not
so,
70.
So I did this at the captain's game. They tell you can stand in front of the mound.
Oh, if they do it, I'm gonna
You
one
gotta
up
one up them and go to the. You gotta toe the rubber.
I might actually go on the other side of the mound just to prove that I am the clearly most athletic man at 92.3 The Fan.
And then you gotta take a beat. When you're on the mound, you don't want to just hurl it and get it over to the plate to the catcher because then the moment's over. So you got to give it a beat after they intro all three of you, and then you just got to get it over the plate.
Oh, yeah. Well, so JP and I and Adam actually played at the Crusher Stadium in a celebrity softball game back when we would qualify as celebrities. Now it's got to have 75 Cleveland Browns there. Not that I'm bitter. Not that I would like to. And I really don't want to be invited back. I'll go to, chop it up. I will not go to play. I am 40. No, thank you. Retired. Softball, any ball. I am retired now. I am old. No. I want to make that clear because clearly that invite was coming. But the whole goal of that was just to not embarrass myself.
Right.
And, I got a hit. I almost killed Mike Golick with a line up the middle because I think Josh Cribbs was dealing with a cooked bat. And I made, 2 nice plays in left field. And I thought to myself, that's enough. And JP acquitted himself. Adam acquitted himself. All I need to do, right? If somebody looks terrible, I just can't be the person that looks terrible.
Could I give you a little bit of advice?
Well, that's all I want, really.
Throw it higher than you think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You need more.
I was going to aim at the
flight.
nards and see where we went from there.
No, I'd even aim higher.
See, I'm not going to try and wing it though. I'm gonna do the 40-year-old man throw. I'm not trying to throw smoke. I'm just trying to get it. I'm just trying to get it there.
I've got a video of I threw a little heat in there, dude. I practiced though. So you're
what's
going
heat
in
for you? 52 miles an hour.
You're going in no practice. That's crazy.
That's true.
That's crazy. I was at the park by my house with my brother playing catcher.
I thought about it, and then I thought I'd rather do anything else than warm up. Okay, we do have to get to this piece of sound here because, I remember when I first saw Vanessa, the things I was paying attention to are she has these beautiful blue eyes. She's got, she had a curly blonde haircut at the time. There were other assets that I paid attention to, but we don't need to talk about those right now. But the point is, I feel like I heavily scouted my wife before officially courting her for marriage, right? Nothing of what I did compares to what Ocho Cinco did with the many women he has sired children with.
It's kind of a different process, obviously, me being a lot more mature. It wasn't about having a woman that's fine and you look a certain way, you got to be a certain color, a certain complexion, hair, and all this stuff that just didn't matter. I needed athletes. I wanted athletes. So therefore, those that I chose to deal with.
So you were more a breeder?
That's all I
You were a stud?
Bingo.
Stud.
So you look at the kids, you look at the pedigree that I have created, it was all orchestrated, and I told those that I dealt with during that time of, listen, did you run track in high school? Did you cheer? Did you do volleyball? Let me check your ankles. I always wanted to check women's ankles because the ankle
Ray
is
Charles checked wrists. You were an ankle guy.
I'm an ankle guy because you have to understand, if I want athletes, the #1 foundation for an elite athlete in any sport is your footwork. And if she had bad ankles, there's no way I could procreate with you. You got to think, our first date, she had no idea. She was going through my own personal combine. We went to Dave & Buster's.
Did y'all who?
Yeah, she had no idea why are we doing this, why are we playing these games, why are you taking me to the gym with you, why are we playing one-on-one in basketball?
So I got to say, my #1 thing when I was thinking about procreating with a young lady, when I was trying to find the future Mrs. Wilson, was will they say yes? I was approaching it all wrong. Like, I should have been out there. And by the way, if you just do the 40-yard dash, you clearly aren't you got to do the 3-cone. You got to do a shuttle, right? You got to do up-downs. You really got to understand athletically what you're working with.
I love that some people will say it's in the heart, it's in the mind, it's in the intellect. You want a smart woman that could, help you navigate any situation in life. Not Ocho Cinco.
Nope.
Ocho Cinco is trying to make sure that college tuition is paid for.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's pure vanity. I think wanting your kids to be elite athletes is like the weirdest form of narcissism you can possibly have.
Yeah.
Like, people are going to be like, man, he sired some good ones there. That is weird.
It is weird. It also doesn't always work that way. Like, I would love
This is like when two really good-looking people create an ugly person. That's by the way, that's the Lord getting you.
The Punnett square, for athleticism isn't as exact as Ocho wants to make it. And I didn't know the other gentleman that was talking and trying to compare
Call him Jim.
The ankles and the wrists. Like, I don't know that matches 1-to-1 when you fill out the Punnett square.
I just will tell you, again, I got it all wrong. I used to joke when I was in college that I was like, I want to find a strong Viking woman to sire me future offensive linemen.
Yeah.
The truth is, again, Vanessa was the prettiest woman that I had ever had the good pleasure to go on a date with, and I was, and when I say pretty, I don't just mean physically. She was the nicest person, and I was like, all right, that's enough. And clearly, like, here, by the way, you talking about the kind of overlap. I'll tell you, I do have a 6-foot-tall child. I do. Now, turns out, she's got the soul of a poet. Just has no interest in actually competing.
Yeah.
Which I think is like the funniest thing, that I actually have a Amazonian-type daughter. And she's like, you want to listen to some Queens of the Stone Age? And maybe, like, I'll go upstairs and maybe write a little bit. And I'm like, sure, kiddo.
Yeah.
You do this.
That's cool. Like, I know, like, from a height standpoint, my future children are set up so far behind the 8 ball. Like, what's a sport that you could play at my size?
You could play groundskeeper,
right? Like you could pitch. My dad wanted me to pitch so bad.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
All right, you're 5'8", so that means you're 5'6". So you're 5'6". You weigh what?
I weigh 180.
Okay, so probably about 163. Yeah, you're not rocking a fastball on that one, buddy.
No way. And like, I was so stupid. I played basketball. What was I gonna do with that?
You could have been Greg Paulus.
Yeah. A lot closer to Kay Felder.
Hey, that man played 2 seasons in the G League. All right. No, so I here's the thing. I am the weirdestly built human being on the planet, because I am about 6'4", and so you think there's got to be some athleticism, and there is some athleticism here. Not that I ever did a darn thing with it, but then I have tree trunk for legs, no ass, a big belly, very strong shoulders. Like, it is as if you like when the good Lord was creating Nick Wilson, you just put a blindfold on him and gave him a bunch of weird things and said, here, make this work. And that is this.
So I gotta hope, and I would love to get with like a a genetics person. No, like to map me through. So my brother is 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
How did this happen to me?
Oh no, you have no idea. This is the best part. So I have 3 brothers. All right. My oldest brother is David. He's 5'9". He's 160 pounds.
Okay.
My brother Aaron, who is about a year younger than me, he is about 5'10" and about 180, and was a sprinter, by the way, was a track guy. My brother Sammy is about 5'11", 6 feet tall, and was like 190, 195. Again, another sprinter, great elite running back, football player. And then there is 6'4", and let's just say casually a strong 325 at any given point. And, every once in a while my brothers will be like, man, I wish I could have this. I'm like, I've done nothing with it.
Yeah.
Don't be jealous of a man who has wasted whatever alleged gifts I may or may not have.
I just do hope. So it's the similar. So my wife is 5'1".
Your wife?
She's 5'1".
are the complete solution for Reno builders and remodeling.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Want to say a big thanks to our many guests. SiriusXM NFL host Jacob Hester. He was great with us at 3 o'clock today. If you guys missed a moment of that, love the football guy energy. Big believer in Todd Monken. Oh, my God. Spencer German at 3:40 today. Locked on Browns. Good stuff, just fresh off camp. Of course, Alex Wright at 4:20, Aditi Kinkabwala at 5:20, and then Scott Graham at 6 o'clock. And I'm pretty sure he hates when I do that, but he's never told me to not do it, so I'm going to keep doing it. But if Westwood won, we got the Hall of Fame game coming up in a bit here. If you guys missed a moment of the show, listen back on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, you guys can watch the full 5-hour show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe. It is free, after all. And like our videos, we desperately need to be liked around these parts. We got one more day out here at camp this week. That's going to be tomorrow. Probably another Brown special guest. We'll see who we can scrounge up along the way. But let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it. You go first there.
I don't know if you saw this, Nick, in case we missed it. Dawn Staley was out here.
Yeah, I was a little frustrated about it. If I had seen Coach Staley, I would have made sure to get her on the air. I would have bird-dogged her.
Or get her on the Nick Talk at least.
Oh, man.
That would have done numbers.
The Dawn Staley, run-up on Nick Talk. And listen, Nick Talk's doing very well, at Nick Wilson says, on Nick Talk. But a Dawn Staley drop there can only make us better.
Would have been a massive crossover. Obviously, it's cool being out here at camp. You see all the legends. Bernie was out here. You see all the national media people, which is very cool. But Dawn Staley, IRL. That's huge.
I mean, I will tell you, again, now that you've said it, as much as it would have been nice to get her on the show, it would have been nicer to get her on the Nick Talk. We'll give you another in case you missed it here. I got a sup from Shador. So I was walking down there after practice. I was nice enough to let Jory Epstein in. She was locked out. I'm not bragging. I was, I'm just a salt of the earth kind of guy. And I turn around, and Shador was out there on the field talking to a couple of his guys, and he was getting up, and we made eye contact. And he's a very sweet young man. He's not going to make eye contact with another guy and then not hit him with a sup. And so he says sup to me, and I go, oh, not much, Shador. How are you doing? I'm good. And listen, I didn't let it linger. I'm not going to ruin a great sup, my first interaction with Shador out here, by lingering. I'm not a lingerer. No, if anything, I'm the opposite of a lingerer. And so I just kept walking. And I feel like future interactions can only get better from here because I passed the sup test.
I'd agree with all of that. I'm left devastated for Jonathan Peterlin. And I'll tell you this, we'll be out here tomorrow at camp. Monday, I'm in studio with JP.
Yep.
I'm going to have to really do some damage control after I check his vibe and make sure that he's all good, because I do feel really bad for him as the lead Shador guy on Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson was the first Shador interaction of the program, and for Jonathan, that's just brutal.
It's a real shame. You hate to see it, but more than that, you do love to see it.
That's also how life works, though.
Yeah.
Like for Jonathan, Jonathan could have been here today,
he wanted
and that
the sup too much.
Never happened.
Yeah, he wanted that sup too much, I think.
Yep, you can't force it.
I am so organic with my sups that the sup came to me is what happened.
They say you find sup when you're not looking for it.
Yeah, when you're least looking for the sup, yeah. And now here's the thing. Because we've already cleared the sup, I'm thinking the next one's maybe a dap up,
could be.
Where you do like the slap and then the bro hug.
Could be.
Coach Reisland and I can't quite get on the same page with this. Sometimes we'll do the awkward white guy hug with the ass out, Other times, I'll go to just, dap and then hug, and then he'll pull me in. And it's like, well, no. I wasn't looking to cuddle here.
That's the football guy.
Yeah.
That's the football window.
And so, it'll be a real test for me. A sup is that initial challenge.
Oh, yeah.
The dap
and you passed it with flying colors, by the way.
Some have said it was the greatest sup to have ever received. You know?
Shook the ground here.
The
in
most
Korea.
natural suppage there has been. Now you start to think to yourself, all right, can I pass the dap test? I'm a big awkward white. I'm not naturally gifted in the ways of dap, but I can try. And I think that effort, again, when I say try, not try too hard, try just the right amount.
All about the pop. You need the right. See, that was bad pop, and that was me just clapping my hands right there.
You don't know how to
not
pop
good.
it, I think.
That's not what you want. So practice it. Get all that out of the way beforehand.
I'm going the opposite. I'm a feel guy.
Okay.
Right? You're learning how to pop it over here. I'm a feel guy. I'm just going to feel like the first pitch tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to let my natural athletic intuition take over.
I'm telling you, bro, higher than you think.
The dap? You definitely don't want to go low on the dap.
First pitch.
You go low on the dap, and that could be third base, friend. And again, maybe that turns into something more. I don't know. At this point, guys, I'm willing to do just about anything to get ahead financially in life. But I'm just saying that's not where I'm intending to go. But now you were talking the first pitch. Okay. All
First
right.
pitch.
That makes more sense.
You
The
need
low
to throw
dap.
the baseball a lot higher than what you think.
No, I can't listen to you. I feel like you might get in my head the wrong way. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. All the Jakes, really. And, of course, big thanks to all our guests today. Nick, I think I will allow you to come back tomorrow.
I'm stunned.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it went that well.
Listen, not a lot of people get behind the Padiddler, but Nick Wilson will.
And Mac Robinson and Jake Murrin and Daryl Ryder and everybody that you instructed.
Everybody. The internet was behind the Padiddler.
No, there was like one guy.
This is the age of the Padiddler.
There was one guy saying it.
All right, he's going to Padiddle tomorrow as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.